Okay, guys, I am sorry about that. We're off to a boomer start. For whatever reason, OBS just decided, I don't know. OBS just did something stupid. So OBS didn't, whatever. Anyways, so we have the election stream now. And yeah, so just a little bit about how the night will go. I've got a couple energy drinks. We're going to stay here until somebody wins. It could be Trump, it could be Kamala, it could be RFK, it could be Rain, it could be anybody. So we're gonna do an hour and a half till 7 EST, and then I'm gonna head over to Kino Casino, which Ashton was nice enough to invite me on. So yeah, we will be doing that. I will be streaming from here, so you don't have to leave my channel, and you can keep giving me views and super chats and stuff like that. Um, if people give me super chats, maybe what I'll do is I'll just pause on Kino Casino. Like I'll just mute that and then respond to them, or I'll just answer them later. Something I am going to be doing while I'm on there is I am going to be calling states. As you can see from my setup, there is a state uh, election map that we're gonna fill up as we go. Um, and I'll be filling that out even when I'm on the other thing. So we have that to look forward to. Hey, Skullface, greetings from the Czech Republic. Greetings, man. I was just there a couple of weeks ago. Beautiful, beautiful place. Went to see Prague. Hello, Xenon. So I'll Serp will probably come on in a minute. I just covering a little bit of a couple just things. You should react to super chats like Worski. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Now what was I thinking of? Right, so I'll just warn you, there'll be a little bit of a break at about 7, just while I switch over. The stream is not going off. You don't have to switch to something else. That's just, it's going to be, yeah, so just hopefully that all makes sense. And if it doesn't, then it is what it is. Okay, why is the chat not working? Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Chat's working now. All right. So that's kind of it. Like I said, so at 10, sorry, at around 7 EST, we'll have a 15-minute break, and then I'll be back. I'll be streaming, just restreaming Kino Casino here. If you notice, I have up in the upper left-hand corner is probably where I'm going to put that. So I can keep having my video there and then the one up there. So I think it's going to be good. So let's just I'll see if Serp wants to come on now, or if he wants to wait a little bit. Okay, I'm just going to tell Serp he can come on whenever.
Hello?
Oh, hey, man.
Hey,
Hey,
are
good
you
to...
streaming or?
Yep, I just started.
Well, sorry to cuck you a little bit,
What do you mean?
but I didn't know you were streaming. I thought you were streaming, you cut it off.
Oh, no, I just kind of... OBS had some issues, but it's working now. We got the boomer
Okay.
tech fixed.
Okay. I got a stock load of beers, so should be ready to go for the night.
Well, I have energy drinks, but I'm sure maybe you can
Well,
get...
I got those too.
All right. Let's go.
Yeah, I got Monster and PBR.
Cool. So before we start talking, what is your final prediction, my friend?
So I was incredibly dicey and wouldn't give a final prediction. I guess.
You can say a couple or toss up. Like I'm not gonna.
Okay, so I had that Trump wins Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and New Hampshire are all toss-ups. Trump loses Virginia and New
Uh,
Mexico.
popular vote.
Trump wins popular vote. So this is going to sound bizarre, but I think that could win the popular vote and lose due to shenanigans. I'm very afraid of shenanigans in Arizona and Pennsylvania.
Yeah. So my final prediction is I have Trump winning every swing state except for Michigan. And I said Kamala +1 in popular vote.
Okay.
Uh,
If Kamala, sorry, if Trump wins, I think he'll get all those ones that I put in the toss up. If Kamala wins, I think that there'll be a lot of shenanigans. Put it like that.
huh. So that's yeah. So I just put that up on screen for everybody. So that's what I was saying.
I am bullish on New Hampshire just
What
because
about
every single
Virginia?
um I mean there's positive energy from Virginians, but I don't know if from Virginians that have lived there their whole lives. But I don't know if that transfers into a victory for Trump.
Yeah, I'm just gonna here. Let me just send you this just so you can see my what I have on the screen. I guess just because I just was gonna bring up some early voting data. Where is it? There you go. Just boomering it up. Okay, so just pull this up. Okay, so early voting by states. So if we look at, okay, so NBC has this up. There is already 82 million votes have been cast. So I would be shocked if Arizona, I kind of feel like Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina are more or less a done deal at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Republicans have a lead in the early vote in Georgia and Arizona, and they're
Mm-hmm.
tied in North Carolina. And I don't know, can you see like Arizona? They're up like 9%. Can you see Kamala winning the election day vote by like 10? I can't.
I assume that Republicans will win election day vote just kind of across the board.
Well, yeah. I mean, I
Just
don't.
because, I mean, just IRL, that's just how liberal people just prefer to vote through the mail.
Well, also just a lot of the people who vote Democrat won't vote unless somebody physically helps them do it. If you catch my meaning,
Mm-hmm.
they don't have the agency to vote um, on their own. But no, most Republicans vote election day. So Pennsylvania, I don't know what to think about it because the Democrats are up, but they're not up nearly as much as they were. I think there's a 600,000 vote difference or
Mm-hmm.
something. I think last time it was they were up like 1.2 or 1.3 million votes.
Mm-hmm.
And 1.3 million votes, and now they're only up 400,000 or so.
Nice.
By the way, people in chat, if you have trouble hearing Serp or something, just let me know and I'll rebalance the audio. Uh, so yeah, so I think that the state I'm the most unsure of is Wisconsin. So I just feel like Wisconsin is always a dumpster fire for
Yeah,
Republicans.
I don't know. I've just heard a lot of curse stuff about Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, what do you mean?
Just about people voting out of state.
Oh yeah, it's an interesting question. I don't know. Um, but Trump just has to win one of the three. Oh, wait a minute. Early voting was split in Michigan? It was 50. I didn't realize it was that close. Okay, so according to NBC News, 44% of the people who voted early were Republican compared to 39% last time.
Nice.
Okay. And there was more early votes this time. Okay, I we'll see. I don't know. I feel like in Michigan there's a chance that just a whole bunch of little things will come together. Like Trump's obviously not going to win the Muslim vote, but if Muslims don't vote as much, he might do a little bit better among black men. Um, and just a couple things like that might just add up to the point
So
where it's
apparently in 2000, Bush won the Muslim vote.
really interesting.
Yeah, so I was reading this book about the Iraq War,
Uh huh.
and it talked about how Bush won the Muslim vote in 2000, and he was like extremely heavy on like front lash after 9/11 because of it, of like he went over the top just apologizing about Americans being like anti-Muslim after 9/11 and like did a lot of outreach towards Muslims. And so like apparently people in the Bush administration think that Muslims in Florida literally flipped the election.
Okay. Interesting.
Um so I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see. You would think that Muslims would be more pro-democrat, but I don't know. I guess we'll see during the what happens during this election as far as the whole Israel thing. I don't know which side is worse on or better in terms of like preventing a war in the Middle East
Yeah, I
or
don't.
getting America involved because I mean obviously Trump is like super pro Israel, but the Biden administration is like
It's extreme weakness
doing
has let
terrible.
Netanyahu do whatever he wants.
Yes, and then the other thing um is that like if Harris won, I kind of expect her to be super insecure about being who she is and being president.
Don't
And
female
so I kind of
leaders normally start wars?
yes, exactly. So I'm just afraid that she'd just be a warmonger, period.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
What was like? Oh, is that Fritz? Hey, man, let me
Hi.
just. You're kind of quiet.
Oh, is this better?
Yeah, it's a bit better. People in the chat can just tell me if the audio balance is okay.
Okay. How's it going? Oh, Serp, congratulations on becoming a father.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Mm. So I do not have any drinks, energy, or alcoholic because I have work tomorrow. So and I have to get up early. So I'm
You are pretty distant, I think.
in. Oh, from you guys. Yeah, I'm in New York.
No, I mean it's really hard for me to hear you.
Oh, geez. Sorry. Is this better?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's
way
better.
better.
Sorry, I just have to get close to the mic. Yes, I'm doing okay. I don't have any drinks with me. I do have a meatloaf that I just got in the oven. So
Did you vote?
Nice.
I voted early. So
Did you vote more than once?
the votes are free. They don't tell you this, but I voted 200 times.
I voted about 30 myself.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Oh, he's still quiet.
I did vote by mail-in ballot because yeah, very young baby at home.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I always early vote myself just because so that I don't have to wait in line.
Usually I like to early vote at the courthouse just because like I just feel real like I don't know, just sending it through the mail. I don't there's just something about it where it's like
I
my stomach doesn't feel right about it,
I
but I
vote
did it
early
this
at
year
the
because of
station.
necessity.
Like
Yeah, that's what I mean in America you vote or at least in Montana, you vote early by voting at the courthouse.
yeah, they have early vote locations in Canada, so I just normally go and do that.
I'm glad I did it because it was about a 40-minute wait because there's actually a lot of people there, but um, I got it out of the way. So
Well, Trump's gonna win every state, so
he's gonna win every state except.
This is going to be the biggest biggest blowout since 1984.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The answer to 1984 is
1776.
no. It's 1933.
You're distant again, Fritz.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
geez, sorry. I just didn't want to eat real close to the microphone.
So okay, let's see if any results are out yet. So I think polls have closed in a couple states.
Has Jeb won everything yet?
Well, it's to me I think it's more of a this is how RFK can still win at the moment.
How can Bernie still win?
Bernie's still in.
I'll be right back.
Let's see. Okay, no. I don't see anything yet. I have my map up. I'm going to be calling them as it goes. Let me just look at the chat. Tannic Caesar says he was just in Montana on vacation. The audio is a complete mess. That's great. Your early vote at the court. Oh, okay. No, transplants to Montana is nuts. So let's see here.
I mean, it's pretty bad. Most of the transplants are going to Bozeman. So a lot of Montanans now call it Bos Angeles. There's a huge Mexican community that's followed to Bozeman as well. I mean, Montana is 4 in the electoral college now because of it, but it's a little difficult to get a house here, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean,
really
I've helped
is.
pretty close friends that are from. I have a lot of friends that are from California originally,
Mm-hmm.
so I understand being from California and being stuck there pretty deeply.
And no, they aren't cartel members, guys.
Mm-hmm. So I was in Pennsylvania this weekend at Valley Forge for the OGC event there, and it was actually really cool. There was about 26 of us, and yeah, we had a good time. It's a beautiful park, by the way.
Arjun, what website are you on?
This is New York Times.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
I just normally have a couple up, and I'm just gonna flip between them. I thought that
You're
one
just
did.
really distant again. I'm sorry.
I'm right in front of the microphone.
Now you're This is the best you've been so far.
All right. Sorry. Like I'm literally just a couple inches away from. I gotta get a new one at some point. I've had this one for like 8 years. So, yeah, no, I was at Valley Forge, Pennsylvania this weekend with the Old Glory Club chapter there. So
Oh,
it was a
cool.
lot of fun. Yeah, no, a lot of good guys there. Hunger was there, and Closington, and there's about 26 of us. And it's a really beautiful park. I had no idea how large it was. Yeah.
I've been to Mount Vernon. I haven't been to Valley Forge.
It's really cool.
I know that I'm a monarchist, or I guess neo-reactionary or third positionist or whatever, critical of liberalism and stuff, but I do have a pretty big soft spot for George Washington just as an American.
Yep. No, he was still a heroic individual.
Okay, so I have CNN and New York Times open. I actually find Fox hard to watch.
It's just really cringe, and it's
The boomer
like
energy's
very
too-
bellicose.
I just find it really cheesy. I remember when I was in Europe, I was like, oh, I kind of want to watch the news. I'm like, I haven't watched the news on TV in years. And I'm like, oh, I have CNN, MSNBC, BBC. Like, oh, there's Al Jazeera. Okay, I'll just watch Al Jazeera.
Oh, they have Al Jazeera on TV and like on TV
Yeah.
in Europe. Oh,
So they also had NHK, the English NHK. So I watched some of that. Japanese national news is really weird. It's way more positive and like I don't know.
So it was like snowing really hard earlier, so I'm scared that like that'll sway the Senate election in Montana, which is the biggest Senate election in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Right now.
So you have the 3-term Democrat senator, John Tester versus kind of like generic GOP Tim Sheehy, and so a lot of people are hoping that Tester will lose once and for all after having so many close calls in every other election.
I'm actually amazed it's snowing right here. It's 76 degrees. It's really hot out. They also
Ooh.
they've
Well,
also
at least it's hot out where it matters for the election.
they've cut and they covered up. I think they've covered up the AC unit, so I can't turn the AC on. So if you hear,
So, are you in New York,
yes,
like the New York
I'm in
metropolitan area or upstate?
New York, upstate New York.
Oh, okay. So, like on my mom's side, we're like French Canadians from upstate New York.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just kind of interesting that like really close to Quebec there were all these people that spoke French until relatively recently.
Mm-hmm.
So they got expelled.
Until they got they didn't get expelled, they just kind of got subsumed by the English language in America.
Mm-hmm. They learned American.
Yeah, they became American instead of
No, they
filthy
learned to
cheese
speak
eaters and wine
American
drinkers.
instead of French.
Yeah, they learned to speak American.
Y'all gotta speak our language.
What do you guys think about the Senate?
I honestly haven't really looked at it yet. Oh no, the judge makes a good point. Yi is going to win the election.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yi
I
can
forgot
still
all
win.
about that.
You know what will be funny is if Trump wins, that means Harry Sisson and Nick Fuentes are both going to be equally as upset.
So was that whole? I won't go on too much about Fuentes because I know a lot of my audience likes him. But so has the whole Yi thing just been memory hold? Like no one ever references that even happened.
I think so. I think he switched over because he's making like porn now and shit.
He didn't.
He was
Do
like
that.
ripping off Burzum, wasn't he? On his like new album. Like he ripped off Burzum's logo with his new logo.
I think so. No, I mean that whole thing's gone. I just mean like that no one ever mentions like Fuentes' involvement in the campaign anymore. Like it's just
I don't think you're I don't know. I'm sure people will scream at me. I just feel like Nick is just trying to get attention by saying he's just saying I'm going to vote for Trump. I'm going to vote for Kamala just to get attention for the last this whole cycle, I think.
Yeah. But he I don't know, he was a weird. That's got to be one of the most surreal like things in American politics. Anyways, I yeah. As River Barkley says, Kanye West is bipolar and isn't on medication. Yeah, I mean, like I'm bipolar too. Mine's nowhere near as bad as his, but I would not act quite like that out of if I was not medicated. But if you're a bipolar person, you really need to be medicated. Or Kanye probably went through like a 4 or 5 month manic period and just hallucinated a bunch of shit. Didn't he think he was Jesus? Or
I don't think he went that far.
has he renounced Christianity now? Or
I thought he was going to make porn. I don't know if he ever renounced Christianity.
no, he never wound up making porn.
So is he following the same? Is he following the same footsteps as Chris Chan now?
Maybe he's the world's richest lol cow.
Mm-hmm. That's another reason to vote for Trump is to make sure Chris Chan cries again.
It's true.
Apparently, he said black people can't be anti-Semitic because they are the real Jews.
Base. I thought you said Chris Chan said that.
No, Kanye West did.
Oh. I remember, well, when Trump won in 2016, Chris threatened to kill him and threatened to send, people after him and, like, pretended that one of his Transformers figures was Donald Trump and kicked in his house.
So, do you guys, how would you compare this campaign to just getting back to the election to 2020? Do you think this was a lot
way
higher
more energy? There's way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is the energy of 2016, but this is the most. This is more energy than 2020. This is more energy than 2012, 2008 even for Obama.
I mean, he has so many iconic moments now of, he has his mugshot, he has him getting shot, he has his
The garbage truck.
he has
McDonald's.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan. By the way, did either of you watch either of the Joe Rogan interviews?
I watched most of the one with Trump where he just talks about UFC most of the time.
I actually thought that went really well. Like
I think it went well too. I mean, so basically what went bad is Trump kind of seems really long-winded like an old guy can
Yeah.
be. But Trump is an long-winded old guy, but it doesn't seem like he has like dementia. And the other thing is that Trump will like not explicitly say people's names, but that's kind of the way that he tries to not be offensive, is he deliberately pretends to forget people's names to try and not be divisive.
I am glad that he kind of quickly deflected when Joe wanted to talk about aliens. Like, don't talk about the aliens, Trump. No one cares.
I mean, I think it didn't exactly matter what Trump said exactly, but I think it humanized him. I think Trump still talks like he's giving a speech, kind of. But I don't know. I found like him and Joe Rogan talking about UFC endearing. Like it did make him more relatable that he has like these kind of normie interests. His like the story about the Lincoln bedroom, like I kind of like that because it did feel very genuine. It did feel like this is a man who
It makes
does love
Trump
America.
come across as patriotic.
Like legitimately, like not fake, fake patriotic. I think Vance also did a really good job.
Yeah, everybody said he did a good job, but I didn't, there's only so much time in your life.
Yeah, no, it's I just
listen to all of
watched
it.
I just watched the first hour.
He got
Mhm.
kind of defensive about the abortion issue, but I kind of know why he was trying to be diplomatic, because obviously when they keep having this fight, it's really not a good look. Like, it's smart just to stick to, hey, we got it in the hands of the state. That's what we wanted. Now it's up to people to decide, which is largely what he kind of emphasized. So,
I mean, I can live with that. I understand even from just an argument that if there is a national uh if there is a national abortion law, it's not going to be in our favor. So it's probably good to have the states, at least some of the states will. Also, as we've seen, the public will just vote against abortion restrictions in most cases, even in red states.
So in Montana, they're voting to make abortion a constitutionally protected right. And I don't think our side's gonna win. The bishop of our diocese said multiple times, like numerous times, to vote against it. And the priest at the parish I go to said that you'd be in a state of mortal sin if you voted for it. And he said that if you thought that you could vote for it and then just go to confession and said I was wrong afterwards, that wouldn't be good enough. You have to be like truly like have a conversion to understand why it would be wrong in your heart and stuff. And he put the vote against it on the front porch or on like in the yard of the church, which I didn't even think they could do that, but he did that because I thought that might lead to consequences about the whole not paying taxes thing.
Right.
Our church handed out flyers saying to vote no on Proposition 1, which does a lot of just.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Sorry, our church handed out a lot of pamphlets saying to vote no on Prop 1 in New York, which would just expand a lot of the trans rights things here. So I voted no.
Oh,
Like
I'm
letting
sorry.
biological men in women's bathrooms, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because we already have abortion enshrined as a right because we're run by demons, but so is it okay if I give my prediction for what's gonna happen?
Oh, sure,
Oh,
by
go
all
ahead.
means.
Yeah.
Pull in a little bit closer though first.
Okay. Here, I'll go to ASMR levels. I think I largely agree with you guys. I think Trump is probably gonna win. I think he's gonna win with Pennsylvania, and then I don't know about Michigan or Wisconsin. I think he's probably getting Nevada and Arizona. Um, but yeah, it's not really anything too special. But yeah, I think he's gonna. I think he's probably gonna win at least one of the three. I think he's gonna win one of the three Rust Belt states.
Well, he has to win at least one.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think he will. I don't really see why he wouldn't.
Well, there's already been reports of gas leaks and bomb threats at a number of sites and machines breaking down. So
Mm-hmm. The fake bomb threats. Are we gonna have another burst pipe?
So keep in mind in 2012, Democrats, I remember at that time, I remember Democrats posting videos of pressing on voting machines and it automatically voted for Romney and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
there was a report of a guy that had like gasoline poured on him and he had a torch near the Capitol building. So I just posted a picture of the Urukai Berserker
Yeah.
because I'm just comparing this to Lord of the Rings now. When it said like the Amish were coming out in full force to vote for Trump, people were like, "This is like when the Ents came to destroy Isengard."
So would you say that Florida's a safe red state now?
Mm-hmm. As is Ohio.
I would say lean red. I wouldn't say safe red.
What
So
about
if there was
likely
another
red?
like Obama versus McCain thing, I think it would flip blue.
Okay, so you're saying likely?
I'm saying I don't think it's in play at all in this election. I
Okay.
think that if you had a really bad Republican candidate, it would be in play.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Okay. I think it's going to be a little while until it starts happening. Until the polls close. I think they start closing at 7. Some of them do at least. Do you think I kind of feel like Texas has turned a corner and it's not in danger for a while now?
I kind of just think that this is I fully oppose any immigration to the United States. Period. I wish that the Hispanic immigration that came to the United States never happened. Um, I have many. I like Hispanic people. I just think that America should be an Anglo country. Okay. Hispanics are moving to the right. That's just true. They're gonna vote. They're going to be less Democrat than whites vote Republican, and that's because Hispanics are blending into whites in the United States. And I think that's partially because of the black-white racial divide is much stronger than the mestizo white racial divide, and
Mm-hmm.
that Hispanics are going to take sides with whites or against them on the basis of that.
Well, and a
And
lot
so
of
I think
Hispanics are white.
well, yeah, I mean, like Cubans are always voted to the. I mean, I think Cubans vote to the right of generic white Americans. So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I just kind of think that Texas probably won't flip blue now. Um, there's the other thing is like Hispanics in Latin America proper. If there are fair elections, right wing candidates are. Um,
Yeah, like
like
right
pro
wing
free
parties
market
win
and
all the time in Latin America. Well,
yeah,
Malay won.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that Latin America's tending towards left-wing parties cheating and establishing dictatorships, like in Venezuela. But I think if there's fair elections, right-wing parties are very
Competitive.
competitive in Latin America. So I don't see why, if they move here after a given amount of time, that they won't be competitive here as well.
I think also if they've been here long enough, they start to have more they start to see it as more of their home and they care about it more. If that makes
Yeah.
sense. Like they have to
Also,
deal with crime and inflation and stuff like that too.
nobody really benefits from wokeism if they're not like trans.
Mm-hmm.
Even black people don't really benefit from it.
Because of black men.
Well, just like it erases identity and kind of makes everything worse. I think that meritocracy even benefits black men.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe only black women and like trans people benefit from anti-meritocracy.
I do think Trump will pick up. He obviously won't win the black vote, but I think he will pick up a significant, like a couple percentage points. Once again, that might be be enough combined with some other stuff in a state like Michigan to have a decisive result, but I'm not sure. Um, from everything I've heard, this is like the most gender divided election in U.S. history. I don't know if either of you have heard that, but
You would think
Yeah. I don't want to shit on women, but
why not?
um
I'm kidding.
because babies are good.
Yes. I mean, you would think
because he's
that
a simp.
Mm-hmm. He loves his wife. How dare he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I think it's interesting that it's this election and not 2016 because that was supposed to be the women victory election. Like Hillary Clinton clawed her entire career all the way up to that, and then that fell flat. But like I don't know, you just compare Kamala to Hillary Clinton, and I think even Hillary had more energy because at least Hillary Clinton, at least she's intelligent.
Yeah, Hillary is incomparably smarter than Kamala. Like it's not even the same planet.
Mm-hmm.
Um like yeah, I don't think yeah, like I'll give Hillary one thing. Hillary is not dumb. You can say a lot of things about Hillary. Hillary is not a dumb person. Neither
I
is
think if
Bill,
Hillary won, she would be a pragmatist, to be
probably.
fair as well, like her husband is.
Hmm. Well, they're both smooth operators, I guess you could say. Um, Kamala, what do you guys think? Do you think Kamala has like 100 IQ or
I'd
like,
say
I
about
mean, both her parents had. Uh, it's weird because both her parents were well educated, weren't they?
or do you think she's just like an alcoholic or like just pops benzos or something? Zanny
I think
berries
that the latter might make more sense.
that she
do you think
pops
that the meme is
Zannies.
Yeah,
do you think that the meme is true though? Do you think she really is like drunk half the time, or is it just because she's kind of an airhead?
I think that she has speaking problems and probably isn't very good in the moment and is probably like average intelligence off the cuff.
Like a 95 IQ or something?
Mm-hmm.
Probably like I mean, even if she did sleep her way up, you still have to be somewhat intelligent. Like, I do think, I think it's less of an IQ thing. I do think she pops Zanny berries or some sort of drugs, just because the way she talks reminds me a lot of how drunk people talk.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just amazed if she wins. How is she gonna deal with world leaders? And even more than that, what if Tim Walz became president? How on earth could he deal with any world leaders? Like, he looks like he would just wet
I,
himself.
I,
with his
I I
blood
hate to do the
competition.
meme, but Tim Walz is a weird guy.
I definitely feel like he probably got. I think there's a good chance he got handsy with some of his students.
I don't know.
He looks the type.
When I saw him, I was like, "Can I get a physiognomy check?"
I made this point that he looks like he's one of the residents of Innsmouth from The Shadow over Innsmouth. Like, I'm just saying, his great grandmother probably slept with a fish person.
I don't know. He is unnerving to me.
I mean,
as somebody that comes from Montana and he comes from
look at this dude.
Nebraska originally.
I don't
It's
know.
just he seems as very like creepy and unnerving to me.
There's just something off about him.
Yeah. So, someone's saying that I shouldn't insult my opponents, um, because I'm beating a weak person. I mean, she's the Democratic Party's candidate. I mean, if that hasn't earned her something, I don't know. Tim Walz just looks really creepy to me. I
Who
don't
do you
know
think
what
has-
it is.
Who has lower T, him or Justo?
Though Justo is high T. He's just a sociopath.
He's just evil.
So
Okay.
Justin, I think, is like legit a Chad. Like I think so. Justin is a social chameleon and a narcissist and probably a sociopath. So I think, if he was during the Nazi Germany, he would be a member of the SS. If he was in the Soviet Union, he'd be a commissar. He'd be a member of the KGB. He's the kind of person who only cares about power and status, and he will do anything. I don't think he actually cares about progressive politics at all. I think he just cares about the attention and the power, and he will just uh, if the feminist thing gets him wealth and power, he'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. But I don't actually think that he's like a cuck in the way some people do. I think he's just really evil.
Can I ban somebody?
Who?
Patterson.
Yeah.
I'll time him out.
Okay.
Yeah, just we don't have rights. He's just kind of being really mean to Fritz and just spamming.
I don't really care about that.
I don't really. Okay, so I don't block people for like disagreeing with me or shitting on me. I just do it if they're spamming.
Well, he's doing both.
Yeah. So.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's kind of how I view Justo. Well, I just timed him out for a little bit. Let's see here. But no, that's just how I view him. Like Justo does look like a Chad.
Mm-hmm. He looks like his dad, Fidel Castro.
Like, especially when he like went beard mode. But
I mean, do you seriously think that he is Castro's son?
No, obviously.
I think there's a 20% chance.
Yeah, I can't rule it out. I think that's like a high possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I like in seriousness, like non-ironic, I think it's about 20%, which is really high for something that wacky.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to see a Star Wars movie with Justin Trudeau playing a Sith. I mean, it's possible.
But he has the same voice.
Yeah. Let's see here. But no, like it's what I should do I should do a video or a stream where I just go on Canadian Reddit, because Canadian Reddit is amazing. I never thought I would see it like Reddit dominated by people complaining about immigration. Like if you go on Canadian Reddit, it's entirely composed of like people complaining about immigration and how depressed they are and how they'll never afford a house and stuff like that. It is kind of surreal.
Mm-hmm.
Someone asks, do you think the high white women turnout is going to give Kamala the edge to win? I do think. Okay, so two things about the women question. Number one, it is overstated. If only white women voted, Trump would still win pretty handily, from my understanding. Um, B, it is depressing. That seems to be the primary concern of a lot of American women.
I will say this: women that are pro-life are much more animated than men that are pro-life.
Oh yeah, no, that's 100% true.
It works, but I think it cuts both ways.
Mm-hmm. No, I tend to agree. I think, and I said this many times, um, my theory as to abortion is that if you acknowledge that it's killing babies, it's so horrific that you've been supporting it the whole time. It's just people don't want to stare into that abyss. And to acknowledge that and to say, oh, there's like hundreds of thousands of babies, so they take a very strong emotional stance for it. If you ever notice that, like, pro-abortion people tend to be, well, I mean, it's an emotional issue on both sides, but I think very much hopefully, do you guys get what I mean?
Yeah, there's a reason why they have to only talk about it as like a women's rights issue, because they never actually want to debate what abortion actually is. And there's also a reason why they always censor what they look like, because it's the most horrific thing you could imagine seeing is what abortion actually looks like.
Yeah, well, they sense they have to ban that. They have to ban any kind of display of it. It's and the whole thing is that I find is like they have to, yeah, Fritz, you're right, they have to obfuscate the issue. They have to go oh, it's not about abortion. It's not, it's about women's rights. Women have the right
It's
to,
about healthcare.
no, it's about healthcare. It's about healthcare to kill the baby. Like once
They
again,
never
it's,
talk. Yeah, they never talk about what that healthcare is actually doing.
you have the right to choose to kill your child. Like I don't. It's just such
Like
a non sequitur. It's like, oh, you don't have. I have the right to decide what to do with my body. Like, okay, so does that mean you don't have the right to kill people? Like, I guess, is it like a sovereign citizen thing? Is that where we're going with it? Um,
So Indiana's coming in, right?
is it
Indiana's supposed to come in at 6 Eastern time.
okay?
I mean,
I
Indiana, I don't think it's believed to be in any kind of swing at
no,
all.
but it's fun to call them once to wait to call them. So,
Okay.
oh, okay. So Indiana. Oh, okay. Here we go. So, and Kentucky is also in.
I don't think Kentucky's in. I think that's early votes that have been
Oh,
submitted.
okay. Yeah, early votes.
Because if you go on Real Clear, it says when each poll ends on Eastern time.
Mm-hmm.
So like, can Indiana end is the earliest? It ends on, that's kind of extreme. It ends at 6 o'clock on Eastern time. Like I wouldn't support that if I lived in Indiana. Then Georgia at 7 and Vermont at 7, and then 7:30 is Ohio and West Virginia, and then
I don't
8,
know.
which is 6 o'clock where I live, is where stuff starts to really come in.
6 o'clock is kind of ridiculous, to be honest. To close
Yeah,
polls.
I think that that's insane. I think it, like, okay, I live in Montana, so it closes at 8 here. I think that that's fair.
A lot of people, especially if you live in an urban area, don't get off work before 6. Like
Well, I
people,
work till 6 normally.
yeah, and then they have to commute or something like that. When am I going on Kino Casino? Oh, it's at oh okay guys. Just keep in mind that I live in Central Time. So I will be going on 7 EST. So
Okay. And this, and if I want to watch that, I can just keep this stream on.
yeah, you can just keep this stream on. There's going to be a pause just because I'm going to go into the waiting room, but after that, then I'll be on. I
I'll
might get to
probably
I
go
might get to meet my hero DSP.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Good
probably
luck.
gonna alternate between that and watching the OGC stream.
Okay, I don't know how long I'll be there. Once again, we'll see how it goes.
I'm
If
going to stream on my own as well.
okay, if you're welcome to both come back on
Okay.
Okay.
if I leave earlier or whatever. It's probably going to be a long night anyways, so we'll see. Um, let's see here. What do I think of Kamala's granddaughter? I don't know. Kamala has a
Or something.
did Kamala have children?
No, she never had any children. So Kamala has her husband has a daughter, and she's
Her
people
husband's
meme her
granddaughter.
because she looks. Yeah, her husband has a daughter, and she's like super art hoey. Her husband's Jewish. She looks like the most generic art ho there could ever live.
Oh, I thought
Mhm.
she was like trans or something.
No, she just. I mean, I don't. I mean, how anti-lizard people am I allowed to be on here?
She looks very like that.
Well, she looks off in the way that sometimes they can look off,
Mm-hmm.
to where somebody would be like, she looks off with a really like a trans person that started young and had a lot of like facial feminization surgery, but she's a biological woman.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the chosen few, their women look like that. I don't know why, but they do, and they're natural women.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. What do you think is a decent threshold to call a state? Like what percentage of vote? Like 20%?
Um, it depends on like previous election trends.
No, I mean
Um,
because I'm not gonna call like
I think that you
Pennsylvania.
can call a state. I think you can call a state when it's over 60%, and it's a pretty clear like somebody has a majority there. And you can use the same tools that you would use to be able to do a poll under a 3% error margin.
It also can depend on the state or like the counties that have come in, because if it's like, okay, we know these are like all the Democrat counties, they've already come in, and then like, and it's not enough to push
I'm
them
more
over.
just thinking for like safe states because I mean obviously Kentucky and Indiana there's like a 99% chance Trump is going to win them. I just am not going to call stuff right away just to add a bit of excitement. So
Oh, Kentucky is also done at 6. I do think that that's fucked up being done at 6, but
doesn't that hurt Republicans more than Democrats?
yeah.
Because I feel like they're more likely to work. So
I mean, especially when apparently, as of now, it takes days and days to actually count the votes. They could at least give them more time to do it.
it was really funny with because Defense Politics Asia is from Singapore, and he was posting on Twitter. He's like, "How is it possible that it takes like months to count? Like it takes weeks to count that?" And I'm like, "Dude, you're from a serious adult country. You don't understand how America. You don't try to understand the U.S."
I'm very afraid about Maricopa County.
Um, I think Georgia has cleaned everything up, quite a bit.
I'm
Um,
just afraid about, I mean, Maricopa County, that's Phoenix, Arizona.
yeah, I don't know. I think they did some stuff in Arizona. I'm not entirely sure though. The polls open before dawn, and it's so long as you're in line by closing, you can stay. I don't know. Also, whenever I hear about people waiting like an hour in line to vote, I don't know. It's just, it seems a little ridiculous to me.
Mhm.
Let's see here. Oh boy.
I don't know. I had a friend. One time I went, so in 2012 when we went to vote, me and my friend, I was already registered and he like I voted and he like went just a handful cuz there in Montana there's day of registry.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember he was standing in line and it was an incredibly long line and I like voted and I like was standing next to him and he's just like I don't think I'm gonna make it before the end of the day. And it was like 4 o'clock or something like that. And it
Mm-hmm.
closes at 8 in Montana. Just like it was incredibly long.
Mm-hmm. What are the odds the Democrats don't certify the election?
I think that there's a high probability there's going to be Democrats doing Jan 6 stuff.
I think it's more
I
likely that they cross the Rubicon, to be honest.
yeah.
And
I
they
mean,
say, like, I believed in the Republic, I believed in democracy.
yeah, I mean, we'll just see what happens, right? I just kind of think that if Jan 6 stuff happens, does that mean it's a color revolution? Because that goes pretty far.
I
They have a
mean,
lot more
yeah.
support, I think,
I mean, yeah, it would.
in the street.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, do we have any updates about what happened in the Georgia election, the country?
Be back in 1 sec.
We could say, Serp, do we have any updates on what happened in the Georgia election?
No, I don't know. What do you mean about
Like
updates in the Georgia
opposition,
election?
the opposition, I think that's less favorable to the EU and everything, won the election, but the rating
Oh, you mean Georgia, the country?
country, yes.
Oh, yeah. So the presidency is the pro Western guy,
Mm-hmm.
and so the opposition party to the president, who is pro Russia, won the legislature, and so the president said that it was a fake election, and
Mm-hmm.
he's trying to organize a color revolution against it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's going anywhere.
Hopefully.
Have you paid attention to the Senate seats at all?
Not really. I think everybody's focused on the presidential. What are the odds right now, or what are the?
Okay, so I'm on election betting odds for the Senate. So it's believed on election betting odds that the Republicans will pick up what the fuck? It's supposed to be at like 52, but
For
we're
the
supposed to pick
Senate?
up West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
So Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona are all supposed to go to Trump, but the Senates are supposed to be split voted to where the Democrats take the Senate. So the Senate's just a very weird thing right now because I don't know, because like people are only saying that the Republicans are only going to take seats in very hard red states like Montana and West Virginia, and then they think that Ohio is going to be a squeaker for the Republican candidate, and then think all the swing states will be split tickets where the Democrat wins the Senate and the Republicans will have a slight majority in the Senate, and nobody on earth has any idea who the fuck is going to win the House.
Yeah, the House is just kind of a dumpster fire. To be fair, if Trump picks up in some like bluish states, then that might help with some seats. Like if he does better in New Mexico or like New York or something, he might pick up a couple. It might help pick up a couple House
I
seats.
do think that he's going to pick. They're going to pick up seats in New York. So I'm just gonna say my whole spiel long term.
Yeah.
I think that is the America goes on, I think that the Rust Belt is just going to turn into redder and redder, and that the northern half of America is going to become redder, and that it's going to spread out of the Rust Belt into the Mid-Atlantic period, and that like New Jersey's going to become a swing state, and so on,
Okay.
and in like 20 years, New York may be a swing state, and then
I think
southern
Kansas
states
will
are
be a
going to
swing
move
state
bluer
in. I think Kansas will be a swing state in 20 years.
because of Mexicans, or
It's just turning blue very quick.
yeah, I think that southern states are going to move blue and northern states are going to move red because the north, because of the cold and everything, is just going to be wider.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that American voting is going to be more racialized, especially as Indians start to come into America. Unfortunately,
Yeah. The other thing, I think you made probably the best argument 4 years ago for Trump. That Trump is the accelerationist candidate.
I mean, there's no doubt about that. He clearly is the accelerationist candidate. Like, think about all they did to try and remove him from power, and then January 6th happened, and the summer of Floyd happened, and all that stuff.
Do you think Russiagate really hurt the media's credibility?
I think that the shenanigans in the election 2020 really, really hurt it more than Russiagate ever could.
I know. I don't know if it hurt the media as much. I think that did a lot of damage to the political process and to whether like conservatives think they live in a democratic society or not.
Oh yeah.
I think in terms of just the media, I feel like I hope that the whole fact checking thing has hurt them. As I've said, the term fact check actually triggers me.
It's one
Um,
of the most totalitarian terms that there's ever been in the history of the world.
I just cringe. Like I actually just cringe. It's I forget a mutual friend of ours said that when journalists go to hell, a demon whispers in the ear for all eternity. Fact check, you're here forever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, check the Discord, Argent. I sent you something good in the stream server.
Ooh, based.
Yeah, Phil. I in an old video back when I was still doing Death for Normies Party, I announced that he was our nominee in I think the 2016 election.
If Phil comes on, I hope that everything goes well. My gut feeling is that Phil would be like a super independent, like normie, like
Uh,
super like undecided, middle of the road
I
person.
I think he's probably a moderate. Like if you actually were to make him take a political test, he's probably a moderate Republican.
That's what I would think, or he's just somebody who doesn't vote. Period.
Because I mean, if you look at his political, what he said, he cares a lot about like taxes and regulations and like crime and things like that. Although probably like a lot of Americans, he's a Democrat on healthcare.
Um, I mean, I am.
Yeah,
I
I
mean, my
feel
mom pretty much votes that way just because of healthcare.
that I think was Trump's like worst single moment in this whole campaign. What was it again? I have the outline of a plan.
Hmm.
It was, or I have like the something of a plan.
Yeah, he has like something like that, but
The makings.
I think
of
that
a
Trump
plan.
is like pro. I think Trump is anti-Obamacare because he's on the Republican ticket. I don't think that he's very committed either way.
I would tend to agree. Um, I do think that that is like the number one thing Republicans are going to have to fix. Like yesterday, they need a
Yeah, but
healthcare
it's
plan.
interesting that like I don't. Do you know where you could get a poll of like what are you voting for? And it's
Uh,
going to be like abortion and economics, and
I
like
I
healthcare is going to
think
be like
I
fifth or sixth or something way down low.
I we will get that with exit polls.
Okay.
Let me see if there's any exit polls out actually. I think it's probably going to go immigration, crime. The top five are probably going to be immigration, crime, inflation, abortion. I think I don't know what
I think the economy is kind of just like the economy in general, like an abstract,
just
is
the
probably
economy.
deciding
Yeah.
it in Trump's favor. Like I think that there's just a widespread perception that like the economy is
Oh,
terrible in the United
democracy.
States.
Okay, democracy might be there. That's one of the top 5.
Is that just like a whistle for you want to establish a single party state if you're a Democrat?
Was just putting my pizza in the oven. So yeah. No, I'm gonna go over to people are just fine. That's in like half an hour.
Yeah, I'm gonna start one a little bit after you leave.
Okay, so democracy, yeah, it's probably I don't know what it even means. So is the like narrative that election fraud is metaphysically impossible?
No, I think that I mean that's what it used to be. I remember there was a high school teacher I had that used to tell the class that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the narrative is now is to just scream loser at Republicans that talk about 2020 as loud as you can until they change the subject.
Mm-hmm. Well, aren't isn't the narrative now that or is the narrative electoral fraud is good if it prevents Trump from
I mean,
uh
there's been articles that go that way that have been published, but I think that the Democrat strategy is just to scream liar until the Republican just has to move on.
uh-huh. Oh wow, I noticed a spelling error on the CNN map. They have the I in president capitalized.
Based.
And then Minnesota, I don't know if it's deliberate that the I in Minnesota is capitalized. Maybe it is. It looks like it is. Georgia, the I's. I think they just capitalized all of the I's. So Kamala Harris has an uppercase I in it, which looks like an L. Jill Stein is J3 Stilm.
Dan.
I don't know. I just think that's kind of funny. I guess they didn't bother to proofread this. Also, their I is the same key as the L, so it's good job, CNN.
I feel so proud. There was a bunch of random black ladies that were going in Montana and walking the streets asking people to sign for Robert F. Kennedy to be on the ballot, and I signed. So Robert F. Kennedy remains on the ballot in my state.
He stayed. He didn't try to withdraw from the
The states that aren't in play.
yeah. Maybe he thinks that like there's a 0.01% chance that the House might pick him if it's a tie. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm disappointed in our Libertarian Party because they said that they weren't going to run Chase Oliver. And so I thought that they're going to have Robert F. Kennedy under the Libertarian Party here, but I guess they chickened out and put Chase Oliver on anyway.
How do you feel about RFK?
So I generally kind of like believe his father was assassinated for political reasons, just like of a gut feeling. Um, I don't know about like I haven't looked into like all the healthcare stuff he talks about. I just
Can we
there's a
just
part of me that's just really skeptical of like even if like I don't know, like I'm just really skeptical of voting for a Republican.
you mean a
It's just
Democrat?
because it's Trump.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I mean like I okay, so backstory, I think I probably talked about this before in streams and on my channel. So I voted for Obama in like 2012. And I was like a socialist, like far left wing person, and I moved right wing when the Great Awakening happened, and just like the idea of like if I was the Serp Kerp that I am today in the election of 2012, I don't know if I could vote for Romney, and I would just not vote for John McCain, and I don't know if I could vote for George W. Bush
I think you said, and I kind of agree that you would probably vote for Obama,
in
even knowing what.
2008.
Yeah.
because
Um,
because
I would abstain from voting for either in 2008 or just write in Ron Paul.
yeah, I probably would have done that too. I voted for McCain, but now I think I agree with you guys because there's a non-zero chance that McCain would have deliberately got us into a war with Iran or Russia.
Uh, I think if Nikki Haley
I don't
had
even
of
think you should say non-zero. You should be like 50-50 chance.
I think
Sure.
if Nikki Haley had of won, you would have been justified in voting for Biden.
No, I would have abstained. I wouldn't vote for I wouldn't vote for a Democrat purposefully, but I would abstain from voting for the president. Um,
What about
I
RF?
mean,
Or I'd probably vote for RFK then.
you can't vote for RFK as a Catholic because he supports abortion.
Oh, I live in Canada, so that's just kind of a given.
Yeah. So, I guess like let's say that this. So I'm looking at the Montana ballot on CNN, and it goes Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, RFK Jr., Chase Oliver, Jill Stein. So let's say that it was Nikki Haley. I would rather vote for Robert F. Kennedy than Nikki Haley. Let's just put it like that.
I'll say this about
I'd
RF.
rather vote for Chase Oliver probably than Nikki Haley, and he's gay.
I think RFK. I'll say this about him. America's health is so bad. I think it's time to try something a little crazy. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I don't think that what he was. So I think that like what he was saying in his so I think that like he became a lot more popular not just because of his dad, but because of his opposition to the COVID vaccine and criticism of the healthcare industry in the United States. And so he announced his presidency during the COVID outbreak, and then COVID ended, and he's just kind of there now.
and his as I've said many times, I used to listen to his radio show back when I was in university in like 2012 or whatever, and his
Mm-hmm.
political views, as far as I could tell, are exactly the same as they
Mm-hmm.
were back then.
Is he
Um,
just like anti big party, anti corruption, kind of like independent person, or?
yeah, he's kind of like he's like a left wing populist Democrat, but he has a lot of this stuff from the Bush era, like the anti censorship stuff and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So like he's
Yeah,
very
I
anti
don't
tech.
know if I would just not vote for anybody if it, or just like I don't know if I could actively vote for him because he supports abortion if it was Nikki Haley.
Oh, here's some surprising news. Just in Milwaukee to recount 30,000 absentee ballots after, quote, issues involving the ballot stickers and the glass doors on some of the machines. Who would have thunk? Were you able to hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Milwaukee means the good earth.
so I'm kind of I don't know. So before this, and I said this in my video yesterday, um, I just I thought that Biden was going to win from cheating after 2020 in this election,
Mm-hmm.
but I just hope I'm wrong. I hope Trump wins. Like my spirit wants Trump to win, but there's a part of the back of my brain that says 2020 over and over again. And so that's why I couldn't make a positive. That's why I couldn't say who would win. I'm just really divided about the issue. because my gut's saying something and my like brain is telling me something else at the same time.
Someone's saying they thought I was in my mid-20s. That's a big F.
Mhm.
Do you know why RFK's voice is like that? Did he like, does he have one lung or something? Or?
I was some issue with when he was a baby, I think. He has some issue. I don't know what it is exactly. But like I'll give him credit for having like some interesting ideas, like something that's a bit different. Like, okay, take a look at seed oils, take a look at fluoride, additives into food. It's like that is at least
I don't
something a
think
bit
any of
different.
that stuff is wrong. I just think that like the American people are really focused on the economy and immigration right now.
No, I agree. I appreciate that like Trump did a lot like is talked about some stuff that's a little bit different. Um and I appreciate that. Spasmodic dysphonia. RFK. I don't mind. I don't I wouldn't vote for RFK over Trump. I would definitely vote for RFK over. Would you say that what you call it? I think Biden was a much stronger candidate than Kamala, even dementia Biden.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know. So, like, if Biden was stood, would the panic have continued, and would have there been like people protest voting for Jill Stein and stuff? Because I
Okay,
feel like once you have that level of panic where Obama joined in on the panic, it's like I don't think that Biden could have recovered if he stayed in.
that's true. Or let me rephrase it. I think dementia Biden is much more likable than Kamala.
Oh, that's yeah, there I think you're right there. I think I was just telling my wife that like as a person, Biden doesn't come across as very like I can't actively hate him as a person.
Yeah, like ironic because I'm pretty sure he doesn't drink, but he does feel like your old drunk like great uncle who just tells like schizo stories at a barbecue, and they're just the most like amazingly bizarre things.
And then
Like,
he occasionally says something like really based once in a while that
yeah,
sticks
I
out.
mean, like it would be cool. Like, I'd like hanging out with Biden, like, and just listening to him tell all kinds of crazy back in the day
Hey,
stories.
I want
Like,
to hang out with Hunter at some point. He seems real fun to hang out with.
yeah. But no, like I always I find Biden likable. I Here's the thing with the Rust Belt. If it was close versus Biden, I don't get how Kamala is not going to do better in sorry, is there any chance Kamala appeals more to people in the Rust Belt than Biden does? Like, is that even a vague possibility?
No, I
She
think
appeals
that
to dead
the
people, remember?
oh go ahead.
So I said she's gonna really appeal to that demographic of dead people.
That's true. Um, no, but just like because Biden like pretended to be blue collar or whatever, but I feel like he connects a lot with at least his LARP with people in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, and he really played up like the folksy. I'm one of you guys. I came from Scranton. I came from the worst blue collar stuff on earth. So
Hmm.
uh LG343, we don't really have colleges in Canada. College is, I don't know what your equivalent would be. College in Canada is like a technical school type thing. University is where you get your degree. It always confuses me whenever I hear Americans talk about college. What do you guys have in the US? Like, if you wanted to go for to be like a police officer or like a cabinet maker or a plumber or something, or I guess those are trades.
Yeah, for trades we have trade
Trade
school.
school is like technically still called college.
I'm
Like it's
trying to
usually
think.
called like city college where I am. Like
Uh,
if I wanted to get a license to be a semi truck driver, I would go to uh a like city college. It's literally called like a city college, and then you'd get like you'd get a CDL and so on. And if I wanted to
yeah,
be a welder, I'd go to the same place.
because
It's
like
like within Montana, it's integrated into the. So in Montana, there's a state higher education system, and so like there'd be like full 4-year universities, and then connected to those full 4-year universities, there's associate's degrees that let you have trade schools and just straight up trade schools. So that's how it works here.
because we
But
have the
it'd still be called college, but higher education in America is just called college either way.
okay, because colleges in Canada
'Cause-
give you diplomas or certificates normally.
yeah.
Um,
So
although, yeah,
if you ask somebody on the street who had an associate's degree that would be like a certificate in Canada, they would say I went to college.
right.
College just means higher education in like America in terms of like just the way that people talk.
Mhm.
Even like I literally said college professors, even university professors use the same language.
Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at what.
So how I don't understand. So is like if Trump wins, is he creating some kind of like cabinet position, and he's going to make Elon like he's going to create a new cabinet to like watch the other departments of the
Department
federal
of Government.
government?
Okay, he needs to
I don't
make
understand it.
needs
It's
to
like
make
stupid.
Elon like head of like autistic right wing death squads. No, he needs to do make Elon into what Batman was in The Dark Knight Returns and save America with right wing death squads.
Hmm. I just don't fully understand because doesn't Elon have to give up controlling Tesla if he became like like a member of the cabinet?
I'm not sure, or if he'll
I'm
just
pretty
be
sure.
a czar or like
I don't
uh
know if he's technically a czar. I don't think he has to, but because czars are weird where they're not like real. They're just like they're not technically real, and it's weird because sorry, I burped, but like czars, like so-called czars, don't hold any official power. They just are advisors to the president.
remember how Kamala was declared border czar, and then the media covered it up, and they're like, "No, that never happened. You're schizophrenic if you think she was called the border czar."
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I wonder if Vivek will get something.
Well, he'll help fulfill the Nerevarine prophecy. That's
If
what he'll
he
do.
was 10 years younger, I'd be like, make John Mearsheimer Secretary of State. That would be
Mm-hmm.
that would be based. I mean, John Mearsheimer isn't even like, I think he's like a liberal.
He's in his 70s, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's just like, I like how like I feel happy for him because I remember I read some of his stuff back when I was in university, and it's kind of funny to see he's kind of become a bit of a celebrity on the like dissident right podcast sphere.
Yeah.
And I think he's actually a liberal. Like he supported Bernie. Um,
Well, he's just a realist, right?
yeah,
That doesn't being a geopolitical realist doesn't mean that you're within your own country like American social liberal versus American like conservative.
no. So, um, but yeah, no, I'm kind of happy for him. Just in his old age, he's got like an audience of like young people. It's just kind of a, I don't know, a touching story.
Is
Maybe
it
that's the right
bad
thing for
that
me to say.
I don't know. I mean, how racist can I be here?
Mildly.
So Vivek is loyal, so I would reward Vivek if I was president. If I was Trump, loyalty is more important to me than white nationalist talking points. Sorry that I'm an arch pragmatist here.
Well, I mean, that's true. I mean, Trump.
So I would say politically, what I've learned the most since Trump becoming president is that loyalty is the most important thing. In to have power, you must have loyalty, and that ideology and like competence are tertiary compared to loyalty.
Um,
Sorry if that
yep.
makes me like a Saddam Hussein or something, like some kind of like dumb Arab despat. Wow, my tongue is a little tied, but despot. If I'm some kind of like dumb tin pot dictator from the Middle East that believes loyalty above all else, but it's true.
I mean, that's what sunk Trump the first time.
Mm-hmm. I just think I would choose I would choose a pretty incompetent person if they were loyal to me over anybody that was unloyal to Trump the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Do you think Kushner's coming back, or do you think he learned his lesson on that one?
We'll see.
I think he's.
I think that he's not coming back because I think that, first of all, I think that she just supports her dad because she loves her dad. I don't think that she's a Republican or a populist.
Uh-huh.
And I just kind of think that there's there's a lot of heavy criticism towards him trying to put his kids in the positions of power. So I don't think he's really coming back.
Mm-hmm.
You think he should put Barron in charge of something?
Obviously, Barron should be in charge of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I like how Trump is aware about all the Barron memes.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. If you two want to just talk for a minute, I'm just gonna go check my pizza, and then when I get back, I'll switch over.
Well, uh,
Read any good books lately?
yeah. So like I said, I was reading this book. Let me get up the exact title. So the title is, I bought all these books on Audible. To Start a War by Robert Draper. I think Robert Draper probably is some kind of like um Trump like brained like psychopath now, but like he just kind of talks about kind of like a day-to-day how George W. Bush decided to go into Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
And it talks about stuff like Bush just jumping head over heels and defending Muslims and stuff like that, and just how now because I've been drinking for this stream, so I can't remember everybody's name, but let
What are
me
you
just
drinking?
what? Oh, I had a Carlsberg first, Danish style Pilsner, and now I'm on to my PBRs. I got a dozen PBR in 16-ounce PBRs for this election.
Sorry, I started seeing red because I've become a beer snob. A beer snob. So
Ooh, is
I don't.
drinking a PBR like
That's
horrifically bad?
that's low class, Midwestern behavior. You
Hey,
PBR.
amen to that, baby.
True, but no, I live near a store that sells beer from all over the world, and it made me really upset when the Russia-Ukraine war started because you could get tons of like decent enough Russian beer for really cheap, but now they stopped selling it.
How is Russian beer, by the way?
It is okay. It's cheap.
Oh,
That's what matters. You get really big bottles for cheap.
so is the whole America and Russia are the same country, and that they're fated to be enemies meme true when it comes to beer? Then
Probably.
okay.
But no, yeah, I like. I'm not really a heavy. Well, I don't like hard liquor very much, except for there's a couple cocktails that I like. Like I discovered spiced apple cider and Jim Beam's Red Stag whiskey actually go pretty well together. It's a nice. It doesn't taste a lot like alcohol or whiskey, but it's a very nice kind of. It's a perfect fall drink when it's cold out.
Y- Yeah, can I get back so I'm not like losing in the tangent about talking about beer? Because I think we could talk about beer longer and it's actually more
Sure.
interesting. But I was just saying the book talks a lot about how Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz were like complete idiots, and Richard Perlman and all the neocons, and how they had like these bizarre ideas that Iraq was responsible for like the first World Trade Center bombing, and it talks at length about how Rumsfeld was an incredibly incompetent manager as head of the Department of Defense.
Mm-hmm.
And
Go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll let you finish on that.
Oh, just so I got this Carlsberg, which is a Pilsner, Danish style Pilsner, and so this is what we get locally as far like I don't know. I don't really want to city dox myself, but the last town I used to live in, the only like uh European beer we'd really get was like Heineken, and we have somewhat more selection now where I'm at. Have you had these Carlsbergs before?
I've actually not had Carlsberg. I've had PBRs before, and I didn't quite care for it. But
Oh, okay. Yeah. What do you usually are you really into like microbrews then?
I do drink from smaller craft breweries a lot. I like that for larger companies though. I actually really like the Kirin Ichiban. Uh, like the Japanese style beer tends to be really good. But since of where I am, I can get like actual German beer. And a whole bunch of different types of it. So you can really
Oh yeah, here
that.
it's just Heineken and Pillsbury
I know
mostly, or
Heineken's
Carlsberg.
in Europe.
Sorry.
So
Okay.
yeah, and then yeah, I like that. Wine wise, actually, upstate New York is a pretty extensive wine growing region, so I can get a lot of nice stuff here. Um,
Oh yeah.
Okay.
like
Well.
I love
So.
go.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll just
Oh.
finish up.
Okay. Just finish. Yeah. I just. I'm gonna have to go in a minute. So sorry. Just once again, people, don't leave. I'm just gonna put up a stream starting soon, and I'll probably be back in like 15 to 20 minutes. So if you want to get some food, use the bathroom, get a drink, that kind of thing. But
Scream
we're
into
gonna
a
be
pillow.
continuing.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm gonna leave your Discord then and start my stream up.
Okay. Thank you,
I'm
man. Thanks for
I
coming
just
on.
wanted to say one more thing. Deep loyalty for PBR is what I grew up on, and I'll always be loyal to you, P-Bird.
Who's
Well, amen to that, I
PBR?
guess. Yeah, it's a bit
The master race of beer.
Oh, okay.
disgusting. Sorry.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on, man. Thanks for coming on,
Yep.
Fritz.
Yep.
See you
I'll
guys.
probably be
Okay.
hopping around if you want to have me back on later.
Okay. I'll see where it
Yep.
goes.
See ya.
See ya. Okay, guys. So I will be back in a little bit. Once again, you don't have to leave. I have to go into the waiting room, and then when Kino Casino starts, I will jump on. I will redo this. Um, yeah, so I might talk to Chad a bit. We'll see how it goes. But once again, if Kino Casino, if I want to leave there early or whatever, I'll get Fritz and Serp to come back on. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Gonna go grab my dinner while we're waiting. I'm just waiting for the call to start. So I just have my desktop audio muted. Let me see if there's anything in the chat. I'll have to watch Locust Eaters, a good choice, a patrician choice. I'm really enjoying Sargon's redemption arc. I actually watched Lotus Eaters, which is more than I could say for a lot of right leaning media. Let's see here. Polak beer, Peanut the squirrel, Vivek ambassador to India. That's a good idea, actually. That would be a good way of using his talents. Georgia about to drop. Actually, let's see here. While I'm waiting, let's see if I can call any states while we wait. Let me see if they even gone. Oh, okay. No, they're doing the cold open over. So I'm just waiting to the call to happen. So I think that we can call. I'm going to call India, Kentucky, and Vermont. I think is fair. I don't think anybody really was expecting anything different. Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont. So we're gonna call those. It's Georgia's gonna drop soon, and that's gonna be the big one. 20% of the votes are in for Florida. I'll wait a little bit longer. Um, so yeah, Florida should be counted in like a very short period of time. So I'm gonna call those so far. It's a bit early, but neither Kentucky nor Indiana are competitive, and I wanted to call something before I switch streams. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just mute them and I'll mute myself if we're gonna call uh if I'm gonna call a state. So we'll see how it goes. Trump is currently winning, but there's still the Sun Belt and there's a bunch of other stuff to come in. Oh no, I'm on edge too. It's a long night and I can't get super excited. So okay, so they should have me on any minute now, so I'll be back in a few. It's gonna be the same stream. I just am I'm just gonna wait in the green room. But once the actual Kino Casino stream starts, I will switch over to that. I'm in the Discord, so you'll be able to hear the audio and everything. No, like guys, you don't I'm gonna be restreaming it here, so you don't have to worry about moving over to another one. So yeah. I don't want people to leave, so we'll see. Just they seem to be taking a while to start. So yeah, it looks like they're just getting ready. Let me just make sure my setup is right. Okay, yep, that is up. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm on someone else's schedule at the moment, so we'll see. Anyways, while I'm waiting to get called in, some more results just dropped. So let's just take a quick peek at these. We have Florida is coming in. Florida is coming in 26%. Trump is up 4 percentage points. So I think I'm going to call Florida. Is there any objections in chat if I call Florida? I didn't think so. So we're going to call Florida. I don't think that is a surprise to anybody. So. Yeah. Hopefully the setup is it just not showing in the other? I don't know. So it's the best day ever. Yeah, I'm just not streaming their music because I don't. I'm just and it's always good to have an abundance of caution when it comes to YouTube music. When it comes to anything related to music on YouTube. I have so many windows open. It's kind of hard to keep even track of them. But yeah, I'm gonna call Florida. Florida is for Trump. Virginia is. Oh, George is coming in. Let's see. Oh, okay. It's mostly from Atlanta at the moment. Okay, so that would explain why George is so red. I don't think South Carolina is a swing state, so I'm not really worried about that. Virginia, I don't know where that even is. Yeah, I think Indiana is safe Trump. I can't see Trump losing Indiana. Let's see here. Trump could win Virginia. I just don't think it's happening, to be honest. Bottom site is CNN. That is the CNN one. Oh, okay. Looks like they got dressed up for the election. Okay, well, I'm gonna flip this back on. I'll be on in a minute.
that they know 100% for sure what's going to
I'll
happen.
just put their show
I
on
think is lying to
as
you
kind of
and
a
grifting you.
a
It
lead
could
up.
really go either way tonight.
So
Yeah.
You know? And so I honestly view it as 50-50, and I see the value. They had Kamala at 2.4 to 1. Earlier today, I saw her as high as 2.62 to 1.
it looks like they're not going to do like
a
a green room
I see the
exactly. So I'll
value
just
in the
leave it
call.
on at the moment
Because
until they
at this
bring me
point,
on.
if Trump loses, I'm going to be devastated.
Me
you
too.
know?
Me
And
too.
I really want to lose this bet on Kamala, but my cope is if she does win, at least I have $2,000.
Yeah.
And it's not really a great cope, you know, the $2,000 profit, because ultimately the whole world will be going down.
Everything is
Let's
over.
pray that PPP gets felted tonight of all nights.
Please.
Please let PPP lose
Tonight
his bet.
the House does not want to
I
win.
have cemented Trump's victory by putting this bet on. There's no way I can win a bet of this size and magnitude. It's just never going to happen. So all of you can thank me now for ensuring Donald Trump's victory, for making this sacrifice for all of you so that America can be made great again.
Woo! If Kamala wins, I'm going to say the hard R. Listen, Kick, if I could say the hard R one time on a show, it's got to be if Kamala wins.
Patrick Amsterdam saying the Electoral College favors Trump. It's not 50-50. I don't think it favors Trump at all. You got to understand what Trump has to do tonight. He basically has to win every swing state. If Georgia goes wrong, it's over. If Arizona goes wrong, it's basically over. He needs to thread the needle in the Sun Belt, carry North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and then he has to win one of the Great Lakes states. Right now, it's looking like Michigan's probably off the board. Wisconsin could be. I think the best chance is in Pennsylvania. I think most of the experts are saying it probably comes down to Pennsylvania. But I would not be surprised if Kamala fucked Trump in Georgia and derailed the whole thing.
But
I got to say, that's probably the state that I'm most worried about is Georgia tonight. When you've got Fulton County, Cobb County, the precincts in Atlanta, we know what happened there in 2020. We know, folks, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
you know what? I really hope it's the opposite. I hope it's just clean sweep. You know, I hate when it's close.
Well,
I get what you're saying. I hope it's like, oh, fuck. You know, it's over.
I hope it's just a clear decision. I hope that by the end of tonight, we know.
Yeah.
This whole business of we're not going to know for 4 days,
No,
a week,
no,
or
no.
2 weeks. Let's have it end tonight, please, for the love of God. And we're going to be up all night long until it's over.
Yeah.
Andy is planning to be up until noon tomorrow.
I'll be here till
I'm
noon.
going to try and fight on until 6 in the morning, and then
Yeah.
I'm probably going to pass out.
We're doing, I mean, you know.
I think that realistically what's going to happen is that Trump, it's probably going to be a replay of 2020. Trump's going to come out to a big lead. By midnight, it's going to look like Trump's cruising to a victory, and they're going to call it the Red Mirage again. It's the Red Mirage, and then the ballots will start to come in at 3 a.m., and they'll stop counting around 1, 2 in the morning. Then around 3,
Once again,
4
guys,
suddenly we'll
I'm
see
just
huge
playing this
ballot
as kind of a
dump
prelude
in
until I come
Maricopa
on.
County, Arizona, Fulton County, Georgia, and you know, we know this song and dance, but I think we have some guests that want to get in here.
We got guests. Oh, but real fast, I want to say, guys, yeah, we are heading all night. I got 7 Monster Energy drinks ready for this. And we have guests. Yeah, we have a lot of guests. Alex Stein, Gabe Hoffman, Josh Moon's going to be here in a second. We got, what was his name? Sorry, I have never met him before. The
Argent 777.
Argent 777, who does
Those
more.
of you who don't know Argent, he does a lot of political content, a lot of content focusing on Canadian politics and stuff like that. I did an election stream with him when Trudeau won last back in 2021.
Negative flap on
So
Trudeau.
I thought we'd bring him on for the 2024 election. Let's give these guys a call. Let's bring some of these guys.
So I'm gonna hide the screen over here.
Hey, we have Argent has joined.
Hello, Argent.
Steve Cambion as well. The legend Steve Cambion, fresh off his massive performance last night. We also have potentially criminal here, Sean, our lawyer, our chief legal counsel. Sean, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing real good.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling sassy.
Remember
You're looking good, Andy.
family, right? Yeah.
And we
I
have
remember
Gabe
you.
Hoffman. Gabe Hoffman is here.
Hey,
He is on the
guys.
panel already. All right,
Let's stop
who
with the
wants to
voice.
go first? Give us your take on the election, your predictions. Do we have anybody volunteer?
Let's start with potential criminal Sean. Let's get
Sean, give
Sean.
us your take.
Sean,
Yeah,
what are you thinking?
I think he's gonna make it work tonight. I don't think he's. For a while, I was thinking he'd do like better than 300 votes, but I bet he gets like 280.
Okay.
Which states do you have him winning, Sean? Do you have him winning Pennsylvania, Wisconsin?
Yes.
How do you think he gets there?
Oh, hold on, let me bring it back up. How did I?
Here, I could share the Here, I'll share the CNN we got open here.
Yeah, I have. Hold on, here I'm trying to bring up.
There we go. It's open right there. If you want to hit watch, you could check it out.
Already, they called Florida. No, they didn't call Florida yet. Okay.
No, but I have. No.
No, it's
It
not
used to be. It's kind of crazy how things have shifted because back in the mid 2000s, that was the big swing state.
So
And
was
now-
Ohio.
Yeah, and now Ohio's totally off the board. Florida is basically off the board. It's kind of wild. I never really thought I'd see the day.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
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 Well, Virginia was a state that always was reliably red. And then all of a sudden, overnight, it's like deep blue, and it doesn't seem like there's any hope of it flipping. It's kind of
It's the
wild.
government workers.
Yeah. All the feds coming in, the Pentagon workers, you know.
Yeah, it's those 6 counties up on the border that
Well,
dictate
Gabe,
that place.
let's hear from Gabe. Let's hear from Gabe Hoffman. Gabe, what's your prediction for tonight?
Let's see. Does my boomer tech work here? Does
It's
my
working.
microphone
I
work?
can't believe it.
I tried calling you, but we were busy with
Congratulations, Boomer. You
Let's
did
go.
it.
Let's
You
go.
did it.
Boomer Dub. Bring it up.
So the way I look at it is this. I look at where the money is going. I'm not talking about the
I mean,
poly market
wait,
or
chill,
the.
What
chill,
a thing
chill.
for Gabe to say. The very first thing out of our Israel Jew correspondent is we gotta focus on where the money is. What? Go on, you're right though. You're right though. Gabe.
Imagine a Jew saying that. Wow. I'm shocked myself.
I love Gabe.
Well, what can I say? So,
He's rough out there. It's true.
so I don't look at the online betting market so much. I mean, Kalshi is the only one that is both regular.
Oh, I forgot to unmute myself. Sorry.
But those can be moved by only a few $1 million. There's actually a guy, they found out there's like a whale, a guy in France who bet like almost all his net worth, like 40 million on Trump, and he moved the odds a lot. So what I look at is the bond market, right? Like the big Jewish money, if you know what I'm saying. And the bond market today, in my view, said that Kamala was going to win, unfortunately. Now I'll explain why quickly.
No.
So basically, it's this: if Trump wins, we know the Republicans are going to win the Senate, and if Trump wins, they likely take the House, meaning they control the government. And that would mean extension of tax cuts or more tax cuts. Whereas if you have a divided government, that's not likely to happen, especially when you get the Trump tax cuts expiring at the end of 2025. So when bond prices go up, it means the interest rate comes down. And that's what happened today. So the market was saying, no, Trump's not. The bond market, government bonds were saying, no, Trump's not going to win. Kamala is. And look, full disclosure, my donations are all public. I've never voted for a Democrat. I never will. I want Republicans to win. I'm just telling you what I see. I didn't bet on it or anything, but
Well, I did, so
Fair.
it sounds really good for me. It sounds like I'm winning $2
Is
grand
it worth
tonight,
$2
Dave.
grand? Is it worth $2 grand for the fall of America? I mean,
Well,
come on.
oh,
It's an
like,
interesting
listen,
take there.
at least I'll have $2 grand. And inflation might make it worthless, but at least I'll have the $2 grand.
So I've got to my left-hand side, like this is my personal computer, and I got my work computer over there. So there's something on Bloomberg, big Jewish money, which has all of the swing state, odds, but more importantly, how much they shifted over the last 24 hours. And Nevada was in Trump's camp, about 70% chance until about a few hours ago, and it's dropped by 14 points. Now it's about a dead heat in Nevada. There's a lot of early voting data, but you basically know what the party is, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. You don't know who they voted for, but Nevada's not big enough to swing the election. But I'm just saying, people are saying it's shifting toward Harris. And yesterday, John Ralston came out and he said that he thinks, Harris is going to win by half a point. And I got to tell you, he's called like every Nevada election right for the past 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked, and I messaged Josh. Josh has just joined us. I was shocked to see that Trump was the favorite in Nevada, because Nevada hasn't gone red since Bush. It's been 20 years of Democratic dominance in Nevada, and with everybody from California moving in there, I figured it was the lock to be blue. But up until today, yeah, it's been favored for Trump. But Josh, you are here.
Josh, what's up, man?
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well.
Nice to see you.
How's my mic? I had to set this all up on the fly. Am I sounding okay?
You sound
Great.
fantastic.
Amazing.
Amazing. Josh, man,
what
welcome.
is your take for tonight? What is your prediction? We know you didn't vote.
I don't vote, of course not. I just in case anyone's wondering, I actually believe that every single vote is shredded, every single digital vote is just discarded, and they don't actually count anything. And it's all fake. I actually believe that. But as far as the theater,
Blackmail.
You got a lot of faith in our electoral system, right?
as far as the theater goes, though, I'm actually thinking Trump's going to win just because I've seen a lot of exit poll stuff that's showing that half of Latinos and 70% of blacks are voting for Harris, which sounds high, but I think it's usually Yeah, it's 90% usually the black vote is locked in for the Democratic across the ticket. So if she's only getting 70% of the black vote, that's her margin that she wins by. That 20% difference on a 13% population is the margin that you win states by. And if she's not getting that, well, her chances are shit.
Well, we heard Obama complaining black men are staying home, that black men aren't turning out for Kamala Harris. They don't want to vote for a woman, and Latinos also have that traditional kind of values. A lot of them are Catholic. There might be some hesitancy to vote for a woman as well. I think might be part of it. But go ahead. What did you want to say, Arjun? You had something?
Yeah, just if she's at 60% with blacks, I think it's over. Especially considering that there's a lot of blacks in Georgia and Michigan. I think there's some in Pennsylvania, but normally they vote 90% Democrat. So that's, even if it's a small percent of the population, Trump lost by 60,000 votes or something last time?
It was a razor thin margin, 70,000 votes, right?
So there's two things. There's two things in those states. Trump's already been complaining online about Pennsylvania and about Philadelphia. The numbers in Philadelphia show that they may get a record margin, record turnout. People who live in Philadelphia who are Democrats are saying they've just been getting completely hounded by the Harris ground game in terms of literally like chasing them down and making.
I'm in Philly.
dragging them to
It's
the polls
nonstop. I'm in Philly. It's nonstop. They call my phone. They text my phone. I don't know how they got my phone number. There's always some. Oh, we're calling Democrats for Kamala. We want to make sure we can count on your support.
So
They're calling, and it's not just me. This living in Pennsylvania for the past couple of months has been a nightmare.
Really?
Everybody is getting harassed on their phone. Every radio ad you hear is Kamala. Every YouTube video you watch, streaming services, wherever you're getting a commercial, regular TV, it's all Kamala ads, nonstop.
So that's what they're saying is that they're looking at the numbers and they're thinking that she may get 50,000 more in terms of a margin out of Philly than Biden did in 2020.
Yeah, guys, just let me know if the audio balance is okay. I can adjust it.
Said constant calls. If you go, all right, fine, I'll vote for her. You know what I mean?
They're like $200 for some kind of outreach program, which to me is trying to buy votes. But whatever.
Oh yeah, they have walking around money in Philly. That's what they call it.
Yeah, they're going to give you $200 if you go help them get the vote out, whatever that means. Yeah, they're texting a lot of people in Pennsy, including me, that they'll give you $200 to help them get the vote out. And I don't know what that entails.
Yeah, it's called walking around money. It's been
a friend of mine told me that he signed up and they just asked him to go knock on all his neighbors' doors and talk up Kamala, and then they gave him a $200 wire transfer.
Now,
So,
I have heard a big talk from Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk that he's got everybody in the campaign harvesting 100 ballots each, and that they're going to deliver huge in Pennsylvania and the swing states. Have you heard anything about that, Gabe? Do you think that Charlie Kirk and TPUSA are going to make a big difference or no?
Well, not to avoid your question, PPP, but I think the bigger thing is the Elon Musk operation with turnout, because he spent $150 million or something. And I don't know, have you guys seen like the news stories about it?
He survived the court case on that, yeah.
Yeah,
Looks like
the
$1
million daily lottery thing?
No. So his like political action committee was they set it up to like go knock on people's doors, and they wanted to knock on millions of people's doors, right? But here's the thing. There's like some lawsuits that came out from the workers. Like basically you're talking about like suburbs in like Wisconsin, right? Suburbs in like Michigan that are like your target if you want to, knock on Republican doors. And they had like black people like that they were employees like in vans and stuff that were like from out of state, and the vans didn't even have seats. And Elon totally screwed this up. Like if you have a ground game, like it takes 6 months to a year in advance to set up. If it's in the suburbs, you got to have somebody like who's from the neighborhood, their kids went to school with their kids or something. You just can't have a bunch of like, random people that are not even from the area, like knocking on doors and saying, do you want to vote for Trump? It's just not going to work.
Well, in his defense, he's kind of new at politics, so I think he meant well, maybe.
It's a hell of a learning curve, though.
But I'm in Pennsylvania, and
quickly interrupt. West Virginia has been called for Trump.
Oh,
that's no surprise.
That's no surprise.
One thing I'm finding very surprising is I'm looking at the Florida count. It's not on screen right now, but they said 60% of the vote is already in Florida.
Yeah.
And that always happens.
Yeah,
we've got in Pennsylvania too. We've got Cambria County, Luzerne County, and a bunch of other counties, all Republican counties. And sometimes I think they're not even trying to help us dispel conspiracy theories, because all the voting scanning machines are down in all of these Republican counties all throughout the state of Pennsylvania.
That's so obviously
that's a problem. Like, and they don't know they don't even know what they're going to do about it. I made a few calls today just out of curiosity because I happen to have press credentials and they'll answer my questions. And Luzerne County said, well, we plan on letting people fill out their paper ballot and drop it off. And when we get the vote scanning machine issue resolved, then we'll scan them. And I said, how long is that going to take? And they had no idea. So, it's like a breeding ground for conspiracy theories.
Every election
happened on the Democrat side. All of this. And by the way, I'm an independent. I'm not a Republican or I'm not leaning either way. I'm not even voting. But it always seems funny to me that all of the glitches and all of the stuff that goes wrong, it always favors the Democrats. We've got the Google glitch. We've got Kamala manipulating the Google algorithm with news stories positive to her. We've got her manipulating Reddit.
There's no glitches.
We've got the biggest podcast in the world that has ever been done, Trump on Rogan, and somehow when you search for it on YouTube, you can't find it.
Yep.
It's not all accidents. I don't care what they say.
Though, has anybody in this call actually voted?
Yes,
I have.
Oh yeah, of course.
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I voted Trump in 2016 when I was in Pensacola.
I gotta say, just to counteract a little bit of
Me and 300 dead people voted together.
every election
As
cycle,
is tradition in PA.
every election cycle we hear this about the voting machines and there's corruption and this and that. And I'm old enough to remember in 2004, like the Kerry campaign complaining about Bush rigging voting machines and stuff like that.
I was just talking about that.
Like, that's the don't tase me, bro guy.
Yeah. Well,
No,
Gabe,
in Florida, it was the dangling Chads. Remember
Yeah.
when they did whole marches and they were holding the thing?
Oh, God.
And-
Trying to decide which way the Chad is
Yeah.
dangling.
And for Gabe, I know.
The
I was going to say, Gabe, you probably remember back in the day, because I remember hearing these stories like, oh, there were boxes of ballots. Like some poll workers just like derp, 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 throwing and they just happen to have boxes of ballots in the back of their car. It's like, oh, look what I found. You know, that's
At 3 o'clock in the morning,
version.
and blacking out the windows so nobody's allowed to look in, rejecting Republican poll watchers. And by the way, I do speak from some experience because in Philadelphia, it's very easy to get a job for either side. That's pretty lucrative, to do some things on election day. I always used to sign up, but I never saw corruption on the Republican side or anything that was really shady. But I saw shady shit on the Democrat side all the time. They would turn away voters like I was a poll watcher on the Republican side, and I'd have to get provisional ballots because they're turning away all, the guy shows me his driver's license and he like clearly lives in the district. He's voting in the right place. They're like, you're not registered. Something's not right. So you give them a provisional ballot, but then they don't even count those sometimes. So yeah, there's just PA is famous for political corruption and shenanigans.
Go ahead, Arj.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, somebody's been calling in a bunch of bomb threats to like majority black places in DeKalb County in Georgia today. I don't know if you saw that.
They're saying they originated from Russian email addresses.
I know that this stream is leaning more right wing, so I know it's like anathema to say it, but like I believe Republicans cheat too. Like,
and I think the reality is when you're talking about like power and the game of power, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. And they do it. Republicans do it differently though, with gerrymandering and trying to redistrict things to their advantage and changing, whatever they can.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm sure there's cheating on both sides, but I just, as a poll worker, I saw so much Democratic crap,
Oh, 1 second. Tetrabacks with 25.
Woo! Huge support for this stream.
We want more.
I really appreciate it. All right, thanks. And by the way, we're winning. What is it? 23-3? Is that the?
So
I just know
far,
sports. This is like sports.
Well, 2% in North Carolina, Kamala way ahead, but that's way too early.
There's some on the order of the votes.
If there's one Democrat state or one Republican state where you could see a surprise, it is North Carolina, because Trump anointed that guy Mark Robinson in the primary against a conservative Republican, congressman. So Robinson won the primary. He was lieutenant governor, and he's crazy. He's like the black Nazi. They found out online and stuff. So the governor's going to lose, that race by like 15 points, and in a tight race, it could drag down the top of the ticket.
Well, North Carolina has a lot of issues.
Well, they
going
have
on for it
the
right now.
fact half the state got wiped out is another big problem.
Yeah, they're not going to
Yeah.
be too pleased with that. And it's also that they're a very black state, and if the black turnout's very low, then that leans in the favor of the Republicans.
Well,
Now-
does anybody really believe Kamala is black? Like, do black people view her as black, or do they view
I
her as
black
Indian?
friends, and I'm from Philly, and all of them are saying the same thing. They're like, "This woman isn't even black. They're trying to,
Pardon me?
they're trying to pull one over on us. She's not even really.
Oh, you fell out of a coconut tree, Steven.
Yeah. She's
All right,
not
go
even
ahead,
really
Arjun.
black.
Let's-
Not
let's-
really
let's-
black.
Sorry,
But
just
it
if
is-
I could
it
do
is
that.
interesting. It is interesting that Trump got like again. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I don't really. I don't think the federal election matters too much to my family, except for the inflation. It's out of control. But like, it's so funny that Trump says she just decided she was black, and he got attacked viciously for that. And the truth is, when she was elected to Senate, she said first Indian. You know, she didn't even acknowledge that she was black. So she did turn black suddenly. No offense, Miss.
And she always changed.
Man of the woman of the middle class.
By the
Yeah.
way, DJ Ray, 1967 for another
25
Ooh.
Woo!
Nice.
Holy.
Whoa.
Nice.
Let's go to
But you know,
Arjun.
I've
He was
noticed-
trying to get a word
I
in
know,
edgewise.
Okay. Oh no, sorry. Go
Arjun.
ahead, Andy.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, you go. You go.
You go. Let him
Okay, I was
You
just
win.
gonna say, as counter to kind of some of the dooming, I think just for people who are worried about Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona, if you looked at the early voting, the Republicans actually won the early vote, which I am kind of in shock over. Kamala would have to somehow win on election day in order to take those two states. I mean, it's not improbable. I call it ethics in video game journalism, that there will be no ethics in video game journalism in this election, but I just find it very hard to believe that those three states are going to flip on election day.
Well, before this election, it was always that Republicans voted on election day and the Democrats always voted early. And then the Republicans have been pushing this idea, no, vote early. And it's really the first time it's happened. So to your point, we don't really know, is it a surge in total Republicans, or is it Republicans just cannibalizing the election day vote? We'll find out at the end of tonight.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like they might have given themselves an early lead, but they won't have the normal election day results that we're used to seeing.
I wanted to ask Gabe this specifically before he leaves, because I know he's busy. Do you think the Democrats will regret not picking Shapiro as vice president? Do you think it'll come back to
Oh,
bite
fuck
them?
yeah.
I think they will.
I mean, if she loses Pennsylvania, he's got like a 65% approval rating in Pennsylvania. Like, look,
people
he's
like
a Democrat.
people love him here. Even
Yeah,
Republicans love him here. Yeah.
He made his name as Attorney General. He really went after the whole Catholic Church, thing. He got all the files open and
The
stuff.
sex scandal stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and he won when he ran for governor by like 15 points. He actually appointed a Republican to be like the equivalent of Secretary of State to like oversee the elections. Like he did a school choice thing with Republicans. He's very popular. And I mean, you saw Waltz is an idiot.
I couldn't believe. I'm in Pennsylvania, and I couldn't believe because I knew it was down to the Pennsylvania governor or a few other governors. I could not believe it. And why isn't it widely believed? You're a political expert. Isn't it widely believed that she did that because she was afraid of upsetting the pro-Palestinian faction of the Democratic Party? Because she's Jewish.
Saying.
Yeah.
Well,
was
speaking of
he
that,
interested, or did could he have declined it?
Well, before I go, when PPP, and Worski, when you guys did the Lucas Gage segment right before you went on vacation, I was out for dinner that night. I didn't send you super chat, and I was saying that hey, people chat wanted a Gabe emote, so that I would put on the talus and the yarmulke and give you a good emote. You can get help your drift out. You know what I mean?
Wait, I'll blow the shofar. I'll blow the shofar at the same
on,
time.
On that note, let's ask one more question, Gabe. Which candidate is going to be better for the Jews and better for Israel? I guess that's two separate questions, but which candidate, in your opinion, would be better for the Jewish people if they were elected?
You know what? I'm a cynic, and I think that we're just tools, and either side uses us, and it doesn't matter. But I got to tell you something.
Base
I was gonna do the emote, and I was gonna do the short video PPP. But I realized something. I shouldn't be paying you money. You should be paying me money, motherfucker.
You fucking piece of shit! Fuck the fucking Eagles, buddy! Listen, you son of a fucking bitch!
They fucking suck. $60 million a
That's
year.
it! I'm no longer a Zionist! That's it, Gabe!
I
I'm
like
no
this guy
longer a
as opposed
Zionist!
Eagles
This
fan.
is
Yeah, this is pretty autistic, but it is what it is.
every time with this.
Always causing problems.
Oh,
But seriously, with Jews, you win. So I will
it's true.
put on the talus, put on the yarmulke, and you can have your Gabe emote. You can take a picture and get some subs and
Buddy,
get an
your
emote.
It's a
shofar
proper
blowing
Jewish
is
man.
so bad.
Yeah,
All right.
It's bad again.
It's all right.
Is that
Josh, thoughts?
Do you want to picture me, holding my hands,
Yeah, we'll see, guys. I don't have to stay on here all night. If I don't know. Apparently he's gonna leave soon, so hopefully it'll be a bit better. Oh well, we'll see how it goes.
Wow. So
Really serious political stream.
By the way, I really think Trump's winning. If Trump doesn't win, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind tonight. I swear to God. There's no way she could win. She is the most annoying. She wasn't even elected to be. She was placed. She was forced in there.
She was coronated. Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
lady who couldn't pull
American politics.
She could
so
pull
much.
1% in Iowa,
Well,
And I love how she went from the most.
Canadians are obsessed with America, Josh. Like, the people up here, they don't pay attention to our own politics. They don't care because none of them tune in to CBC. They're all watching CNN or Fox News.
No one cares about
Here's what I
CBC,
think.
Yeah.
I'm being 100% serious. The U.S., when we did Manifest Destiny, however long ago, we wanted Canada to eventually join the Union, and it never happened.
There was the whole war in 1812, and the White House got burned down, Josh.
Well,
Canada
also-
won.
I'm just saying that we originally wanted Canada to join.
54-40 or fight.
Franchise all the Canadians and let them vote in our elections. They will become so enamored with Americanism that they will just eventually forget their own country and they'll just become
Not
states.
even a country. At this
All
point,
these
it's
guys, all those
economic
guys
growth.
have is maple syrup and shitty beer like Molson.
No, now it's all.
So of course they would
Indian
prefer
people.
the American. Come on.
Listen, our beer is stronger, okay? And our football is only 3 downs, and it's a bigger ball, okay? It's tremendous. It's tremendous. Look, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think if Canada was absorbed into the Union, though, it would be really bad for the U.S. because you would get a ton more Democratic senators.
It would be
Universal
10 blue
health-
states.
Yeah, it would be 10
It is.
blue states. Even Alberta would probably be
Mm.
blue.
It
I mean,
depends
you
on
guys
what
have
party
let in
does
so
it.
many terrorists. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I
the
know,
terrorists have taken
You
over
got the
Canada.
Speaks all bumping each other off up
Would
there.
you see yesterday in Brampton? It's near me actually. There's an Indian civil,
Yeah.
Indian uprising.
Speaks and the Indians are going at it.
What would it be when 2 other countries have a war in a third country?
A
Well,
proxy
it's their
war?
country.
An
It's their,
invasion.
Yeah.
it's their country now, buddy. Like,
Destination
It's a
campaign.
proxy war, I guess. But
Maybe
then
we'll be led
came
by
in and-
by a Hindu, and then we'll go to war with Britain when it's led by a Pakistani over the status of Kashmir.
oh, man.
No, dude, it's actually getting fucked up here. By the way, the Spanish Inquisition has gifted 25
And
subs.
Q on Kick
Nice.
with this
Oh,
Inquisition.
chat.
Wow.
We have a bunch
Let's
of
go.
dono chats
Let's
that came in,
go.
but I'm gonna wait until a few of our guests leave and we
Yeah.
have some clear airtime
Well,
to read out all the donos.
Awesome.
Ashton and Andy, have you? Well, I guess you guys don't work in an office, but I find basically all the women in my office just constantly complain about Trump and
Oh yeah,
and
it
bitch
was like
about
that back when I worked in an office. Yeah, it was.
and
Exactly.
and
back
they're
when I was
just
working. Yeah.
they're just talking about how like Canadians are obsessed with hating red state Americans. At least that's what I find. They were just someone was just going on a rant about how North Dakota is the worst place on earth because everyone owns guns there and they vote for Trump, and how all the Southern states.
Western Canada is based like Saskatchewan, Manitoba.
Yep.
They're based out there.
I live
Just
in
take
Manitoba.
Alberta and fuck the rest of them.
Alberta, Edmonton.
I'll tell you what it is. Canadians want to feel like they're better than America, and Canada doesn't really define itself so much by a national identity anymore because it never really had one. It always had two identities. There was English Canada and French Canada. So it was kind of doomed from the start, like a house divided cannot stand. But basically, Canada now defines itself as in opposition to the United States, as in everything the United States does, we do it differently. We do it better. They have private health care. We have the blessed socialized medicine. The United States, it's bigoted and racist with immigration. We have open borders. We're the mosaic and they're the melting pot. And this is how a lot of Canadians justify the shitty economic conditions that they live under and the changing culture and demographics of the country is, well, at least we're not America. Oh my God, imagine if people had guns and free speech and, you know, we didn't just let the whole world come here and legalize them. So that's kind of what's going on.
I mean, we're progressive. We gas disabled people.
Yeah, I know.
It's literally
it's six leading causes in Canada.
No, like literally, it's
4% of all deaths in Canada.
That's crazy.
Literally in 2024 Canada, you're a Nazi for not wanting to gas disabled people.
You know what I mean?
Well, what happens is with, you know, if you're disabled, you get $1,200 a month. And with the way rents are going, with the way inflation is going, we're basically killing off the disabled. We're making it impossible for them to afford to live. And the decision is now, are you going to take the euthanasia or are you going to be a burden to your family? And so it's actually quite sad.
They recently, I think it was in Calgary, they approved it for a girl with autism. And they're trying to expand it to include like depression and mental illness. It's kind of funny because the other day Justo tweeted out that they were funding some suicide prevention hotline. It's like, isn't that bigoted? Isn't that like suicide shaming people who want made?
Well, it's their life, right? I guess they get to make whatever decisions they want. Is the idea.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah.
I do have a question.
Oh, Gabe, whatever. Go ahead. Whatever.
I do have a question for Ashton about how do you think it's going to play out in Canada? Because right now, you know, Polyev is like 15 points up in the polls over Justo. There's no way Justo can beat him. Are they going to force Justo out like they did Biden and try to do a switch?
They're trying.
How's this going to play out?
That's what they're trying to do. Argent, who's the man that they're going to replace him with? I forgot his name, but you probably know.
I actually don't know.
It
Sorry.
slips your mind too. No, but there's a guy that they have primed to replace Justin, and they're putting a lot of pressure against him. I think 30 members of his own party have now publicly broken with him and said, you need to step down. But Justin doesn't want to step down.
Well, doesn't BQ want him out too at this point?
So basically the way it works in Canada is there could be an election called at any time. It's like the UK House of Commons, where if the government loses the confidence...
vote of non-confidence?
Yes. And so the government was currently propped up by the New Democrats and the Bloc Québécois. The New Democrats are essentially communists, and the Bloc Québécois are separatists whose entire mission is to have Quebec leave.
I think it's just the NDP at the moment. I think the NDP and Liberals have a majority, so I don't think the BQ can actually bring down the government.
Is that the case? Okay.
Yeah.
Because basically the Bloc said, you need to meet all our demands or the government is going to fall, which is kind of crazy to have the separatist party whose entire goal is to destroy the nation having this ability to make demands of the prime minister and try and act like they're in charge. It's crazy. It's crazy.
May I say real fast?
Wait, quick.
Josh,
let me inject real quick.
Go.
I'm looking at Florida on the Reuters one, and Florida has 2 time zones. The Panhandle is Central Standard, and the actual peninsula of Florida, where most people live, is the Eastern Standard Time. So the Panhandle always reports an hour after the peninsula. 70% of the vote and Trump is up by 10%, which is fucking nuts. It's actually crazy how much he's up, because what usually happens is that Miami, Tallahassee, Orlando, they all report they're super blue. Lots of people live there. And then everyone's hoping they got their grip in their chairs like, oh my god, the Panhandle is Okaloosa County, one of the reddest counties of the entire country in terms of per capita Republican voters. So you hope, oh my god, when the Panhandle comes in, it's going to be neck and neck. He's up by 2%. Is the Panhandle going to have enough to flip it red? He's up by 10%.
They have just called Florida for Donald Trump at 8 p.m. I have never seen Florida be called this early. Has anybody? This never happened.
They called it before the Panhandle came in.
It's over.
Really? Wow.
So we have, according to Reuters here, we have Trump with 62 electoral votes, Kamala with none.
I think Florida started counting throughout the day.
All their votes, yeah. Canada's good. I mean, California's good. California.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Kamala Harris has 6 electoral votes.
She
Trump
has
80.
Oh, they did. Yeah, holy shit. They already called Florida. Wow.
No, 80.
Kamala.
81%.
80 electoral votes, and Trump and Harris has 6.
It's a 10% fucking lead in Florida. That's nuts, bro.
Yeah, he's up by 1 million votes right now.
Let's go.
It's fucking Jover.
I'm sharing the Reuters link in the Discord.
I didn't dare say and be this doomer, but I was worried because of the hurricane that turned out in the Panhandle.
You said that to me. You were like, "Oh,
like that."
Yeah, you were sketched out. You're
what
like,
the fuck,
control
Ohio?
The weather. And did they do this to stop voters? Like, as a joke, you were.
They had those. They had those 2. They had the weed legalization thing, and then they had the abortion thing, and that was supposed to drive up Democrat turnout a lot.
Yes.
But Ron DeSantis has been like campaigning like hell against both of them. He really put all of his political capital on it. His people have been active in the field and social media, on TV, like
they love him down there
for like 3 months.
Do we have an update on those?
I think he defeated him.
Do we have an update on those propositions in Florida?
I'll look it up, but a reminder: you need 60% to amend the Constitution in Florida, not 50.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
For the audience who's watching, sometimes the video like freezes. So when you see me moving things around, I'm resetting the video. It's really fucking annoying. If someone has a better link, please DM me. But I'm trying the best.
Are crediting this to the election integrity measures in Florida. I don't know how true that is, but
I think they count the votes.
Pot legalization is. Yeah, the pot legalization is 54.5 to 45.5, so it looks like that'll fail. The abortion thing is they've got 58, so it depends on like Broward County is the biggest blue county, and that always comes in late, so that one's going to be close. It looks like the pot one's going to be defeated though.
That's why I was.
And before anybody gets too excited over this commanding lead, Kamala is sure to win California. That's 54 votes by itself. So,
it's early.
But he's still edging the lead
in the lead
right
on
now.
the Eastern Seaboard. I'm surprised, like New York hasn't been called yet. Like none of New England has been called yet for Kamala.
The New York Times has called Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island for Kamala.
Yeah, I think New York
and Maryland
will stay open until 9.
Yeah. Looking at the New York Times,
I heard Quartering tell us that Trump's going to win New York. He's going to win.
No way in hell.
And I just don't believe it. And people,
you have to nuke New York City to make that happen.
Crazy. Yeah, what the hell? Like,
I got a lot of backlash. People said to me, "No, Trump's winning New York. There's no doubt about it."
No.
Come on.
No.
You know
he can have a strong showing.
Yeah, I bet you it might be a bit closer, but they tried to tell me because of the governor's race being closer. But I told them it's apples and oranges comparison. Like state races are different than a national race in terms of turnout. People are more willing to give a candidate of a different party a chance at the state level. But I got like 10 guys. I started arguing with them on Twitter. They told me, no, New York is going to go for Trump. Now, New Jersey is the one that they're really trying to push is going to go Trump and flip. but I can't see it either.
They
Anybody
won't
in
let that happen.
Have you seen the video clip from last election where Tim Pool says over and over that he thinks Trump's going to win like 50 states?
But this is like politically like illiterate people who are like historically illiterate and
kind of like Tim Pool.
decided to be like political in the last like 4 to 5 years, and they don't look into it at all. Like that's the Tim Pool grift.
I think Trump is ahead in Georgia with a third in.
Yes. Yeah, and Routers just updated 90 electoral votes for Trump, 27 for Harris so far.
Yeah, that's just.
Cow, man.
I'm trying to restart this fucking stream here. It's having a tough time. Actually, I'm gonna check that other link that you sent me to because I'm having a tough it's all dying.
It have to be CNN. We could pull up MSNBC or Fox or any of.
I think this one's pretty good.
Yeah, you can always watch the Christian coverage.
Okay. Christian is
Christian is live right now.
He's gonna bang his mom live on stream or something, or what?
Well, he's got his wife now, doesn't he?
Oh, he's got a wife.
What?
I haven't kept up with it.
He went to like Sweden with her or something. Oh, Finland. Okay.
If this keeps going the way it's going, who's our first choice for liberal tiers? Is it TYT, old reliable?
Yes.
I want to see Joe Scarborough. I want to see Joe Scarborough from Morning Joe.
MSNBC.
Destiny's what I want to see.
Destiny, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Will this be what finally pushes Dickers over the edge?
I think Dickers might lose it all.
He was sneezing today. He was sneezing.
He was. Buddy, he had like 6 weed seltzers and 4 gummies like at the very start. And then he polished off 2 trays of sushi back to back in 5 minutes flat. And then he just sat there in silence for like 2 hours watching.
I just can't what is it going to take for this guy to just give up?
Yeah, right. He said, "I won't stream till 2025." X. We all hit X.
Oh, that was Rich today. Rich tomorrow is streaming. You know, he's focusing on my kids. Focusing on his kids turned out to be 63 hours in Elden Ring this week. So.
It's like people that announce they're leaving Facebook and then they're back 48 hours.
Yes. Well, he's deleted his Twitter account, I think like 11 times this year, maybe more. I'm not even exaggerating. We like to gild the lily, as we say here on the show, but that's not even exaggerating at all.
If Trump wins, what will Destiny do? Like, is he going to blow his fucking top?
I don't know if I can legally say it.
Is he going to take the domestic terrorist bill?
The amount of people are going to lose their fucking minds is actually worrying some.
You know what? I really worry about, but I'm very happy. I have an apocalypse cabin in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania.
Of course, Steven does.
Yes, and it's fully stocked. I could survive there with my family for 6 months. If we just get in our car, we'll be fine. Because I really think that there is going to be, if Trump wins more so.
Okay, guys, I'm going to call a couple more states. We have some more results in. I'm going to call Alabama. There's not enough vote in. I'll call West Virginia, maybe.
In 2016, Hillary said it was.
They're going to blame. I love that I watch all news channels because I try to be balanced. So I'll watch Fox and MSNBC in the same day, and all the liberal leaning ones were like complaining so much that the richest man in the world, Trump's got this billionaire that's trying to help him rig the race. But if you actually do an analysis, like Bill Gates gave more money than Elon did, and that's just one billionaire. Yep. They've got 100 billionaires on the Democrat side feeding them money. They've got Google. There's their biggest financial contributor. Alphabet, the parent company of Google. Yeah, so for them to complain that Trump's got a billionaire helping him is kind of ridiculous. So stupid. It's so stupid.
Yes. If Trump loses, there are going to be a lot of pissed off people on the right. But if Trump wins, the amount of people on the left who are going to have a break with reality, like they're not going to do anything. Like Destiny's not leading the street revolution, but a lot of these people on the left are going to lose their goddamn minds. It's going to be hilarious. So you might want to
They've been told.
put your money into mental health companies.
Well, except it's hilarious.
My
It's hilarious.
Prozac, yeah.
It's hilarious to watch
Josh-
until it infects your family, because like when
Yeah.
the riots happened in
My
Philadelphia,
family's not
those
full of
big
retards,
riots
I'm
and
okay.
looting. I'll never forget. We had just moved to the suburbs, and we live in like a rich area. There's golf courses, and it's very affluent. And we just moved here. I felt like the Jeffersons were moving on up. And then a week after we got here, I got to sit and watch them loot my old neighborhood, all the stores in my old neighborhood.
That's
on television. It was so bad. And then it did start spilling. They kind of looted out Philadelphia. And as soon as they got that under control, they started coming up to the suburbs. But then it got shut down immediately. Like the cops here were not having it. They were like very forceful to put it down.
Let's let
but
Josh
it could spill over to your house, and then it's not fun.
I just have a stupid joke. I was watching a video on YouTube, and it was a guy cleaning really dirty carpets. And while I was sitting there watching this, I was thinking, this is what Destiny would be doing. On their
I knew where it was going. Well, didn't he admit that's what he would be doing if it wasn't for live streaming?
Yeah. He was a carpet cleaner in Kansas. I'm just thinking, he'd be on fucking TikTok cleaning carpets, like for ASMR shit.
The Democrats every day for the last 10 years have been told, if Trump gets in, it's going to be a dictatorship. He's going to put people in camps.
There's no way out of that.
Deport millions of people. And there's going to be mass hysteria and panic.
Well, I think there could be some more assassination attempts for sure, too.
Probably. But
I don't know. Have you guys seen how Kamala's acting like Trump was in power for the last 10 years? They're like, we have to end the last 10 years of Trump by defeating him.
Turn the page. Turn the page.
But hasn't it kind of felt like that? Because Trump is the main character. Because how I feel, and then this is to Josh's point, if it is all theater, if it is all WWE, Kamala feels like a side character. When you think about the president,
she was
like George Bush, main character, Barack Obama, main character, Donald Trump, main character, even Joe Biden, he's more of a side character, but he still has that main character energy. Kamala doesn't feel like that. And so that's the only thing is I kind of assumed the Democrats would win this election. But what's held me back a bit is this idea, like, can Kamala really be president? Like, you look at that, is that the president? Like,
every
I was
interview
going to mention this earlier.
Go ahead, Josh.
But it feels like the Democrats pick really shitty vice presidents. I don't know what it is, but all their VP picks are really weak. Like Waltz and the fucking loser Tim Kaine.
Did you see how it was on SNL the other night? It's like, for $1 million, what's my name? It was the most important election in history in 2016. Nobody could guess it. Fuck.
Yes. And he's literally getting blown out. Like he's running again in Virginia somewhere. I think he is. Yeah, and it's just
I couldn't even remember who Hillary's VP pick was the other day. I had to look it up.
Kamala is you're right, Ashton. She's so boring and she said nothing. Besides the coconut tree line and Brat.
Trump is
they kept her out of the limelight the entire presidency, and now it's bit them in the ass because she was embarrassing, and now it's like guys, she has no platform.
Guys, in the last 10 minutes, the odds on Kalshi, they went from 55% up to 65% for Trump.
He's leading in Georgia now by 13.5 points.
And 38% of the vote is in. So
now during the Red Mirage in 2020, in some of the prediction markets, Trump shot up to 75-80% before he lost. So, they're not perfect, but
early. It's very, very early. We need to temper our expectations.
Pennsylvania started coming in, but it's only Pittsburgh and Philly. So if you're looking at it and it looks like Trump's getting blown out, that's all that's in at the moment.
But the question is what the margins are going to be in Philly, what the margins are going to be. So if we looked at that, we could kind of prognosticate, but none of us are really number crunchers. You know what I mean? If we had John King on, maybe he would explain it.
God. Come on, bro.
Those fucking Amish better have voted. That's all I can say.
Well, someone had a photo. They were interviewing all the Amish people, and they're like, "Yeah, we're all voting now because they fucked us, right?" And the farming and shit. So there's a photo today. of like 100 carriages, all with Trump flags on it, and it wasn't AI, it was real.
Worski, don't let the Amish hear you call them carriages.
Did you see Lauren Chen getting? Did you see Lauren Chen getting summoned to? Lauren Chen got summoned in front of Canadian Parliament today, and she refused to like say anything. And now they're going to try to like hold her in contempt of Parliament.
That's the smartest option for her. Shut the fuck up. Well, I'm surprised that they have not gone after her up there for all this shit.
Well, I think the reality is I don't think she has any right in Canada to not answer. Like, I think that they will compel her to answer, and then
was she Canadian? Yeah, she was from Montreal.
So, what they garner from the Canadian inquiry will be used in the United States.
Well,
right?
she could have dealt with
that's what she cited. She's like, oh, there's a criminal investigation. I can't talk, and they're like, no, you better talk, bitch.
Yeah, she's going to go down, and she's going to go down for a long time. I'm surprised she hasn't tried to drop a dime and sell out the others. But
I think she did.
Who knows she hasn't? Yeah.
But I think they have an open and shut case on all of them.
It's over.
On the Discord DMs that I saw.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't look good for anybody that was involved with tenant media.
What about Tim Pool?
I don't know.
They already said when they say an indictment, he was kind of a victim in this. It's a little awkward for them to turn around and go back later saying, well, actually, he's one of the bad men too. It doesn't
By the way,
bode well,
Rick
but I'm
Scott
sure Tim's wheeled right away.
In Florida for Senate, Rick Scott, it has been called for him.
Well, not a surprise.
Guys, Trump is only down 3 in Virginia and 36% of the vote is in. I don't think he's going to win Virginia, but it looks pretty close.
So that's always because
the popular vote.
In 2020, it was similar too, right, Gabe?
In 2016, he was ahead, and then what happens is the counties around DC they all report last.
Some of them has already like that. Looks like it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
One thing you have to you have to watch out for is in Wisconsin. So the way they do it there is in Milwaukee, the biggest Democrat county, they centralize all their mail-in ballots and they drive them all to like one place and then they count them. So they don't get counted until like 1 or 2 in the morning. So you're going to see if you need to see Trump up in Wisconsin by like 150, maybe even 200,000 by about 11 or 12 o'clock if you think he's going to win it. That's how it went in 2016. He was up like 100, 200,000, and then he ended up winning by 20.
My hope is that people, like over the last 4 years, saw what Biden and Kamala did and what have done and what they're capable of and are pissed off and like, you know what, fuck it, Trump. Canadians here, even liberals, hate Trudeau. I hope it's the sort of like that mentality of, you know what? Like, I really hope people don't just stay static in their fucking viewpoint, especially with what's happened.
Let me ask the panel something, because this has been floating around in my mind. Who do you think will be better on tech censorship? Like, who do you think will have more freedom under, the Democrats or the Republicans? Because when Trump was president in 2019, that's when all the crackdown happened. And then once the Democrats got back in power, it seemed like they loosened the reins a bit. And then we had Rumble and Kick. What do you think, Josh? Do you think it makes any difference at all?
I think that Trump fumbled implementing a lot of policies that would have made his 2020 election campaign a lot easier, because it's like all the stuff that he tried to do came in literal last second. Like the fair access banking rule was implemented, I think, in January 2024 after he had already lost. Yep. So that kind of shit really pissed me off. And if he's smart, hopefully he would get in and he would, because it's like if your supporters have a right to speak online and they have a right to make money, you know, doing their political speech online, you have a solid foundation that Kamala already has. The Democrats already have Hassan and fucking everybody else, you know. And it's like your people are getting ripped to shreds and you didn't do anything about it. So hopefully if he wins, he's actually going to take that seriously and be like, wait a second, I should unfuck everything. And JD Vance, it follows shoe on head. So maybe he's a little bit more in touch with what's happening and can suggest those kinds of things.
You think he'll touch Section 230? Because for a long time he was like, I'm going to repeal Section 230 and all that. Has he given up on it? Because I haven't heard that from him in a long time, Josh.
No, Section 230 is kind of it was like a hot button issue for a while. It's collateral is what it is. Like the big tech companies love it. So I think he'll use that to get whatever the fuck he wants out of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because if 230 goes, you're kind of fucked, aren't you? You've basically said that. And a lot of people will be fucked because you'll be held liable for everything, right? And I don't even know how the internet works in that situation.
It basically, so it's kind of like with copyright. If you can get, because like for instance, I'm getting sued by Russell Greer for 4 years, and that's because our initial copyright defense was thrown out by a completely insane appellate court decision. So now we have to actually go through and litigate it, and that's much more expensive. With Section 230, it's the same thing. Section 230 is a carte blanche, absolute defense for basically every kind of civil tort that arises from somebody else's actions, and it comes up at the first level. If somebody files the lawsuit, you say Section 230, you do a little with sunglasses, a winky face, finger guns, and they throw it out, and that saves you a ton of money. It's still expensive, pain in the ass, but it's much cheaper than going to court. After Section 230, they can actually litigate that. And it's such a fucking nightmare that there's no way they can actually go forward with that, because it would ruin everything, and it would super centralize the internet to the point, my opinion is that only the biggest, most powerful, most wealthy companies could actually afford to have a user-generated content platform like Twitter or Facebook.
Because my worry is... Oh, go ahead. My worry is that Trump is the establishment now. Like, my worry is Trump is basically a neocon now. He is in the pocket of the Silicon Valley firms and stuff like this. And so if he does get in, that might be something they want, right? And I just wonder, like, Donald Trump is going to be able to basically, the right will be silenced. Like, people will get in line behind what his policy is, and they won't fight him on it as much as they would fight if Kamala was trying to censor things. So I know that that's not maybe a popular take amongst this crowd, but I wonder if that is the case.
What was the logic of repealing 230 anyways? Because I always hear about it. I don't get why did Trump...
Pure punishment. Purely to punish them. It was like the social media companies are doing this thing that pisses me off. Well, fuck you. I'll take your toy away and you can eat shit. That was literally it. And I do believe that Trump has the capacity for dipshit decisions, because Ajit Pai, the FCC pick, who was a Verizon executive who immediately repealed net neutrality while acting like a retard on social media, I still, and this is an unpopular opinion simply because Trump did it now, but I still think that was a mistake, because ISP level censorship is the worst kind. Like, if you can't get peered with other ISPs because they can just say go fuck yourself, well, you have no chance of getting online. So net neutrality and Section 230 are both important, and we need to expand these kinds of common carrier protections, and we need to expand other kinds of common carrier protections like the payment networks. And I do agree that Trump is capable of doing damage in that kind of field, especially when he's just being petty and vindictive, which I think he was with net neutrality.
Mm-hmm. Who here?
By the way, they called South Carolina for Trump.
Oh, that's easy. But who here thinks if Trump gets in, he really will punish all of his enemies? Does anybody believe that?
Maybe now.
Maybe now. It's a possibility. Yeah.
I don't think the bureaucracy will do what he tells them to do. So no.
Well, he said he didn't put what's her name, Clinton, in jail because he thought it would look bad or whatever. But I think
bad for the country.
Yeah, bad. Yeah, but I think now he's like, fuck it. I really hope
they shot him.
Yeah, exactly. And then a second attempt with the bombing, it never went through. Obviously, thank God. But like, there's all this crazy, and then all the stories trying to put him in jail constantly. He's got to fight back now. I really hope this 4 years he doesn't put to waste and like he just like sits back and lets shit happen. Like, I want to see action this time. You know what I mean?
So I think
something can always. I think that I've heard. I think it was one of his surrogates though say that he's already got like hundreds of executive orders that he's going to sign on his first day. That's taking action. They're already pre-gaming.
So, I read in Bob.
That's what Biden had. I mean, that's what Biden had, to be fair. I mean, to be honest,
but most of Biden's were canceling Trump's executive.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when Trump got elected the first time, he really didn't have his shit together, and they really didn't have those the way that Biden did.
Yeah,
so it's kind of a normal expected thing that you're supposed to just sit around all day and be signing like 200 things day one.
because I remember reading in Bob Woodward's book, and who knows how true this was or wasn't, but basically Steve Bannon would come to him and be like, here's the list of promises, sir. And apparently Bannon was the guy leading the charge in those first days of getting things, executive orders signed and stuff like that. But, you know, if it's Steve Bannon, he doesn't know necessarily how the levers of power work. Like, I don't know. I think it's going to be a more professional team in 2024, right? Where he's going to be able to get a lot more done. But the question is, like, whose man is he really now? Because
so let's. I think we should talk about that a little bit. If Trump wins, the Senate becomes very important because the Senate, you need to confirm. I think there's about 500 positions, like minimum, just right away, and then up to 5,000 underlings. But really, about 500 get scrutiny. It's your cabinet level. It's your, layers of about 10 undersecretaries under them. But basically, anybody who's worth a shit has to get, confirmed by the Senate. And so we know that Republicans will take the Senate if Trump wins. Right now, it's 51-49 Democrat. Manchin already won, so it's 50-50. If Trump's in, they have the tiebreaker already. He is probably going to win in Montana. I think it'll be closer than people think, but he'll win. That's 51. Now, the question is, do you get a working majority of 52 or 53? And I'll explain why. Because there's 2 Republican senators who won't go along with the type of people that Trump would typically want to put in. Like if Trump wants to, put in like Michael Flynn for something, or, somebody who's really based, Susan Collins of Maine and Murkowski of Alaska are going to say no. So you really need 52 or 53. That's why Ohio is important with Bernie Moreno. He's number 52, and possibly number 53 is the guy in Wisconsin, Hovde. What you need to look out for in Ohio is if Trump wins by the same 8 points that he won in 16 and 20, there's a good chance that Moreno can ride his coattails and knock off Sherrod Brown by maybe a point or two. On the other hand, if this bullshit about eating pets and stuff like that, ends up weighing on them and Trump only wins by 4, 5, or 6, then his coattails may not be long enough to carry Moreno over the finish line.
I can say, Gabe, I live in Ohio.
I know.
That, like, nobody, oh, you do? Okay.
That was threatening. I know.
No, he
Like,
knows.
Chill.
Oh, boy.
Chill.
No, I've watched a couple of your streams. I mean, I'm a fan.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Mossad knows everything. Don't you know that?
I was about to say, you're slipping if you don't. A lot of that's really blown over. I mean, now it's mainly a joke where you go and I know some people down in that area, and nobody really gives a shit about it anymore. It's kind of already, it came and gone, and I don't think
Trump
it's
gave him some French fries. That's okay.
Yeah. The problem with Sherrod Brown, though, he is a fixture. He's been a fixture in Ohio for a very long time. He was my congressman like way back in the day. So he's got a lot. He's got a good, like, people like him. And
right, he's a working class guy, union guy, like from Eastern Ohio, like so a lot of the sort of Trump voters that went from Democrat to Republican, he kind of had them all along. Like he was, I think he first got elected in like 75 or something. He was in the legislature.
In Georgia, 50% is reporting Trump is still up 11 points.
What?
So he's
but DeKalb, but here's the thing: DeKalb County hasn't reported anybody yet, and last election DeKalb gave the Democrats about a 250 margin.
Oh, fuck!
So when you're looking at the raw numbers, you need to subtract it. So Trump is, effectively he's up 300, but he's really only up 50.
Yeah,
I'm so glad we have Gabe.
I know. Whoa, buddy.
Well, this is something I had to learn because there was a big trial down in Atlanta, and they basically exiled a rapper from the metro Atlanta area. The amount of counties that make up metropolitan Atlanta, the Young Thug trial, they said, get the fuck out of town. The amount of counties that make up the metropolitan Atlanta area is fucking huge. It's like it looks like it's almost a fifth of the state. So there's a lot of that's not coming in right now, and it's going to be a little while. So
New York Times says Georgia's lean on.
What's your call? Is it Brown or Marino? What's your call?
I think it's going to be Moreno. I think Bernie's going to get it. See, I got to tell people, see, I voted for Bernie. Bernie. I think he's got it. I think a lot of people, Brown has been kind of having to go to say, he's had to distance himself from a lot of the Biden stuff and a lot of Kamala Harris things. He's had
Didn't he run a commercial saying how he works with Trump?
Yeah, he did that. And
bad when you gotta do that
that's his
to win.
acknowledgement. I think he knows who he thinks. I saw that and I'm like, well, it sounds like he thinks Trump's going to win, but also he's trying to make everybody happy. I don't think people are going to see that. I think they're going to see what he was doing already. And there was a little bit of time in like 2022. He was acting like a complete dingbat. So I think he ruined it. I hope Bernie wins. Now my bigger fear is though, if
Go ahead, Arjun.
JD Vance wins, what the fuck is my asshole of a governor going to do? And Mike DeWine's he's basically like a GOP establishment scumbag. So I don't know what he's going to do, and that worries me as much.
He's going to put in Dolan. No, he's going to.
I hope
Dolan.
I can handle Dolan, but I'm worried it's just going to be. I'm just worried about what'll happen there because DeWine is just he worries me.
Yeah, just the thing, because you're talking about Trump taking vengeance. Something I find in America is the army's becoming increasingly political. Like, I watch a lot of Daniel Davis, and he was saying how Trump kept ordering the military to withdraw from Afghanistan or Syria, and they would just not do it.
It was Syria. They lied to him.
Yeah, Biden ordered them to shoot down the balloon. They refused to shoot down the balloon. I don't know if anyone remembers when Washington, D.C. was basically collapsing under BLM, and Trump tried to order the army, like the National Guard in, and they just refused to do it. I think they signed like some statements saying they support BLM. So I don't think there's going to be a coup or anything, but I think you're going to see them start to get more and more involved in politics, especially if Trump wins.
Well, the politicization of the military is getting crazy with like the trans admiral and all this stuff. It's like I just don't know. Like the problem seems to be is that there really is an entrenched deep state. Like it's not just a conspiracy theory. There really is an entrenched bureaucracy that keeps the same policies in place, really, no matter who wins. It seems to be the case.
Yeah, that happens all the time. I think there's on Twitter somebody did it where they AI'd in democracy for bureaucracy and they switched them up. And it's hilarious. Listen, I'm talking about we have to protect the bureaucracy. That's really what it is at the end of the day.
Well, the question
I can't believe Trump is up by almost 13 points in Florida, 5.7 million votes to 4.4 million votes.
Dude, the Latinos, they don't like her. I was looking at that too, man. I can't explain it.
I had a question. When it comes
the Latinos don't like the Jamaicans.
When it comes to government, do you think it's more ideological or just cynical power grab? Because it's like with corporations, I always go back and forth as to whether like they're just that ideologically committed, they're willing to use money.
I don't think it's an ideological commitment. I just think it's the way it is. Like, I think those people, they want to preserve their positions, and it's kind of like the way that it's going, they don't care. You know, they're just going to execute what the, established foreign policy goals of the United States are. I don't know if Gabe buys into the deep state stuff or not. What do you think about it, Gabe?
Well, something that I do buy into is your Kino Ween. I will answer your question, but something I buy into is your Kino Ween. Because I had the best fucking idea for you two for Kino Ween. You would break the internet.
Okay.
And I hope you do it. I hope you do it. Mm-hmm. And that is go back to Star Wars with PPP, Jabba the Hutt, and Warski as Leia with the bikini and the hair rings.
Trends in every costume.
Why does Andy always has to be a woman now?
You know what? I won't lie. I get it.
Yes.
No,
yes.
I'll tell you.
The term humiliation ritual gets thrown around a lot. This is some like Jewish humiliation ritual stuff.
That's some subversion.
Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
How many subs?
I don't know if I mentioned this, but I had a friend that really, really wanted me to ask you guys to do Chantal and her boyfriend Salah, because Salah looks a lot like Andy Worski. Yeah.
If you go back and you look at when I did the Pharaoh and Andy did the Gladiator, that was basically as close as you're gonna get to that, really. I was looking pretty Chantal-esque. I'm not gonna lie. Once you start getting to this level of obesity, the lines really get blurred. You know?
The Kino weed, man, it's been like the Teletubby suit I was dying in, the donkey suit. Ashton's just covered in paint every other night. And he's got to like rub like special oil on himself.
I think the Mad Hatter one was the best, actually.
You like the Mad
He never
Hatter?
told me.
And the
He
rabbit.
never told me about the oil. So when I painted myself like the Oompa Loompa, Ashton uses like this oil to take all his paint off, but he never told me about that. So I'm like scrubbing for hours till like 6 a.m. And I'm like, am I just permanently orange forever? Actually, last night, so I have the tanner, which I cut tanned to be Kamala, but I didn't want to go too like blackface, right? Last night, though, I put a handful of the ultra dark in my head and I rub it on my face and I look straight up dark Indian. And I'm like, oh no. So I just look, I'm like scrubbing it off, like, no, I don't want to get that canceled. Like, what the fuck?
The RCMP comes after you for making fun of Jack meat.
Yeah, right. It was like I just kept putting a little bit of tanner all day until it was like, all right, I think that's good enough.
Well, that was the concern I had for you, PPP, because you kept doing the paint every day, and I'm like, God, your skin's got to be like so fucked up after doing it every day.
Oh fuck, man! It's not.
It's got to be like
good.
painful.
I have to exfoliate, scrub now. Like I've never 3 times a day because otherwise, like I break out bad from the face paint, man. Like it's nasty.
Dedication.
And the other is just like in these costumes, man. Like the sweating. Like I don't want to get too but it's bad, man. You're like dehydrated. I'm like slamming 6 bottles of water after the fucking show. And it's like people gave a shit. We promised 31 shows. There was no way we could deliver it. You know, I feel
it's
bad.
So hard, dude. Well, the headgear too, right? So when you buy like headgear, whether it's like a wig or a hat, it's not the best quality because it's a costume, right? So it's like stabbing into your ear and the headphones pushing the hat. And then like, I forgot what costume it was specifically, but I took my earphones off and I had like a cut over my ear and was just bleeding. And I'm like, oh, I was bleeding all night, like into my headphones. It was brutal, but it was.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, guys. I have no idea who Mersh is, and I have no idea who Gabe Hoffman is. I guess they're like 2 guys. I don't know.
3.5 points behind Trump. So if Trump takes it by, more than 4 or 5, his coattails are going to be long enough to carry him in.
It should be enough, basically.
That's
light.
I mean, I don't know how you guys do those long streams with the costumes, because I do these masks, which are very thin latex masks, but it's still hot as shit, and I can only go for like an hour, and I have to stop. Like, so my audience knows when they see me in a mask, it's going to be a quick show. It's not going to be a 6-hour stream,
the latex masks, I couldn't do them. Any sort of mask or anything, it's brutal.
Yeah, you guys are doing the makeup.
Well, you wear glasses
too, so they'll fog right up, steam up, and then I can't see shit.
Well, how much DMs, Ashton, do we have with each other? Like, bro, I'm dying right now. Like, it's like 4 hours in.
I try and do at least 4 hours.
At least 4 hours. But your energy also is like depleting, right? Like at a triple speed because you're dying.
Sweating out
and then you take it off for the last part of the show, and I feel like I could do that like 7 hours, right? So, but you know,
I showed my wife.
It gives a stamina debuff.
Yeah, stamina debuff. Yeah.
I showed my wife these guys' streams, and she went, "Oh my god, these guys are just as crazy as you, if not more so." I'm like, they're definitely crazier than me because I just dress up. I just dress up as the people I bust balls on. And
Steven, yesterday's show. If anyone missed yesterday's show, it'll be up on Clip Channel soon. It was so good with Steven, man. We went over what's his name? Wilcox. What's his name?
David Wilcox. David Alien Star.
Guys, you guys have to watch. It's like a sector that we've never seen before that makes our sector look chill and calm.
It was
This guy
awesome.
made a video about being raped by aliens, and he's crying.
Not only
And it's
did they
real.
rape, not only
Hey,
okay,
Josh, you have to see this.
Josh, did you
Wild.
see any of
Josh.
this?
I did not. Sorry.
Okay,
Yesterday's show. Watch the
Let
replay
me just
whenever you're bored.
briefly give Josh some of the cliff
You gotta
notes.
hear this. Go.
Buddy claims the Archangel Michael told him to bathe every day in piss, and it would give him telepathic abilities. Okay, that's number one. Number two, he claims that not only did the aliens, so they're called Dracos, and they're reptilian aliens. Okay, the reptilian aliens not only raped him, but they raped him on stage. And they ate him while raping him, killed him, brought him back to life, and then raped him again.
And he has 10,000 viewers, and he makes tons of donos.
And he claims they made him a banana sandwich.
I'm doing this wrong.
Oh, and he's suing Steven. Hear this.
Yeah,
so
he's suing.
He claims he's suing me.
So he's like, I'm gonna sue Steven for swatting me. First of all, it wasn't a SWAT. Secondly, he was talking about how his dog was sick, and 2 of his own viewers called the animal control, so it wasn't even police, right? Anyway,
when he claimed I called,
yeah. But Steven,
How would you sue someone for swatting you? Isn't it a crime? Wouldn't that just be something the police would deal with?
It wasn't even a
it's even
swatting.
crazier.
Animal control knocked on his door, and he was napping.
And they
napping,
just left. Chill.
They just left. They didn't even make him answer the door.
But the crazier. So Steven brings us the footage of the cop taking the
I got the body cam footage.
So the cop's like,
swatting.
He's like, I'm a famous guy from Ancient Aliens. Anyway, this stalker, Stephen Cambion, is swatting me, and he was saying my dog is sick and brought the animal control here. The woman starts asking him about the dog. And he's like, yeah, my dog's been sick for 4 months, falling down the stairs and pooing blood. I'm like, wait, that's like a genuine concern. He let his dog shit blood and fall down the stairs for 4 months.
Shit. He's batshit crazy. He's telling everybody he's getting me arrested for this.
And the animal
everything.
Control shows up at his door. What does he do? Gets the dog put to sleep the next day and cremates it. Okay. Yeah, anyway, Josh, you gotta watch. Like, honestly, it's a world that you would love, Josh. Like, I'm serious, man. It's so fucking wild.
Well, $250,000 man.
Was Steven here? Steven's a he like Steve. You want to tell him like about yourself?
Oh yeah,
he's awesome.
I have a
Steven's
show.
awesome.
I have a show called Truth Seekers, and we basically appointed ourselves the fact checkers of the New Age UFO alien conspiracy community. And we basically do what these guys do. Like, we watch their streams, but I go a little further. I do a lot of investigative work. I make phone calls and fact check the things that they say. And I drive them crazy because they're all pathological liars, and they have no evidence of any of their claims. They're just all, storytelling bullshit artists. So a few of them I've really driven crazy. And this guy, David Wilcock, is losing his mind because I'm really cutting into his grift, like his money's drying up. And that this whole thing was an attempt to shut me up and shut me down, like to stop me from covering him because his money's drying up. So he went on a public live stream and he called me a Satan worshiping pedophile who called animal control, and he said I got him swatted like 27 times. We clipped it all together. And so then I got the body cam footage, and it just shows an animal control officer just leaving a card on his door. That's what he's calling a swatting. And I got
have you ever heard of the Keely Farms by any chance?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, because what you're saying sounds like it reminds me of a lot of people on the forum who like have like a favorite crazy person, and they just love like fucking with them by like correcting them on the fly and stuff. It reminds me a lot of
it's basically my show.
Yeah,
and we've covered his charity scams.
Yeah. You're actually. Oh, are you?
Yeah, Steven, I wanted to give you props, Steven. I don't know if you had a chance to bring it up last night, PPP, the thing I sent to you, but I wanted to give you props, Steven, on your book that you did on Wendell Stevens, the CIA's conspiracy.
Just to respond to what Stormcrow's saying, thank you very much, man. I'm glad you enjoyed the Evangelion videos. I might redo those at some point in time. Let's see here. Yeah, I could do some more. It's just, there's so many things to cover. It's hard. I mean, it's a good problem to have, but it's just always, I don't know. do I want to do that? Do I want to do something else with my time? But those are fun.
All
saying
covered for
in the
him.
UFO
They all
community,
covered for him,
yeah,
yeah.
they were saying that like he wasn't guilty, it was a whatever. And so Steven actually did the research to go into Arizona, I think it was Cochise County.
Yeah, we got all the
and you
court
pulled-
documents.
Right, which is like they were like older court documents. Like it took a lot of work, and just to to prove that the guy really was a pedophile. Like I don't know if you heard of my documentary film, An Open Secret, but anyway, I just wanted to give you props for that, for exposing a pedophile and doing some real research.
There was some stuff that I found on Kiwi Farms about another case I was working on, the Angelique case, because that guy Ryan Gordon was involved in that, and he was this will tell you how crazy the UFO community.
Okay, we're just gonna let this play in the back. I'm just gonna mute that, and we're gonna go and do some of this other stuff. Okay, so let's see. Are there any more we can call? There just isn't very many votes in. I'll call South Carolina though for Trump. Okay, so I'll call South Carolina. I'll call Tennessee. Let's see here. Ohio is still a bit early. Pennsylvania, Michigan. Oh, Michigan's close is narrowing. Okay, that's cool.
Now, I mean, for it to be tied with only half in, she's definitely got that one.
It's
but the
Router's now updated. Trump is 105. Up 105. Harris.
I think it's going to be
27.
closer though. If you look at Michigan, it's tightening up there a bit. It looks like a lot of the votes from at least some of the votes from Detroit have come in. It doesn't look like much of the rural has yet.
I don't understand
only 8%.
Pennsylvania.
There's only a few counties reporting there. Go ahead.
I don't understand Pennsylvania, but it must be Pittsburgh and Philadelphia with those huge population centers.
Yes.
I live in the Philadelphia suburbs. You don't see any Harris signs or anything. It's just everybody's got a Trump sign. I don't, but like all my neighbors do.
That's what
the big
everybody
ones,
says. Is like the anecdote
it's just like,
is that Trump seems to have like the most outspoken supporters, like the ones that put up the signs and wear the merchandise. The Harris support seems to be like just mostly women about abortion. Like,
dead people.
The thing is, does anybody know what Harris's signature issue is? Like with Trump, we know
abortion.
That's it.
Yeah, basically, she's not Trump. She's not the orange.
Yeah,
man.
she's not Trump.
And
she's not Hitler.
And they said hose.
They're hammering abortion. That's the only issue that they're going like fucking apeshit on.
Democracy is the other big one. If you see any of the list, they'll have this vaguely defined issue of democracy that Democratic voters will put up there, that Trump is going to perform a coup and it's going to become a dictatorship if he wins somehow.
Yes.
Well,
and there's women
isn't it
voting,
funny,
like,
by the way?
Tale.
Dude, it's so funny how she wants women to have their own choice for their bodies, but then pushed vaccine mandates on people, right?
I know the hypocrisy of it all.
It's really funny. It's really funny.
I don't know.
Well, you don't have the right to refuse the jab, but you have a right to kill your child. So, I mean, that makes sense.
There you go. Exactly.
It makes sense, man. It just makes sense. I don't know though. Like, do you guys think that will be the X factor for her that puts her over the top? Is that
white
what
women can fuck up a lot of things? Yes, it could be.
I mean, the abortion issue is really important to people, and especially because after Roe v. Wade, the state by state decisions on how abortion is decided is really inconsistent, and it has like a lot of like uncertainty, and that leads to fear and fear
that's
voting.
the problem is you're allowed there have this fear mongering where it's like, well, life of the mother, is it even going to be protected at that level? And then women genuinely get afraid. And the thing is, I don't believe there really is any contingent of people out there who want to take away the mother's life exception. Like, I was raised super Christian, conservative.
Yeah, me too.
Even
And I
within
wouldn't
my
want to do that.
church, mother's life, it's choosing between lives. But,
here's the issue. In the U.S., there are several states, and this is a big deal because it's, I think, like 4% of abortions. And even though, again, let me put it this way: in demographics, 70% of abortions are by Black women, and 90+% of abortions are elective, and only less, I think it's like 6% or less of abortions are done by white women. So, but every woman has this fear of being raped and having a pregnancy or having a one of the things that's not covered outside of the mother's life thing, and nobody mentions this, is the fetal viability. There are situations and there are states, and this happens, where you have a fetus that it will make it to term, will be born, but doesn't have lungs. And you're going to have a woman that's going to be forced to carry a baby until it's born, only to watch it suffocate and die in her arms.
What is that,
that's
like
a morbid
0.01% or something?
Yes, that's what I was about to say, Argent.
It's like
so what
incest
it is,
rape baby. How many of those are there really?
It's like
these
98%
freak exception
elective.
Cases. It's these freak
it doesn't matter.
exception
It's the
cases
fear.
that are used to justify the rule that we should have abortion on demand. And I don't know how many people are in favor of abortion with no restrictions up until the 9th month and stuff like that. I think that's where the framing has to be on that issue is surely people would
But there
agree to
are
some
states that are
restriction.
set up in this way where, and it's not just like the horror of that situation, it's the fact that a non-viable fetus that is sick can die in the womb. If that happens, it can go septic, it can kill the mother. And then to get the exemption to have an abortion due to the mother's life, you have to actually go to the court system, and if for whatever reason, it's a big process, and it's not the same thing. And that's I'm just saying that's the kind of stuff that leads.
I don't know how true that is. I've talked to people who are doctors, and they say that liberal doctors will deliberately refuse to do things as a way to make a political point.
That's what they say about Texas and stuff, but that is the situation. And then the other component of that is that the flip side is then you have liberal states that say that actually the unborn baby is just bio waste. So once you abort it, it goes straight to the adrenochrome factory and is turned into an injection for Joe Biden. And you can't claim it. You don't get to decide what you do with it. You can't have a funeral. You can't cremate it. You can't have the cremains. So you have this awful dichotomy that does not actually benefit anyone, where the majority of abortions are Black women having elective abortions. And then you have the small minority of women who are having necessary abortions, who then cannot have any choice on what happens to the remains because it's classified as bio waste and is thrown as a fucking bin or is used in science experiments and shit. So it's a nightmare, and that's why it's so important to people.
We
have an update in Georgia if you want it.
Go
ahead. We just got a big vote dump in like Trump said, big dumps. About 2/3 of the vote just came in. It went from 0 to 2/3. It was basically all of the mail and all of the early vote, had been pre-counted, and it just got loaded into the system for both DeKalb County and Fulton County. And Trump is still up 200,000 in Georgia. It looks like Georgia, he could hang on to win by maybe 50 or 100,000 in Georgia.
He's up 5 points.
But it's gonna be really he's up by 200 right now, but it's getting closer.
Without Georgia, there's really no.
New York Times still has it as lead,
isn't it? That's one of the states she has to win, or she has no path.
If she wins it, it's game over. No, if she wins Georgia, it's game over.
It's 16 electoral votes.
The only way for him to lose it would be if he swept Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin again. Right. He could still get there, but no, he's not going to. I don't think he's getting Michigan tonight. He might get Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. I don't think he's getting Michigan.
He only needs one of them because I'm pretty confident about Arizona and Georgia.
It's like 75-20. It's like 70-30 Kamala PA so far.
I get what you're saying, Argent. I was so confident in 2020 Trump was going to win Georgia and Arizona. And I remember the bookmakers had Joe Biden as the favorite in these. And I'm like, what? How can this be? And somehow it went blue. So we just don't know.
I just think with the early vote, if you compare to like what happened with COVID, I don't know. I think it's harder to do shenanigans if without the COVID thing. Like if they're not completely changing the electoral system overnight. I don't know. Maybe that's naive of me. I just don't think it's as easy as it was 4 years ago.
Plus, everybody's watching for it more now, I would think. Right? So maybe they'll be a little more cautious.
Well, and there's also a question of if you believe there actually was rigging or not, which I know is like an insane thing on this panel to bring up. But, you know, like, I kind of think a lot of it is Trump's ego to say that it was rigged.
What about the boxes underneath?
Well, listen, let's not get into it blow by blow by blow on everything. Because I'm gonna lose the audience. You know, I'm gonna lose.
All I'm gonna say is,
what about that issue? When people say it was rigged,
every statistical like everything you could base statistical analysis on, like, oh, winning this, winning that, all those things that was always being relied on. You know, this was like the one time they all kind of didn't pan out. So I do understand why people think some bullshit was going on there.
My problem is, and this is the thing, even if there was rigging going on, I don't think you should say it was rigged because it depresses turnout. It makes people not want to vote when they think that their vote doesn't count or matter. So even if there was shenanigans and bullshit, I don't think you should say that there is. I think it's a bad proposition. And that's kind of where I'm coming from on it. Because I know there are discrepancies.
And PPP, to your point, if you look at Georgia in 2020, now Georgia has a runoff system where if one of the two candidates doesn't get to 50%, then they have a runoff election about a month later. And what happened in Georgia is both Republican candidates for Senate, they had elections at the same time. Yes. Both of them won the general election, but they had less than 50%, and they had a runoff. And so when you had all this, rigged and stolen stuff going on in Georgia, well, guess what happened? In the runoff, the Republicans didn't show up, and the Democrats did. And the Republicans specifically didn't show up in those rural areas of like Northwest Georgia because of the whole rigged and stolen thing. So that basically did cost, the Republicans 2 Senate seats that they should have had.
Ashton, I'll say this for your point. I think in order for the steal or whatever to have happened, it would have had to been very close. So I do think it was probably down to a couple thousand, 10, 20, 30,000 votes in a lot of these states. So I think if like the margin had been bigger for Trump, it would have been a lot harder. But it was very, very close. So it really could have gone either way. I think there was shenanigans, but I don't think it's like a crazy theory.
I think the biggest evidence...
Runyon Cronin in chat says, I'm from Georgia, and this happened exactly as he says.
Yeah. I mean, the other issue is when people say rigged. Me out is that graph that goes like that. Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the Wisconsin one.
Everybody's like, whoa, that's why. And that might be the only thing where I go, how is that possible? But you have to remember the Republicans were telling us not to actually mail in our votes, that we shouldn't mail in our votes. We shouldn't vote early. So, well, you know what I mean.
No, but when people say rigged, though, often they're not just...
How can we be surprised that the tranches were 70, 80% Democrat on the mail-in votes when no Republicans mailed in their ballot?
Here's the thing, though, that makes...
But when people say rigged, they're also talking about just the election interference that took place, because there's been studies done that if they would have allowed that Biden laptop story to be widely disseminated right before the election, like it was, like they stopped it from being,
that's true.
That would have turned a lot of people off of Biden who would have chosen Trump. The fact that they were allowed to do that
there was
was
the spirit
crazy.
cooking shit that came out right before the election too. Like the same as the Joe Biden story, but they didn't know what to do with that. That was trending on Blue Twitter.
And the Podesta emails came out, and that was suppressed, and all that stuff. Right. So there is a lot of suppression that way in the media. But the thing is, with the way the internet is now, the mainstream media suppression, I don't even know if it really matters that much. Because the Hunter Biden laptop story was everybody's story for weeks and months everywhere. Like, it was impossible not to hear about it, right?
Yeah.
So
except if you think about
And
the age,
Bernie Moreno has taken the lead in Ohio by 12,000 votes, 48.9 to 48.5. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, the thing though that
I am remaining calm because I'm not.
You're like, okay, I don't want to get too
I
excited.
remember
I'm trying to be calm.
2020. I remember 2020 getting so excited. Oh my God, he's got it. And me and Sir were high-fiving. It's like, yeah. And then it all just went to shit. So we can't get too excited.
I got blackout drunk on whiskey that night. I remember I was sad.
He's performing better in the Irving County than I thought he would. He's actually doing pretty well.
I'm just going to say, I think the best evidence, at least to me, for election fraud is how they said somehow, despite changing the entire electoral system for COVID, we had fewer just problems. Like, this is the smoothest election. We had the fewest missing ballots. We had the fewest everything. And it's a bit like with the COVID vaccine. Like, I was willing to accept that maybe it was a bit like them saying there was, like, didn't they say basically no one had any negative reactions to it whatsoever? Or something like that.
I mean, essentially what they were saying.
And you wouldn't get sick again.
Like,
excuse me, but New York, Illinois, Colorado called for Harris. Wyoming,
Colorado
North Dakota, South Dakota.
already.
Wow. Yeah, they called it.
Well,
and
that's
4 of the 5 Nebraska delegates have been awarded to Trump.
How's that fit Nebraska?
I have to refresh the window. 1 second.
Oh my God! Finally, they called Texas for Trump too.
Oh really?
They're trying to make.
There goes Kraut. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys at Kraut made a 270 to win map, and he had Texas blue. This was the Kraut take.
What?
I don't know. Kraut's map already torn to shreds. Brutal for Kraut.
Do you have another link? I'm trying to refresh this link. It's not
working.
Oh
shit.
Oh, so wait a minute. If Ted Cruz wins in Texas and he beats Colin Allred, that's another Texas football L, just like the Dallas Cowboys.
Just rubbing it in.
I didn't even talk any shit this season. I knew it was over. I knew it was over before it even began for my Cowboys this year. But week 1, they got my hopes up. And then week 2, that New Orleans team, the Saints came marching in. And then it's been over since then. I haven't even
watched.
No
idea you were a Cowboys fan.
I don't know, Ashton, if you remember. About 1.5 years ago, I sent you, when the Eagles went to the Super Bowl, I sent you a super chat, and I said, if the Cowboys make the Super Bowl next year, I'll buy you a ticket and take you. I was that fucking sure it would never happen.
Wow.
I know.
You went the cheapest option.
Yeah, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. But I think the Eagles are from. Well, listen, the reason I'm a Cowboys fan is because it pisses the most people off possible. It pisses everyone off. When you rep
especially Eagles fans and Philly boys.
Well, the 2 most obnoxious fan bases are Cowboys and Eagles, and they're both in the same division, and just everybody hates them.
It's the biggest rivalry in the NFL.
I think part of the reason why, honestly, is because I watched Undisputed and First Take with Skip, and the Cowboys are the big conversation and the rivalry with the Eagles. But now that Skip's off TV, it's not the same. Not
if
having.
I tell my wife you're a Cowboys fan, I'm not allowed on your show anymore. She's gonna say you're not coming on that gay guy's show ever again.
Well,
I mean, PPP, your owner Jerry Jones. Your owner Jerry Jones is if Ethan Ralph had money, he would be Jerry Jones.
He's like more like the Emperor Palpatine of football game.
No, you can Google, you can Twitter Jerry Jones drunk. And you will see video after video after video of him like stumbling down the street, like completely shittered, slurring his words.
That's why we love Jerry. That's why we love Jerry, buddy.
Ash, it was on YouTube, It was on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah, I have it on YouTube. There you go.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Routers is reporting 154 Trump, 27 Harris.
And Trump's
like
up in Virginia a bit.
Up more, so I don't know what's going on.
Fox has already called Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana for Trump ahead of time, so that's coming in.
Trump is up by 69% of Georgia in. He's still up.
Wow.
That Ohio.
By the
looks
way,
like.
time is
Ohio's
absolutely
going to be a
It's
runner.
speeding up.
flying
Yeah.
by.
I mean,
It's
awesome
already 9
panel.
o'clock.
Oh, by the way, Alex Stein will be here in 25 minutes. He's
Oh, I
currently
gotta
at
stick
like
around for that.
he's-
stick around for that.
yeah,
That dude's wild.
he's at a Kamala Harris party right now, like trolling people.
Wow,
and he'll
Trump
be
is
calling.
and in Texas.
I saw Jack Posobiec earlier. He went to like the polling places, and he was just outside the polling places, and people were walking in, and it was in democratically leaning places, and he's wearing a Harris hat, going, "Come on, let's all vote for murdering babies! Yeah, come on, let's all vote for giving free sex changes to illegal aliens and criminals! Yeah, let's go!" That was funny.
PPP.
Payday
Someone,
millionaire for
Angel
5
Vomit.
subs. Sorry, Josh.
Angel Vomit for 10, by the way, on my stream. Wanted me to say to
Oh yeah,
PPP that
154 Harris. PNN has the same thing that that Routers is reporting. I thought they had Harris further up.
Go ahead,
her
Josh.
cousin is on the Cowboys, and she would like to say, "Go Cowboys."
Let's go, boy. I mean, it's
Well-
not over yet, but it's Prescott
No,
out.
but
for
she's
season.
plus 50 for just California, so she's really at 75, 154 if you think about it.
Well,
that way.
you gotta think California, Oregon, Washington, the whole Gold Coast
Yeah, it's
coming
gonna
in
go.
Harris.
We don't
And
count
then-
California.
that's not a
Colorado,
real-
New
that's not a
Mexico.
real
You know, it's
Yeah.
just. It's,
Hey, PPP, where's guy? Got to hit the road.
okay,
So-
Sean. Well,
Hey,
we really
Sean.
appreciated you being on.
Yeah.
Everyone, go subscribe to Potential Criminal over on YouTube. Great guy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sean, man. We'll see you later. All right,
Yeah,
bud?
thanks, Argent. Nice to meet you. True Seeker. Nice to meet you, Gabe.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Got to see you
Hey,
there.
Bernie Marino is up by a full point now.
I feel confident. I was looking around the state. I think he's good. Bernie did good in the cities, and I'm surprised. So he's going to be all right. And
Our
Null will see you
Ohio
later.
correspondent.
Yes,
See you later.
that's right. Let's go, chat.
Let's go.
The Emperor of Mankind will take the Golden Throne back.
It's a great start, but we gotta keep it going. We gotta keep winning. All right, Sean, we'll see you soon.
Yo,
We'll
we'll
have
see you soon, buddy.
a
See you guys.
Ricada show soon.
Yeah, Ricada
Yeah,
with
well, no, we're
me
gonna
and
have. Well,
Copium.
don't worry. They'll be making the corn
Oh.
self-generating. Don't
Oh,
worry.
yeah.
It never ends. It never ends with Ricada.
Hell yeah,
All right,
dude.
see you guys.
Peace, bro.
So do you
All
think
right, I'm gonna
anyone
have
will
to-
sunset themselves if Trump wins?
Yeah.
I mean, like
I mean-
of the people you guys follow?
No.
Oh,
no.
okay.
No.
I don't think so.
I mean, in a just and
The-
beautiful world.
let's be
The
real.
issue is that they're like narcissistic, and those people don't kill themselves.
Yeah,
That's true.
the only
Matt
one
Darbo.
who's not narcissistic, maybe iDubbbz, but like, I doubt it. I doubt it.
I mean, if
No,
He
I-
won't kill himself unless she gives him permission to.
exactly. Anissa would have to send
It's
him.
like
up
in
for
Dark
Canadian.
Knight Rises. Now you have my permission to die.
Basically.
So I'm wondering now at this point, do we start going to some of the liberal tiers that's around, or do we wait? Do we?
I don't think
I
it's.
think you gotta give it an hour.
Yeah.
Another hour.
You
I think you gotta give
what
it an
you
hour.
need is somebody you trust to start flipping through them, and if something happens, we can flip back. You need to get like a
Because I'll tell you, I was
Victorian.
watching Vosh for over an hour before the stream started. This guy was so smug, so arrogant. There was no way Trump could win. This guy was talking about how margins in Indiana being smaller mean that, Kamala's got this in the bag. And it was some of the most delusional bullshit I've ever heard in
Trump's
my life.
up 20 in
I-
Indiana.
But he is trying to be like, when the first precincts reported and it was at 3%, he's like, it's 5% less in Indiana. So therefore, Kamala's got to be. It's like, are you for real, dude? What sort of coverage is this? But he was so ignorant that he actually, he said to his audience was so ignorant, rather. He said that Kentucky being called, it was over, and everybody started doom posting in his chat thinking he was serious, that Kentucky going red meant it was over for Kamala, and he had to actually reassure them, no, guys, I was just kidding.
I'm going to be honest. I'm just tired of all these people who don't know anything about politics, who just have these oh, Trump's going to win 49 states or Kamala's going to win 49 states. It's just kind of a waste of everybody's time. It's not based on anything.
Yeah.
There's
But Trump has gone back up 230 in Georgia. I think he's got Georgia by a good 50 or 100,000 when all is said.
Yeah, I think
come
Georgia
on.
is.
Wow.
New York Times has it as
I'm
lean
I'm
on.
so nervous. I'm so nervous. Oh my god, dude. Oh man, I didn't put the
I'm a
wig
little
on
nervous
for
'cause-
nothing. Okay.
I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to buy groceries for my kids cheaper in the next couple months, or if we're going to have nuclear war. That's my concern.
Well, that might lower the price of
I don't
groceries.
know which
Who
one.
knows?
Here's the thing about
Yeah.
the price of groceries, though. They'll never go down. The rate of them going up might, slow down, but they're never going to go down, I don't think.
Yeah. And then I don't know if you have that in Canada, but we have something here called shrinkflation, where they
Oh, yeah,
basically-
we do.
It's like they have two choices. They go, well, we're going to raise the price $1, or we're going to cut the quantity in half and hope nobody notices.
Or both.
May
Or
I say
do
one
both,
thing?
yeah.
All right, someone in chat was like, "Oh, you're Canadian. Why do you care?" American politics affects Canada like the most.
This is
Like
what
literally
what
the
Just
most.
I'll say this. I say this every time because this is what Pierre Trudeau said, Justo's father. He said the American-Canadian relationship is much like a mouse sharing a bed with an elephant. No matter how kind or well-natured the beast, one can't help but be affected by every twitch and grunt. And that's the way it is.
I'll also say
Literally,
this:
like,
Canadian
yeah.
politics is just way more depressing than American. People always are like, Arjun, why don't you cover more Canadian politics? I'm like, I don't want to talk about Justo. I don't want to talk about 2 million Indian immigrants.
No, well, we do our this week in Bucket show, right? But the thing is,
Does it
it's
make
very
you want to like
inconsistent.
open
dude,
a
It's
vein?
very inconsistent, not just because we're lazy, which we are, but it's also because it's so depressing. Like when you start going through and collecting the news and you're like, oh, there was another Palestinian protest that shut down the whole fucking city, and oh, there's another 500,000 legal immigrants coming in, and oh, the speech laws, they're cracking down online, and this and that. It just in the MAID program especially, it gets really
so
depressing.
Like,
I see some of the free speech issues, and I can't believe it. And I don't cover politics, but I covered the trucker thing because I just love it when anybody sticks it to the power,
Yeah.
So I covered that because
And
I
they
just thought it
closed
was
all their bank
crazy.
accounts. They closed all their bank accounts.
Crazy. I was
The
like,
breaking
is this
the
Nazi
election has
Germany,
been
or is
called
this
for
Canada?
Harris by Destiny.
Okay.
Oh, you're
What?
kidding
What
me.
is-
You're
oh,
kidding me.
So what's his argument? Do we go? What's his argument?
You know what?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's
Here,
listen
here.
to
Oh,
this.
you know, Josh, I
It's
wanted to
over.
ask you a question. I had
Yeah.
a question I wanted to ask you. I understand that you're a fan of pizza, like you're a connoisseur.
I'm a big
aficionado
fan of
pizza.
You like
cheese and
pizza days?
It's true.
Okay.
So I have
Oh, no.
discovered in Palm
What
Beach
is-
County.
You've got the
What
pizza
is
Hut.
Got
Are
the
you
box and
literally-
everything.
Pizza
Literally the
day.
best pizza I have ever had in my
That's
entire
what
life.
everyone says
That is
about
a-
Chinese.
No. There is a guy who is 70 years old. Okay, he's from Brooklyn, but born in Italy. He moved down here 10 years ago. Started a little family place, and it's
Oh, that sounds
fucking
like my kind of
unbelievable.
place.
That's a Philly cheesesteak pizza. It's got the cheesesteak, green peppers, and onions on it with extra cheese.
I would like
and
that.
It's
I'm a Philly boy.
it's not the crust is not the crust is not thick and it's
Is
not
Ohio
thin. It's
called?
medium, but it's so firm that you hold it up with all that stuff on it and it doesn't even fucking bend.
By the
That's
way,
what
Best pizza I ever had in my life.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Destiny's entire chat is going, "You're coping, Destiny. Shut up, cope, cope."
I don't understand because
stop."
how can you even call it? Because Router says Trump won 54 electoral votes, Harris 30 right now.
Yeah,
How
I
are
mean,
you calling it now?
Reuters and AP are the definitive sources.
I mean,
right?
Destiny's not a serious person.
Yeah, I would say
No.
Reuters is usually
He's
pretty good.
Adderalled up. He doesn't even know what's happening. He's like he's just like.
No, I just mean like at
crackhead.
the most basic level. I get that we aren't being professional here, but at the most basic level of professionalism, like the election's nowhere near like you can't even call it yet. Like
No.
Arizona hasn't come
Yeah,
in.
it's not even half
Wisconsin
counted. It's
hasn't.
not even half counted yet. Yeah.
Well, he
Well-
does that thing where he'll predict early. So if he's right, he's like, "See, I was smart." But then if he's wrong, he'll have a cope prepared. He'll have the cope. You know,
Yeah, well,
pull
I
out the
called it too early. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like you
no,
guess what your
not
opponent's
even.
going to do in rock paper scissors. There's two options.
Exactly. exactly what he's doing. No, his cope will be like, oh, people are stupid in this state because this is why, and he'll try to break it down and like cope it and lie about it. So yeah.
He's just trying to get
keep
attention.
We keep getting hammered. We did have a $50 dono chat come in. From Steve, who says, I'm glad I was able to vote for Israel, Trump, Harris, or RFK in my state. For real, though, if you haven't already voted for Bossman Jack, he'll legalize crack and parental abuse. I tried to donate this to Josh. Did you see there was somebody who actually voted for Bossman?
Stop.
Yeah, they're legalize crystal fucking weed. That's what we need in this country.
And we have $250,000 man for $20 who says to the whole cast, but mostly Gabe, what is the trade if Trump wins? And is NVIDIA overvalued? What do you think, Gabe?
Let me think about that. Let me think about it and get back to you.
Well, let me say,
you guys answer, and then
Tetra Pack says gifted 25.
So let's go, Mo. Let's get some more subs.
And the more
subs,
support. The longer I wear the dress for it in the evening. You know what I mean? So if it keeps coming,
you're never gonna take off that dress. You love it.
So, what everybody is saying is the trade if Trump wins, and it logically makes sense. Tariffs are something that a president under U.S. law is able to unilaterally put forward. Like he can just declare one day there's a tariff of 50% on China or 20% from France or whatever he wants, and he's allowed to do it. So the trade really is domestic manufacturers of goods that are consumed in the United States but not overseas. Because the other countries are going to retaliate, so it's got to be somebody who's domestic, who, if they manufacture things and they can only buy, and they manufacture generally for, just the United States. I do obviously know a lot of specific companies, but that would be an investment advice, and I'm not allowed to do that.
I see. We do have, apparently it's been called a projection on the amendment in Florida for weed. Weed lost. Weed will not be legalized.
You know what's interesting?
In Florida.
A lot of people don't know, but that was actually funded by one of the largest legal weed companies. So they put like $100 million to get that initiative on the ballot. And the bad side of it is that basically, if it did pass, you'd be able to buy legal weed, but only from one mega weed corporation. You wouldn't be able to grow your own or anything like that. And by the way, in full disclosure, I'm a medical marijuana person.
Yeah,
I was one of the first people in the state of Pennsylvania because I had a brain aneurysm and they loaded me up on opioids, which was terrible for me.
Okay.
And I have a nerve. So I have a nerve condition, which cannabis is wonderful for. And so, even in my state, I'm not allowed to grow my own, which I'm completely opposed from because it leaves me dependent on a very expensive dispensary system.
Yeah,
you can only get it at dispensary. So I'm for total legalization. Like if you're a consenting adult, recreational, medical, whatever, I'm for it. But I don't like the fact that a weed mega corporation tried to basically take control of the whole weed system in the state of Florida. And if I lived there, I don't know if I would have voted for that or not. And I'm a huge supporter of medical.
Keep an eye out on North Carolina. Trump's lead has shrunk to 2 points.
Stop.
He's up 50.5 to 48.5. And most notably, one of the big Democrat about half the state is in, but one of the biggest Democrat counties, Mecklenburg County, is only 10% in. So North Carolina is getting a lot tighter.
Well, we'll see. It's only 50. It's only at 50%. So
I mean, Biden carried it by 1.2% last time. Trump probably carries it, but it might go late into the night before we know the answer.
Speaking of drugs,
looks like Pennsylvania is getting closer anyway. It was 70-30 last time they put it up on the screen.
Now, before I forget, I just wanted to bring up, I think one of the biggest memory holes in my entire life is the whole Kanye West campaign. Does anyone even like?
That was so surreal, dude.
Like, it's just never mentioned. like whenever I bring it up, Reupers just look the other way, or they're like, "No, you should have listened. Kanye would have destroyed the system." I just wanted to
Come
bring it up because it
on.
feels like that whole thing, like, was just a drug hallucination.
Did
'Cause
you
it was
hear
never
Fu-
mentioned again.
You hear though, Fuentes voted in Kanye. That was his vote for president.
It's
he
so
got
crazy.
With his
one
ethical
vote.
porn, well, he never actually. He's bipolar, so he didn't actually start the porn company because he lost interest in it. But he was gonna save the white race.
I mean, listen, it's
Oh my
embarrassing. It was a massive embarrassment, and Nick blew his big chance. He got to a dinner with Donald Trump, his dream. He had a literal seat at the table. And what did he say to Trump? You need to drop out and endorse Kanye West for president. What?
Did he
You
actually
little
say that?
Yes. According to him, that's what he said to Trump face to face. And then I wonder why you're blackballed from everything. Because you're an idiot.
Nick is the dumb. He's such a fucking.
He's such
a
a
clown.
he's
Did
such
you,
a
did you
disappointment.
did you see how Fuentes was the other day? He was talking about how Trump, how he did, like, he went in the garbage truck and then a bunch
Yeah.
of people dressed up in like garbage
Yeah.
bags. So he was saying, "Oh, it's a cult." All these Trump fans dressed up, in garbage bags for Halloween, and then it's like, well,
But
when
did
you were,
you?
back
America
in
First
Kanye,
is
you were
literally a
dressed in a
cult.
big garbage bag.
Yeah, for a year, for a whole year.
Doesn't Nick
Crazy.
refer to it as a cult? Like,
Yes, and he says it's a good thing that the Groypers are a cult.
because I
or
remember,
like a
didn't
mob.
he kick out a bunch of people because they said America First had an ideology, and he said there is no
Wait.
ideology, it's just me.
Yeah. I
May I-
mean, the
may I-
ideology is whatever Nick decided it was that morning, and it changes hour to hour, day to day, minute to minute, and it's not serious. And he even knows, I think, at this point, it's over for him. And I honestly would not be surprised if he goes to prison in the next year. I really
May I play a
would not
quick
be
video that
surprised.
he did, Ash? May I play this? Everyone hit.
Is it
hit
the
my
Lord of the
watch
Rings
stream.
one?
No, this one's so TR Sarter might head to jail for January 6th. Now remember, he led everyone into January 6th.
Oh yeah.
He told everyone, guys, break the
break the
barriers,
windows, yeah.
break the
barriers and get.
yes.
And disregard the police's orders,
All right, so
directly
watch
telling
this.
them to disobey lawful orders.
So
and
watch
these
this.
guys followed his directions, went to jail, went to prison. The ones that went to prison into solitary confinement, he never raised a dime or a dollar for them. He
Yep.
never spoke out in their defense. And these are people who followed his instructions.
Didn't he say they were
And this-
losers and make fun of them?
Yes.
Yes.
He said
He
they
called
were
them
losers.
losers, yeah.
Yeah, he
watch
called them
this.
losers.
All right,
This
everyone.
guy
in the
makes me want to
call-
punch him in the face. There's a few
Yeah,
people
dude.
online that really get under my skin, but sometimes I catch him on, like, Piers Morgan or something I'm watching, and
Or
I
a
just want to
clip or
punch him in his.
something.
Yeah, I just want to punch him in
But
his
how
face.
how
But-
pathetic to give the order but to not go in yourself.
Well,
How shameful.
Well, he was paid. He's a Fed. Come on, guys. We all just stop pretending. This guy has to. He's a Fed. Now watch what he says here. Everyone, click watch stream on the Discord call.
All right.
Watch what he says here when TR Sarter, who's on the hook for being put into jail. Watch this.
And Sarter is giving him money.
Yeah.
Yes.
How,
yes.
and he's giving him
Like,
$20.
he needs money for, like, legal fees and stuff, and he's giving him money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Sarter is not a wealthy person. Like, he works at a scrap yard, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
He wants to be a tailor, but no one will buy his clothes. It's
Oh, did
At
you
least he
guys
works for a
know that
living.
AP and Fox called for Ohio for Trump?
Yeah, I just saw that.
Wow.
I just saw that.
Okay.
I just saw that too. We're showing
big.
the Fuentes basically
already
throwing TR
Ohio,
Sarter under the bus.
Ohio and Florida already gone. And they used
Yeah.
to be like the nail biter, man.
Yeah.
Trump's
Already
still
gone.
up in Georgia by 6 points.
That's
Nice.
really good. That's really
He's
good.
up. He's still up in North Carolina and Virginia. I kind of hope that he takes Virginia because that would be very funny.
It would be.
But apparently
It
that
would
doesn't
be.
happen.
Well, he was up in Virginia in 16, just so you know, with about 75% of the vote cast, and it only crossed over once it was 80. So that's about how the timing works in that
Okay.
state.
He's only up by 30,000 in total. So how much did he lose by in 2020?
No, this is 2016, which was closer. Like I'm
Oh,
saying,
okay.
he lost by several points, but he was up until about 75 to 80% of the total vote was actually
so
counted.
Grunapple says the MSNBC salt and cope is setting in over on MSNBC.
All right, let me get that link 1 second.
How can they
See if
do
we
that
can
though?
get
I
it.
mean, Pennsylvania's only 25% in, and that's probably going to decide everything.
You know,
So if she keeps the blue wall of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, if she keeps those, then she does win 270 to 268, even if she loses Nevada.
So right now we're in the thread the needle phase where Trump basically needs all of these states. He needs Georgia. He needs North Carolina. He needs Arizona. Once we get past there, then it's a question of cracking the blue wall. So it's a very tough path, in my opinion, because all of these states are close.
Yeah, and she has to hold all that blue wall. Or she's fucked.
Is this guy just texting off cam? Look on the right.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like he's on his phone. Yeah.
He's like tweeting. He's seeding.
He's like, "Hey, Mr. Producer, keep me out of the shot, you dummy. I'm texting."
So there's still quite a few rural counties outstanding in Pennsylvania. So those should all run up for Trump, you would think, but it's still way too
I don't know. It
early.
looks like a lot of Pittsburgh and but like half of Pittsburgh and is in Philly. There's still quite a bit.
Oh no, Philly. Philly. They're talking about a margin of between 500 and 550,000 for Harris out of Philadelphia County.
Did somebody? They're saying they projected North Carolina. Is that true?
Did they?
They have it as lean R on New York Times.
Everybody is saying North Carolina has been projected for Trump in chat.
Has it?
So
Okay,
I don't
I'm
know if
looking at
that's
New York
CNN.
Times. Yeah, CNN did.
Yeah, no, it's Decision Desk. Decision Desk just called it for Trump. They're the ones that everybody, all the news organizations follow.
Woo-hoo. Come on, guys, we got.
I
this.
don't know.
So in Philadelphia right now, only about 20% of the vote is in. So she's going to get another 400,000 margin out of Philadelphia County alone.
Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good.
Pennsylvania's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
Do you like what I have up on the screen? It's more of like a precise, like up to date, like just updating, or do you want the CNN?
I might do like a map like New York Times or. Oh, okay. I was just thinking maybe a electoral map might be good.
It doesn't matter really.
I'll switch between all of them.
It's still too early for us to actually start playing it.
You know what though? I would like to give thanks. Baruch Hashem, we have a new Jewish governor in North Carolina, Josh Stein. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Oh,
Speaking of Stein,
you think he's gonna be involved with this?
3 minutes till Alex Stein joins.
Ash, do me a favor. Can you remove?
Yeah, bring it back.
We have to remove one person from the call.
Alex Stein is.
I've got to.
No, Alex
I've got to
Stein,
run anyway.
He's already in. He's Conspiracy Castle, I believe.
Oh, that's okay. Then never mind. No, you could good, Gabe. If you want to chill for a bit,
I
just tell.
I gotta take a leak anyway. I'll be back.
All right, we'll see Gabe in a minute there. Gabe has really been carrying heavy tonight with a lot of the analysis.
No, he's
been
great.
very, very, very sharp tonight. We're really glad to have had Gabe.
Thank God his mic is good. Last time.
Oh, it was brutal.
Thank God he fixed that mic. Whoa, buddy. I was worried for a second. And Steven, it's great having you too, man. I know we just had you on for the first time, but I think we're meshing very well as well. And Josh, of course.
I like it here. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and Josh, of course, man. I love Matt at the internet. Everyone go sub to him over on Kick and Odysee, of course. And it's nice to meet you, Argent777.
It's just Argent. That's just the handle was taken. Just Argent.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Argent, it's very nice meeting you and great analysis as well.
Oh, thanks.
Great.
It is tough to balance all the speaking time for everybody, and I know it's hard sometimes to get a word in edgewise, but I hope the audience has been entertained and found the analysis to be somewhat good. I think it's actually been time has really been flying. I've been having a lot of fun on this panel.
Me too.
I don't know about the rest of you guys, but Well,
Found
now
my true
we're
self.
asking about Phil. So Dark
Phil's
Side
here
Phil,
soon.
well, not soon. He's about 3 hours away. So sometime around midnight, Dark Side Phil will grace us with his presence, and we will get the Philip Cornell take.
I'm excited about Alex Stein. I know one of his producers from the Hidden in Plain Sight podcast. He's also a podcast host. So it's funny how there's that 1 degree of separation. And I watched him since he started his sort of career trolling local township like meetings, you know?
Yeah, the
And
classics,
I predicted to friends and family, I'm like, that guy's going to be huge. He's going to be like a podcast guy or something eventually. When he was just starting doing the rapping at the local township. And it's so funny because they have to let him do that. Like they have to give him 3 minutes and they can't interrupt him. So it was just like a genius level troll.
Now,
you know?
Some people have asked about Jaden. I think Jaden will join us sometime in the next hour. He's been doing his own live stream. I said to him sometime 2 hours, 3 hours in, we'll bring Jaden on for a bit because he's doing his own show. So he can only give us a limited amount of time. So he'll be on at some point after Gabe or Steve drops out. And then we'll bring Jaden in and he'll give us his take as well.
Tolerator, don't ask, all right? But I'm going to grab a water, okay? One second.
Well, Tolerator, let's get some subs. Now, I gotta ask.
He just joined in. He's like, Andy, what's going on, bud?
Now, Josh, based on what you've been seeing, what's your vibe check right now? Are you thinking Trump's got this based on what you're seeing, or what do you think?
Okay. I'm always cautiously optimistic. I don't want to get my hopes up. It is interesting to me that in North Carolina and Georgia, it's so hard to say because with Florida, I know for sure it's like that happens and then that happens. So if he's up 10 points and the panhandle isn't even fucking coming in yet, he won. Like I know that's how that works in Florida. But Georgia, he's up 5 points, 5%, and 75% of the votes in. So it's like, is he? And I'm looking at the map, and I know that Atlanta is like a big Democrat stronghold, but that's like mostly in. So really, like, how much more could he possibly squeeze out?
If North Carolina is called, which it seems like it is.
That's supposed to be a swing state. So if Georgia and North Carolina are clicked in, it's like that's extremely.
It's Arizona, and then one piece of the blue wall, and we're looking at Trump presidency too. So it's
That'd be historic. That'd be the non-concurrent presidential win since Grover Cleveland.
You knew.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm kind of a history nerd, so yeah, I knew.
The Jeopardy question answered.
I've never seen. I knew just in my lifetime, I've never seen a president win one term, lose the race for re-election, and then win on the next one. So this is kind of historic. And regardless of what you think about Trump, I think he's a great entertainer. Like I love the garbage thing. In my neighborhood on Halloween, I can't tell you how many parents were walking around dressed as garbage or garbage men, taking their kids to trick or treat. It was funny, you know.
By the way, we got a super chat for you, Steve, from Fat Chick Thriller. Amazing show yesterday, gents. Steve and I have been going through your backlog. You're beyond Kino. Can't wait to catch your streams live. I'm Australian, so I don't care about the election, but I can't wait for either side to spurg out, and that's really what we're waiting.
Yeah, we're waiting for. We're waiting for the freakouts.
Like,
yes.
The politics.
Did you play the clip I sent? I played it on my stream. It's MSNBC, and it's just some old fart.
Okay.
I'm leaving messages in the chat, by the way. Look out for them because
Okay, pull that up, Andy, where it says salt, and it's and let's play that.
My next live show is 9 p.m. tomorrow night Eastern time, and I'm gonna have Jordan Sather from Destroying Your Delusion, which I never in a million years would have thought that I would ever have him as a guest, but things happen, and he's having sort of a redemption arc, and we're there for it.
We're also hearing, keep this in mind, we need to search Twitter for literally shaking, and apparently it's getting bad. There are
Democrats
go. Shaking, pissing and shitting their pants. It's gonna be Kino. By the way, glory to Glorzo for 10 subs and DJ Ray for 10 subs.
Thank you, DJ Ray.
Hell yeah! Everyone hit my watch screen. This is what Josh sent me. All right, here. This is what he put on his.
Oh boy, it's Rachel Maddow. Let's go.
We're just starting the night. Whoa!
Oh, stop!
It's not our
They're going to
fault.
blame the Electoral College next.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
I told you. I predicted it.
And when you think about how enormous a force that can be,
That voice crack,
voter suppression,
right?
That is the face of a man who's been felted. That is the face of a man who's been felted.
Yes,
it really is.
By the way, it's like, oh, in New York, your voice isn't. Okay, you don't even ask for ID. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
Shut
up.
him, man. Tell him.
You bring in all these illegals. Oh, all the illegals. Yeah, I'm sure all the illegals. Yeah. Oh, you can vote 20 times if you fucking want. Just put on a fucking wig and walk back in.
You need ID to get into Costco, but not to vote.
They were showing you need ID to scan to open like the drink doors at a gas station, but they won't ask for voter ID. Yeah, bring in every Mexican
you need an ID
and every
beer. You need an ID to buy cigarettes sometimes.
Yes.
You need an ID to get into Costco. You need an ID for everything but that.
How do you receive welfare? Like, so they don't receive welfare checks? Because wouldn't that count as ID since it would have their name and address on it?
Exactly.
I would let that count. I would let that count. Yeah.
No, but mail counts in a lot of places. Like utility bills count.
Yeah. In my local area, you have to. I try to get my kid. I took my kids to the library to get them a library card. But we were so new here, we didn't get a utility bill yet, so we had to wait until we had a bill in our name at the address. Apparently, they're so rich and uppity and snobby here. They don't want any non-residents.
So they're like, we're expected to believe they don't buy alcohol, they don't drive, they don't pay bills, they don't own a house.
That idea that it's racist somehow because black people can't get on the internet or get an ID is in itself.
That's beyond racist.
I mean, this is the way they view them, though, and I mean, there's
no other reason.
Well, they just don't think they have the agency to get an ID and vote. So,
yeah, there's no other reason.
Maybe they don't. I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
There's no other reason than cheating.
That's nasty.
Listen. I don't know how many millions of illegals did you bring in this year, bitch. Just shut the fuck up.
7 million people.
Dude, that guy looks like he's about to cry.
He's gonna cry.
I know.
He's seething.
I don't know. Like, what did they expect would be happening at this point in the night, though? Because this is pretty much. I thought it would go like this, but I didn't think that North Carolina would be called this early. I didn't think Florida would be that overwhelming. And I am kind of surprised that Georgia, he's holding such a strong margin. But other than these results are pretty much what everybody expected, I think.
Well, I mean, we're nowhere near done. I guess that these people were so delusional. They just thought Harris was going to get 60% of the vote and Trump was going to lose Kentucky.
Hillary. Why aren't I 50 points ahead? Like, they really think that that's the case.
I mean, all the polls said it was very close.
It's Ali Jamal. Look on screen. It's Ali Jamal.
It is like grown up Ali Jamal. You see this?
He's literally Ali Jamal, dude.
What is that thing?
Oh, I have an insight from a friend. He's really, really big into the stock market and trading. And Trump is good for business, basically. So he's expected that the stocks would go up if Trump was winning. And the S&P 500 futures, according to him, are going way up. So he says that is the market reacting to the idea that Trump might win. And also in Kalshi, Trump is 70% to win on the betting market. So
wow,
the money people are thinking that Trump's a lock.
Now, Gabe said in 2020, it only went to 75%. So we're nearing that ceiling of 2020, the peak of the red mirage. So we're starting to approach that territory. This is like peak 2020 red mirage. Go ahead.
Router's now reporting Trump 162 electoral votes, Harris 81.
Okay.
So I
Yeah,
guess
but
if you're a Harris supporter, it's not looking good for you. The early lead seems to be in Trump's favor so far.
I think the question is how much of the early vote or mail-in vote has been counted? Because the problem last time was that was all counted like sometimes
Done
days
afterward,
afterwards.
yeah.
So if it's been counted like now, or most of it's been counted, it's a bit harder to do the big vote drops.
It
Yeah.
What
is.
has
I-
AP called that Fox is not? Because or that Fox is called that AP is not? Because there's like a 17-point difference.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just looking at AP, so I'm not sure which states.
I'm looking at New York
Fox.
Times.
I think
There's a
Fox is
lot of
calling
red
some
on that.
earlier than AP. Fox is calling some of the states earlier than AP. AP's a little more cautious, waiting.
Did anyone see the plus
but
3 Kamala
yeah.
Iowa poll?
Fox is
I
195.
did. So the Seltzer polls, I'm calling it Seltzer, even though it's Seltzer or whatever.
Maybe
Has
RTU
Kamala
did
up,
it.
I think. Yes, you know, they might be high on their own supply, but I never heard of them. But apparently, they are like the gold standard in political polling, and they have Iowa Kamala up shock poll. They have Kansas really close within 3. So I don't know if that's gonna be, but they apparently are very reliable, and so this has been a big talking point.
I'm going to be honest, because I used to work in polling. I would not have released that just because it's just too much.
It's an outlier.
Like it's an insane
Fox
outlier.
reporting Harris 117, Trump 195. So
What do they
Fox
have
is calling
different?
states early.
It's Kansas
but
for
they have
sure.
their-
Kansas is called on Fox that AP doesn't have, and I'm not sure what else. I think 1 point of Nebraska was given to Trump, but that's not enough to make up the difference. So there's something else.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not
supposed to
seeing.
get 3 out of 4 in Nebraska. That's what he's projected.
Now,
to.
Kansas
I
is
have to-
moving
They have different
leftward
districts
fairly
somehow?
quickly, I think, because of migration to Kansas City, but it's not going to be that
Yes.
close.
I
have
gotta
to
ask
verify
Gabe
this.
what his thought. Yeah,
So
But-
PPP, what you were saying about Jan Seltzer. So she only does Iowa. She's worked for a local Iowa newspaper for like 30 or 40 years, and she's probably the most accurate pollster in America. For example,
that's what I've heard.
in both 16 and 20, she polled Trump winning Iowa by like 7-8 points, which at that time, you know, Iowa had been an Obama state in 08, an Obama state in 12. And for her to come out with a poll, you know, the 16 polls had it about tied, maybe Trump up by 1 or 2. And she came out with a poll saying, you know, Trump's going to win by 7 or 8. And people were like, holy shit. So, you know, remains to be seen. Maybe
Yeah,
she'll be
they're
wrong this
reporting
time.
Harris-
Who knows?
They're
But
reporting Harris 54%, Trump 44%, and Iowa 15% of the
Wow.
count it.
So
no,
she's
I'm
got a
not
big
gonna.
lead.
I'm not gonna jinx it and open it yet, but you know I have a bottle of 1999 Bordeaux Chateau Patron Longueville, and
go.
you know I've got the wine glass and it's ready, but I don't want to jinx
It's
it. Just
ready.
yet.
PA is
You know,
closing a lot.
I don't have quite that. I have a little bottle of Moet. You know, my $75, $80 champagne. It's not quite the Hoffman extravaganza, but I'm ready to pop it as well when the call comes in.
I got only monsters. I'm sober.
But we have TYT Salt. Josh Moon has linked it in the chat.
I'm
Josh
seething.
really carrying the squad tonight.
I just don't really get. Maybe
Oh,
this
shit,
is
you know
just
what? I wish I screwed this up, but you know if maybe potentially criminal can answer on a stream or something, because I see that he's watching. You know, I had a question.
True.
It was a legal question about when we saw the video of Fuentes saying to break down the barriers,
Yeah.
disregard the police. What is that legally inciting a riot or not? Because
Incitement to riot. Yeah, it's got to be, right?
well, I thought about this, and so if I'm a Fed, the counterpoint, and I'm not an attorney, the counterpoint would be, hey, you know what? Fuentes is going to.
Yeah, I'll give Andy a lot of credit because he has not done any drugs or drunk any alcohol for like over a year now. So, Yeah, I'll give him credit. He's doing the best he's ever done in his career. So yeah, I'll give Andy a lot of credit for that, to be honest.
Later.
Was he like next to Fuentes when he said that?
Yeah, well, yeah, he was like on the row underneath below.
You couldn't prove necessarily that he heard it, but there
was the megaphone. And he's
like, I would just wonder if in his opinion what Fuentes did legally crosses that threshold or not. Like, I wouldn't know, but somebody like potentially criminal.
Well, okay, hang on. When he said everyone go into the building, everyone went, yeah, and then they went.
So I have just been sent from the Oval office. Well, let's go to the TYT salt first. And then let's go to this Kamala Cope.
And Ashton, real quick here. Apparently, they just caught someone throwing out ballots in Dallas.
Wow.
He's felt it. Yeah, it won't matter, but he's felt it. What an idiot. Why would you try to do that? Like, are you stupid?
Texas, of all places.
Yeah, you're not going to win no matter how many ballots you throw out.
The Senate race.
Take Uber's Cope.
Oh, here we go.
By the way, Silent Once has gifted 6 subs. Let's go. Let's get some subs for this coverage tonight.
More.
All right, let's hear from TYT.
An NBC News exit poll in the state of Wisconsin shows that Trump has doubled his support among Black voters in.
Oh no!
It's over. It's never been more over.
This exit poll doesn't mean anything because it doesn't go with our side.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
However.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, look at Shank. Look at Shank. Zoom in. We got to zoom in on Shank.
Yeah, I'm gonna zoom in for the people at home.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Shank's thinking, why didn't you?
Sofa, Shank, sofa.
Remember when Shank said he was going to run for president and he was going to win somehow?
He's not a citizen. He's not a naturalized. He's not.
No,
he
had like this.
I think he ran for Congress and he got like 500 votes or something.
No. He literally said there was Shank for president, and it was the worst website of all time.
He couldn't. He's not a naturalized citizen. He couldn't.
Well, he was going to do a Supreme Court challenge. Like,
I bet.
He had this big plan.
Of course. Oh shit. Fuck. Where is? Let me message. He hasn't jumped in yet, eh? So Alex Steins, he'll be here soon. He'll be here very soon.
Let's hope, but you never know with that.
He said he's almost done with his Blaze stuff. He'll be on right after he's done. Yeah, I told him to hop in, so he'll jump in whenever.
All right.
Here we go.
And so here we are again in a 50-50 race with a guy that I view to be a syphilitic clown. Great job, Democratic Party. You got us on.
Jake, have you seen yourself?
You beat an utter moron.
All right, let me get the next clip ready.
And so it begins. Oh no!
The meltdowns are coming. The meltdowns.
By the way, Bolt Action Loser has gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, Bolt Action Loser.
Big support. Fuck yeah.
Mo.
Here we go. What do we have here? The Oval Office. Do not panic. Trust the process. It's still very early, and generally rural counties report fast because they have fewer votes to count.
It depends.
Republicans are coming out to early leads, but as the count keeps going, things will change. Keep Kamala and carry on the law.
Oh. Isn't that totally false? Isn't it historically the rural counties come in last? By the way, Gabe's muted, so just
wait. Breaking: the New York Times needle just flipped to lean Trump.
Let's go!
It's not over, but it's
getting there.
The Alex Freeman has gifted 25 subs. I've never been so happy to be losing a bet.
Yes! Oh my God!
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
my GWT for 5 subs.
Thank you. Thanks for the subs. Do you usually lose bets? Did you do that on purpose so that
Trump
would win?
That's why he did that. He bet because every time.
Yeah, I'm a terrible gambler. I lose. I don't do it because I always lose. So
Did you actually bet, or was it like a Ralph bet where you win but still lose?
I'll never tell. Well, it's no matter what happens, I feel like I won. And Silent Ones has gifted 25 subs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Spinks. Holy fuck. By the way, I quit betting because of Mahomes kneeling on the 1 yard line.
Yeah, if he just walked it in for that touchdown against the Jets last year, you would have been up $1,000. But he knelt down.
$2,000.
$2,000 it was?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
And then I'm like, Ashton, I quit gambling. I haven't gambled a single day since.
Oh my god.
Fuck
And
that.
DJ Ray for 5 subs.
Let's
Gabe,
go.
I see you chomping at the bit, Gabe. What, you have something?
Just, you would have thought that Trump maxed out his vote in these rural counties where he gets like 70, 75, 80%. In Georgia, the story of the night is the suburbs of Atlanta went 4 to 7 points toward Harris, but all the rurals went another 5 points toward Trump.
Yeah, he's at like 80 in some of these.
So he is running those margins he needed to run, because I was watching Owen
Ooh,
Schroyer.
it's the black people. The black people don't like Kamala. I don't know why. They don't like her.
She ain't black. She ain't.
No, she is. Believe it or not, in the exit poll, for what it's worth, of Georgia, she was getting 86% of the black vote, where Biden got 88. So there's not really much of a difference, in at least in Georgia, in terms of the black vote. It's that white rural vote that he's just gone on over.
She's running those margins. She's running those margins, but is the turnout the same, Gabe? Do we know?
Yeah.
Supposedly, in that same exit poll, the turnout, the black share of the overall electorate in Georgia was 30%.
Whoa.
So it's about right where it should be, right? They are about.
It just became even more polarized.
Yeah.
But Trump ran up his people more than she turned out hers.
By the way, big shout outs to Jim. Mr. Medicare sent us all his people our way. Thank you,
Wow,
Jim.
we
And
are
hey,
over
everyone.
6,000 live viewers.
He said to check us out. Thank you. A lot of new followers. What's going on, guys? We're having a great. We're cosplaying. I went Troon today for this. Don't be
How many subs? Wait, how many subs for you to do the Princess Leia and Jabba the Hutt? How many subs?
Stop it, Gabe.
How gay do I have to be? I'm already like.
Isn't it
there's
enough?
sus-
Isn't it enough? Like, how
you need some fake titties to pull that one off.
Your customer is always right, and your chat is the customer, and chat is demanding it.
This is why.
I want to see.
What humiliation ritual
You're
would
gonna
be enough?
drive off all the Medicare people. They're gonna hit the stream and be like, "This is anime."
Is Medicare masochist for 25 subs?
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Big support there. No, there will be no Princess Leia. Look, this is the one and
this is
done.
just tough but I mean, listen, as long as Josh gives you his blessing, because Josh is the lord of the trans culture war. And as long as Josh says it's okay, it's like how only Nixon could go to China. Only Josh can avow trans stuff.
Pennsylvania's within 2 now.
Wow.
170 has gifted 5 subs.
Please, come on. Let's go.
And local
Let's
millennials
let's
for 5 subs.
Let's
Palantir 54
Let's
for
go.
5 subs.
Woo! Big support tonight.
Ratters reporting Trump ahead in Mississippi, 59 to 39.
Whoa.
Ahead in Georgia,
No
52 to
surprise.
47. Ahead in North
Wow.
Carolina, 52 to 48. Ahead in Virginia, 49 to 48.
Gabe, I really want you to look at this because this is killing me.
Ahead in Kansas.
So Josh, can I ask you one question while I'm looking at this? Have you ever listened to the YouTube video of an AI voice of yourself singing Hava Nagila?
I
Sure, I have. Actually, I have heard that song.
We
Did you
played
like
that
it?
on the show, I think. Gabe donated for us to play it on the show.
It really sounds like you. It really does.
I will say this: I have a very weird voice, so AI doesn't capture the kind of like je ne sais
full
quoi of
cadence,
how I
yeah.
speak. Yeah, it doesn't. So, but in that song, Havana Gala, it captures it perfectly. It sounds just like me. I don't know what it is. There's something about it. It just captures my essence.
So when I first heard it, I really thought it was you.
Somebody said they played it for their grandma who was Jewish, and she said I have a lovely singing voice. So,
And CPEG gifted 10 subs. So Josh,
Yeah.
you really want Virginia. I want it too. I
Dude,
want Virginia
I'm
bad.
I'm going side by side and looking at all the blue counties, and they're pinker. They're pinker this time. They're not all the way in, but they are pinker. And I'm thinking this can happen. This can happen.
It's 49 to 48 in Virginia right now. 49.5 to Trump, 48.6.
Pennsylvania is
Come on.
within 2 as well.
Buddy, this is wild.
Oh no, it's within 1. It's within 1.
It's within 1, yeah.
Join CPEG for 10 subs. Big fucking support tonight. And thank you.
So, Josh, the betting markets
everyone.
have Virginia at a 93% chance for Harris.
Wow.
No.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
There's a chance.
You're telling me there's a 7% chance. Honestly, it would be such a rebuke of the Democrats if they were to
Fox has
lose
him up.
Virginia.
Fox has Trump up by 2. 50.09 to 48.22.
By the way, just to check in, because
New York
Quartering
Times
told
does
us
too.
that New York and New Jersey were going for
Quartering
Trump.
told us.
Quartering, the authoritative source on politics, told us, and I ate a lot of shit on this. I said there's no way New York and New Jersey are going red. What is the results in New York and New Jersey? Did they go red?
No.
Oh.
Actually, I have Breaking Salt, apparently. Hold up.
Oh, yeah, Breaking Salt. Let's go.
Breaking Salt.
Let's
Hell.
go, MSNBC Salt number 2. God, it's good that we have Josh here on the
It's the
journalist.
forum. They're putting in work for me.
Yeah, they putting in that work.
Let's go. Hang on, let me grab that.
7,000 watching live. I think we might be the top election stream on Kick. I know Amaranth has got one going on.
Well, Amaranth is with Destiny, like, is getting the Destiny bump there, too.
Is she really? She's streaming with Des. Is that what he's going after now? He's trying to get the Amaranth.
Yeah. Oh, the freaking. Oh my God. Yeah. She's with him right now.
What's insane is he'll smash too somehow, but he'll be watching from the corner later.
Somehow,
like,
buddy, her like, come on, like, she's on OnlyFans. It's not that much. Let's be fair.
By the way, Behemoth 3012 gifted 2 subs.
She's used goods. Sorry. All right, here we go.
Florida abortion amendment is rejected.
Look at
What?
this.
This bitch is gonna
Yeah, they didn't
lose it.
Let's go. Look at this.
Yeah, they didn't
bitch,
get 60.
too. This is the woman who's talking to me about politics right now. Look at her face. She looks like a
Does she
DEI
even
video
have,
game
does she
character.
even have eyebrows? Like
No.
it's like crazy.
No, they're like penciled in.
It's
Yeah,
like one of the
Is she like a
puppets Steve would
croissant or
make.
something? Like, what is that?
She's like a fucking NPC from Horizon Zero Dawn.
Somebody in
here we
chat
go.
said she's the craziest
Sorry.
bitch on MSNBC, which that's
is the
quite
craziest.
something.
That's
If
saying
you are
a
the-
lot.
That is saying
Her
a
and Rachel
lot.
Maddow are kind of like
Neck and
neck and
neck.
neck.
I
It's
look
like-
more like a woman than this bitch.
Oh man.
Sorry.
All
Yeah.
All right. Let's hit play. let's hit
Simmer
play.
it down. for God's sake.
Sorry, the monster's kicking in. I love my second monster.
Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist-type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
Like, is it actually fascism to restrict abortion? Like, this is delusional nonsense, isn't it?
If
So
I
you're
could,
telling me that America before 72 was always a fascist country? That's what we're meant to believe, right?
I mean, Abraham Lincoln does rest on 2 fasces in Washington, D.C.
if I could do a
is
slight
a-
self promotion, I have a series called "Is It
Yes.
Fascist?" where I go
Yes,
through
you do.
and look at different political movements or stuff, and I came up with like this big list. Neither the Democrats nor MAGA got like anywhere near the threshold for being fascist. Like it's just absurd. It's like the whole Democrats are communist nonsense.
Well, it's
Yeah.
just not the case, right? But they get all this fear mongering and names like calling and slinging, and it's just insane. Like Trump calling Kamala Comrade Kamala, Communist Kamala. Meanwhile, she's not even really for universal health care, even. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, she used to be. Now she's not.
exactly. The thing is, Kamala Harris doesn't stand for anything. But the reality is, she's probably further to the right than any political party in Canada. And that's just the facts. And so people just don't eat, like, and call Trump fascist and all this. It's just nonsense.
Oh, but they know it's bullshit themselves. They know. Oh, he's like Hitler. It's like it makes no sense. It's retarded. I mean, if they do believe it, they're just mentally ill. But I mean, they're mentally ill anyway. They want to fucking cut off like men's dicks and give fucking hormones to children.
Did we have?
Go ahead.
Did we have Josh wanted to say something quick or no? Did you have something?
Oh no, I was just laughing.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I was thinking I had a joke in my head and I didn't say it because I didn't want to interrupt, but I was just like, she's whatever's gonna get her the next fifth of whiskey or whatever.
Okay, for the Canadians, I have a question. Who is cringier, Justo or Polyev?
Well, but think about it though.
I actually gonna say Polyev.
Well, listen,
Arjun, it was great having you on the show.
No, I didn't say worse. I said cringier. Have you seen his Twitter?
I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
No, I haven't actually.
I think ultimately I would have to say Justin, but I see what Argent is saying because like when I see Polyev wearing, the Hindu headdress or the Sikh headdress and bending the knee and stuff like this, like it really cringes
He wrote
me
God
out.
with the hyphen in it.
Well, okay, but let's.
Did he
Gabe's
really?
Here. Gabe's here, though. We can't listen. Listen.
Yeah,
guys,
but it was. I don't know. The
wait.
pandering's cringe.
Sorry, I can't even.
Just real quick,
Tom,
Montana and
I
Utah
sent you
for
that
Trump.
video. I sent you that instruction video, and you never watched it.
Watch.
Did you ever watch the video?
I did. I can't smile. Hang on. Don't.
Guys,
I can't smile.
Don't look now, but Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania.
What?
Whoa!
Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania.
He's comfy up 5% in both Georgia and North Carolina, and he's leading a little bit in Virginia and PA.
Okay,
so get this.
In Pennsylvania, they historically count those cities first. Historically, in Philadelphia, the cities are kind of done. I think they're done their vote count first, and if that's the case, and all the rurals are what's left, the rural areas of Pennsylvania heavily lean Trump.
So, guys, I think we have one of our keys to the election here, possibly. There's an NBC News exit poll.
Mm-hmm.
In 2020, Latino men, they went for Biden over Trump, 59-36. In 2024, they're going for Trump by 10 points, 54-44.
Wow.
That is Latino men?
That is a 20 nationally. That is a 20-point swing.
The
That
Mexa
can't
Bros,
be
they
right.
came through.
That can't be right. So you're telling me
I'll drop the link in the Discord.
But Ann Coulter told me that they'll never vote for a Republican ever. How is this happening? Wait a minute. So
Here's
you're
what
telling
happened.
me
All the Mexicans in the U.S. are like, we don't want any more Mexicans taking our job. We gotta send them back. We're too many now. Go home.
There are a lot of Latinos that are like that. They're like these
There is. I
illegals
know
are
some.
giving us the
I know
bad
some, yeah.
name. Yeah.
Fuck off,
Wow.
Especially if they're legal,
are you
naturalized
telling
Mexicans
me
and business owners.
Donald Trump, imagine this though, the destiny of it all. Donald Trump starts his campaign. They're rapists, they're criminals. And in the end, in his final hour of need, the Mexican people come to his aid to secure the Trump presidency.
Kino.
Is this really what's happening?
But
This
they
can't
remember.
be.
They remember what he said, but some of them, I assume, are good people.
Yes,
and those
right.
good people.
But some. What? The Mexican males in the percentage of 54%, they're the good ones. They're the good ones. This is crazy.
If you watch this video, it's very short, but watch this video, right? I'm gonna hit play. Okay, you ready?
Oh.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't gonna vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was gonna break up with me. So now I'm here.
He only voted for Harris because his girlfriend threatened to dump him.
Yeah, I was gonna just say I'm pretty sure he voted for Harris. That dude.
Oh shit!
Yo, could you imagine? Could you imagine Harris coming out and like, listen, all you women are gonna have to keep your legs closed until they agree to vote for me.
Apparently, Review Tech USA highly depressed, despondent on stream. He's eating another.
How is that
edibles.
different than normal?
Yeah, so it's a regular.
It's election day.
How much is he hitting the coke board?
Oh my God! The
clown. I just did some quick math with the states that are sure to go Trump, but I added in Pennsylvania, and it looks like he's like really close to the 270.
I'm saying
from
though,
what's being reported
let's
now.
Pump the brakes. This is very similar to 2020.
It's still early.
Yeah,
it's very early. This could be another red mirage. Let's pump the brakes.
I don't know. It looks like they're going to be able to call it in the next couple hours, if you ask me. Like,
really?
No, because of what I said about Wisconsin. If it's that close, you're not going to know Wisconsin till 2 a.m.
But if he
Milwaukee, that county, they don't count at the precincts. They take all the mail and they move it to a central place, and then they count it.
But
and
it might
be
always that way in Wisconsin.
It might be at the point.
Does the mail-in vote in Wisconsin favor Democrats usually?
Yeah. We don't remember in 2016.
Remember, that's just Milwaukee County that they do that in.
Oh, Milwaukee.
Remember what happened in 2016, though? Is that we had the situation where Wisconsin was slow in counting, and then PA flipped, and they're like, "Well, I guess our fucking bullshit doesn't matter anyways," and they just kicked it to the curb.
Like if you go back and if you go back and you watch like a 2016 replay, you'll see how like Wisconsin he's up by like 150,000, then 100,000, and then it bleeds all the way to like he wins by like 20,000 at the very end.
But
it's
here's
always
the thing,
that way that you get a big dump from Milwaukee.
Apparently, Georgia is being called right now by some outlets. They're calling Georgia for Trump. If he has Georgia,
it doesn't. He's up 5 at 84% reporting.
But if he gets Arizona and he gets Pennsylvania, that's it. Though he doesn't
over.
need Wisconsin.
If he gets
Arizona's coming in.
Right. He needs one of the blue wall.
He needs one.
Correct. He needs one of them,
and he's ahead in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
Now Arizona,
he's ahead in Arizona right now.
How much do we have in Arizona? Is any of Maricopa
36%.
30%. Yeah. It's 30%, 35%.
Over half of Maricopa's in, and none of the rurals are in.
So Arizona might be the chink in the Trump armor that sends it all down.
No. He's tied with half of Maricopa in.
It's tied. So
it's tied with half of Maricopa in, but all the rural not in. And
that's what I mean.
Favoring Trump.
Okay, good. That's really good then. Okay, that's really good. Thank God. I was starting. Well, I don't know, man. This could be it. If what Steve's saying about Pennsylvania is true and Arizona comes through, then that's ball game. Trump is president-elect.
Breaking news.
If he wins Arizona and Pennsylvania, I think it's over.
The transgenders on Twitter are threatening suicide. They can't sleep. They're complaining. They're saying that their daughters and sons are going to commit suicide.
Let's get
the tweets are coming in.
Let's get some subs for that.
Somebody said we need to go to the Twitter search and put in literally shaking, and we're gonna get.
No, you get a bunch of porn videos if you do that.
Yeah,
you get a bunch of porn videos.
No, what I do, I'll have to
porn videos.
Fuck. If someone out there could print screen stuff and send it? Because someone's gonna put it and it's gonna be a big black penis on our screen.
I might be 1,500 down.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
I might be down
Let's get some
$1,500,
subs to
folks.
recoup.
Karnov 89
this
for
is-
5 subs. Ralph Family Treasure
just-
for 5 subs. I've never been so happy to lose $1,500 in all my life.
Oh my
So I just put this in the Discord. If you want to pull it up on
collecting some
screen,
folks,
the
yeah.
prediction market for Pennsylvania just exploded to like 75% Trump.
No
Really?
way. Oh my God! Look at this. Here, here I'm gonna show it on.
I think that may be a little premature, but
10 subs. I think I don't know. I can't believe it. If it
It's
really
90% for Trump on the betting market. Or for
Destiny
Georgia.
called it for Harris at 6:07 p.m.
All right,
it's
who's-
over. I'm
should-
calling it. Harris wins.
Should I put a
Yeah,
bet on
exactly.
Kamala right now? At what is
Trump is all the way up to 80.
Let
He's
me
up to
look.
82 on Kalshi.
Let
He's up
me
to
look.
82% on Kalshi. Wow.
I have the
I
prediction.
might have to put in a bet right now that Kamala is coming back. We may have to double down. Let me see. What is it
Oh shit.
in
Let's
play?
see.
Kamala Harris right now is 6.5 to 1 to win the presidency on Bet365. Donald Trump is at 1.1. So to put that in perspective, if you put $100 on Trump, you'd only make 10 in profit right now. If you put 100 on Kamala, you would bring back $550 in profit.
Ash.
So
You're gambling?
Should I put 300 on Kamala Harris right now to bring
Well,
back?
no, Georgia is done because she would have to, get 62% of the remaining votes to close her gap. I mean,
And a lot of
yeah,
it's
that's
still
what happened.
rural.
So $350 on Kamala right now would return $2,275. Should I do it, gentlemen?
No, are you dumb?
She's coming back.
You're throwing
She's
her
coming
money in
back.
garbage.
Guys, I am doing it. I'm doing it.
No, don't do it.
I'm doing it.
Stop, please, no.
By the way,
No.
Nick Ricada has gifted 25 subs. Tetra Max for 10 and DJ Ray for 10 subs. We almost paid for the bet. Should I put it on? Press 1 in chat if I should put the money on Kamala.
No, please, two.
Press 2 if I should keep it in my pocket.
Oh, shit, that's my own chat.
I put some Twitter codes in the live chat.
Wait, I'll make a poll. Bet?
What are you guys?
Yes
What's gonna happen
or
when
no?
she comes back and I'm out an additional $2,000 in potential profit when the blue wall holds?
All right, I made the poll. Fuck, Ash. 50-50.
This is closer than the election.
It's a race. Holy shit. It's like 51-50. I've
This
never
is a
seen
wild
a
poll.
closer
Should I?
poll. Guys, you
Okay.
can keep voting. It's on the chat there on the top. How is it staying 50-50? Like almost. Wait. Yes, it's winning 51. Back to 50-50. 51 on yes.
I'm thinking I put 500 on to make it over $3,000 in profit.
Are you?
It would be if I put another 300 on. Kamala would rack me a $5,000 profit tonight if she was to win.
This is actually unhinged.
Is it? Because I think she can still win. Here's how Kamala can still win, guys. Swisher Sweeps has gifted 25 subs.
Yeah.
Is it time, Biden? You fired. Is it time for him to be fired? Like, what is gonna happen? Boba has gifted 2 subs. All right. I suggest right now we tune into TYT and see how they're doing.
Yes.
Then I suggest we go to Vosh and then to Destiny. I think at this point it's leaning. I don't want to jump the gun. I don't want to be too jubilant, but it's looking very good for president.
Gabe almost freaked
I'll be back
out
in
on
a
that
few
one.
minutes.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
Gabe.
I'll be
Yeah,
there
I
in a
was
few
gonna
minutes.
say I think I might head out and go back to my stream if that's okay.
All right, Arjun.
Everyone, wait. What's your link? Everyone, go subscribe and follow me. Like tell everyone where they can find
You can find me on
Argent.
YouTube. I'll share my link at Argent. Just cover a whole bunch of different stuff, politics. I also do movie reviews. I have a big series I'm doing at the moment called the Ukraine Cinematic Universe, where I'm like covering it with a lot of dark humor.
He's got
But-
some really good stuff. Here
Hey,
is
Arjun,
his link.
you were awesome, dude. It was nice
Thank
meeting
you
you.
very
Hope to
much
see
for having
you.
me on, guys. I really appreciate
yeah.
the opportunity.
Oh, we really
Hell yeah.
appreciate you. You were an
Nice meeting
awesome coverage from you.
Yeah, man. Thanks,
Awesome.
buddy.
Okay,
By the way,
God bless,
everyone-
guys. Have a good night.
You
All
too,
right.
man. And
Enjoy
by the way,
it.
everyone, again, whoever joined us.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Argent.
What's up, King?
Hey.
Are you switching to my stream or?
I
mean, you have the bigger sub count.
Sure. I mean, if you want to, you can. I don't want to cut your stream, but
I mean, I don't know. So, how did Kino Casino go?
oh, okay. I think I did a lot. I think it was okay. I don't really do the best in situations where there's like 8 people, but I think it went pretty well.
Okay. Well, can you? If we switch to your stream, can I take everybody that's in this stream and move them to your stream?
Sure. You just have to.
If you move everybody else, I'll shut down my stream and move to your bigger stream.
Z. Sorry. So, what do you mean by that? Do you mean you just share?
I just mean take albinos. I mean just invite everybody in this. stream
Oh,
and
okay.
just move to your
All right.
stream.
Sounds good.
I mean, I just mean I want like albino squirrel and nice meme Friar and Rhodey and Terilien to move over to your bigger stream.
Okay. Sounds good.
Guess who just joined?
Hey, man. Nice to have you on.
Hey.
Hey. So, just finished my big appearance on Kino Casino, so that wasn't bad. It's a little rowdy for me, but overall I think I had fun. Let's see. Yamal says, cool seeing you on the casino. Yeah. I just have to say once again, and this is not me just trying to suck them off or something, but I am very proud of Ashton and Andy and how they've kind of turned their lives around. Like, their show was pretty rough a year or two ago, but I think Worski not doing drugs or drinking anymore, he's way more coherent and way more high energy than he used to be. So
I've literally never heard of Kino Casino, but
it's okay. It's like a drama comedy show.
Can I just say something? I hope this doesn't negatively impact you.
Yeah.
I just assumed that the political stream that we were doing was the main stream and that Casino was like a side stream, and so I was just kind of keeping your seat warm.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like cuck you guys, or it just there was like 7,000 viewers on that, so I just wanted to.
No, I just I'm your loyal lieutenant basically, and so I don't know if this is like some kind of like compromise thing. It's just like invite everybody on my stream back to your stream, and when we just go back to your stream.
No, it's fine. Anyways, okay, so let's just take a look. I have the New York Times map up. Was there
Everything's going good.
Was there someone else you wanted me to invite?
Make sure you invite Albino Squirrel.
Okay.
And Terilien. We got nice meme Friar and Rhodey.
I'm on. But yeah.
Rhodey's here and nice meme Friar's here. We still need to get Albino Squirrel.
London County voted 9 points more Republican than in 2020.
Terilien is still on my channel, so I'll go back.
Prince William County, 9 points.
I have added him here.
The New York Times is up to 78% odds of victory.
I don't know. I'm just gonna say like my fans or whatever can call me cucked, but I kind of just. I mean, you're the commander here, so I'm your lieutenant.
Okay.
Go grab a drink.
You just have more subs, and I'm just kind of your second in command. I feel like so.
Okay. Well, it's I'm happy to have you on. You're like the favorite guest I have on.
I just kind of like understood my idea of basically in my mind, my stream was to keep the seat warm for you while you're at Kino Casino.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thanks. Anyways, yeah, let's get into it. So I think everything is looking pretty good. What have you guys called so far? I'm just gonna compare what I have.
Refusing to call Georgia deliberately. I also think that Virginia is much more in play than it has been in 2016 or 2020.
Okay, so what states? Okay, so I'm just looking at the states that I've called so far. So I'll call the South. I think that's all in. Is Kansas mostly in?
I don't know. Kansas is just a fucking really bizarre thing right now.
Okay, Kansas I'm not gonna call just yet. I think we can call, or nah, North Carolina I'll wait a little bit longer. Um let's see what happened. I'm just seeing what I haven't called yet. Okay. Connecticut. Massachusetts. What's New Jersey? I don't know. New Jersey's actually pretty close. Like I can see why they called it, but it's 52 Trump, 46 Kamala.
What'd you say?
It's New Jersey is like 50 is Trump's at 46 in New Jersey.
Yeah, I don't know. They called New Jersey, but like I think that bodes well for the popular vote. A lot of people on Twitter were saying Trump's gonna win New Jersey. Just because of I think there's a lot of excitement for Trump voters in New Jersey, but I don't think he's going to win the state, if that makes sense.
No, I don't think so either. I just think it's looking a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. I think it's just.
I think he's going to win the popular vote.
You do? Okay, because I had said Kamala +1, but it's quite possible.
So this is going to sound bizarre, but I think Trump will win the popular vote regardless of who wins. I think that either, well, we've been streaming for a long time. Basically, I think that either Trump wins, and he wins the popular vote, or Trump loses and he wins the popular vote, but Kamala cheats through selecting of like Arizona and Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, Senate's looking good. Looks like we won Ohio. We gained in Ohio, and hopefully we gain my state. It was blizzarding earlier, but
I'll call Georgia when it gets really well to like 95%. I think.
Oh, you're gonna. I think once you break 90, callable. It's 90 on New York Times.
Okay, but... I'm gonna call Georgia then. Oh no, I already did call Georgia. Wow, I outsmarted myself. I'm gonna wait on North Carolina. I'm pretty confident Trump's gonna win it. I just want to. I think one of the issues this time is they counted the early votes first, so I don't think they're going to be streaming in for days afterwards like they were last time.
Mm-hmm. I think the other thing is the bite back from 2020 might make it a lot more fair, if that makes sense.
Trump is up 3 in Pennsylvania at the moment.
Trump just
down.
Trump just crossed 80% on the New York needle. He's 81% chance of victory.
Oh, so, by the way, sorry, next before, did you have something you wanted to shill?
Um,
Like a
well,
channel, a podcast, or
I
something?
have yeah. So Isildur Shaq is looking to make a comeback bigly, right? But we want but I kind of want like another regular co-host if that's okay. I mean, I'm considering Serp. I mean, he's been super kind to offer, and Roadhouse as well, Roadie. So yeah, it would be really good if people could reach out to me on uh, Twitter and whatnot.
Okay, but
Um,
you could you send me
yeah,
the link and I'll put it in chat if people want to. How would you describe Isildur's shack?
it's an artist's dream, so we can talk about like pretty much anything goes. Yeah, we are originally an esoteric Tolkien podcast, but we have diversified. We have diversified enough to um to talk about anything really.
Okay.
I mean,
Do you remember the episode where we had a
The
femoid?
Terminator review episode next.
yes, we are. Yes, Sarp and I are gonna do a Terminator review episode. Argent, you are invited as well, by the way.
Sure. I'd be more than happy to come on to that.
Zest. Okay. So if it's the three of us, then yeah. I mean, Terilien hasn't really seen any of the Terminator movies, so.
Well, I've seen the
Um,
first two, and I've seen 3, but I haven't seen any of the others.
Well, neither has
Salvation
anyone
sucks.
else.
Genesis is not the best, but like it has some heart. And then the sixth
Genesis
one
is
garbage.
fun at least.
Genesis wants to be a Terminator movie and respects the Terminator franchise.
Okay. Anyways,
While
Which is-
Salvation sucks, and
Yeah, which is much more than can be said of Dark Fate.
anyways,
Darth
we'll
Vader's
cover
just
that.
Horrible.
We'll just cover that. I just wanted to like give you a chance to shill that. Oh, also my friend Terelien's here. I'll link his channel. He does great videos on history, mainly of castles in the Holy Roman Empire. What was your most recent one? Terilien?
He did Knights. He did the Imperial Knights one. That was his second most recent one. I don't remember what his most recent one was.
His most
He just
recent
released
one
one.
was the Call for Reichsform. So he does
Oh,
Sovereign
yes.
Citizens of the Reich. He did Top 10 Favorite Castles, Imperial Knights, and stuff like that. So just go
I'm
follow
gonna do
him.
another one in a couple weeks too.
Please watch his Imperial Knights video. It is incredibly entertaining and dense.
The Sovereign Citizens of the Reich one, yeah. I actually have 2 Imperial Knights video, but the second one is much more thorough. Am I audible?
Yep. No, you're audible. Yep. Okay. Just wanted to give you guys, and then as always, check out Serp's channel. Great guy. Great content. Always love what the stuff he puts out.
Can you, because Oak Tree Albino Squirrel is back. Can you talk about his blog? I think he has one of the best blogs on the right that there is. He's a good guy too.
Okay. Did you want to share it with me? Post it, and I'll share it in the chat.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that right now. Just so everyone knows, I mostly focus on like conservative and nationalist anti-capitalism on the blog, and I have some translations of people like Edward Liminov on there too. So, yeah.
Just he doesn't have a YouTube channel, but his blog is incredibly prolific. People call him Professor for a reason.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to the election then. So let's see here. So Arizona is half called. Maricopa County is and Pima County are both over 50%. I don't know. I'm just looking at this.
Are they gonna throw the shenanigans if it just looks bad enough for them?
I don't know. there's still quite a bit in rural Arizona that has to come in, like Mojave, Yuma. I once again can't see Trump losing Arizona or Georgia, given that he was ahead in the polls. Okay, there we go. That is okay. Let's see here. Harris is now up. I see her up 0.4 in Virginia. Where is the vote still? Has the vote come in from the large areas yet?
It hasn't. The last holdout, the last urban area is Fairfax. Fairfax is only supposed to be 70% in. There's at least one. There's literally a rural county, Bedford County. I'm gonna look it up.
I don't know.
Bedford
I'm
County.
looking at it, and it seems like most of the rural counties are in.
But I'm just saying, there's a Bedford County, according to the ABC, has no votes in, and it has 80K people in it.
80K.
So, what?
So it's possible.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of counties. Charlotte is only at 38%. Mecklenburg. 50.
No,
Like,
Richmond Richmond's only at 27.
Oh, really? Shit, yeah.
Oh, Richmond is the one that's preventing it from flipping?
Well, one of, yeah.
Okay, I guess we were obsessed with Fairfax on my stream.
Yeah, Richmond is still quite a bit to come in.
Okay.
Where's is Richmond next to DC? I don't remember. Oh, wait, no. What the fuck am I saying?
It's in the center of the state. It's the
yeah, I remember where Richmond is. I remember the Civil War battlefields.
I'm looking at the New York Times map. I think it's pretty good.
New York Times is the best map.
Yeah, I'm looking at theirs. Let's see, Wisconsin. Trump is pulling ahead in Wisconsin. He's up by over a point, and there is half the vote is in. Let me see. So Madison, okay, most of Madison's in. It looks like kind of a mixture.
Oh, they just reported Trump's gonna win Iowa.
Oh,
you mean that the +4 was wrong?
Apparently,
they wouldn't see that Kamala +4 poll.
MAGA nail biter, baby.
Remember last election where they kept listing Montana as like a Leonor state?
Oh, baby, it totally was. We'll see, because there was blizzarding today, if we get the Senate in Montana.
Someone asked if Carrie Lake dragged down Trump in Arizona.
I don't know about that. We'll see.
Let me look at what's going on. Yeah, Carrie Lake's probably going to lose. I'm looking at the Senate map. Bernie Sanders has won re-election.
Really close to Maricopa.
It looks like, have they called it for Marino yet?
In Ohio, they haven't called Ohio, but I'm pretty sure Ohio's flipping for him.
He's up. He's up 5 points.
I'm very sure.
Oh, Dave McCormick is up. Although Dave McCormick is a massive cuck, but a Senate seat's a Senate seat.
I mean, yeah, that's what I told everybody. Is to just.
Well, no, I've told people as far as they'll listen, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you should just vote for the Republican straight ballot as far as House of Representatives.
Serp, you sound further away than other people a bit.
I mean, I voted for him.
I knocked over. Can you hear me now?
It's better, yeah.
Yeah, my mic got knocked over. When I was turning off my second monitor after I switched to Origin Stream.
Okay, so I don't. Oh, okay. There's no votes in Montana really have been counted. Minnesota is looking. Oh no, it's only 4% in.
I know all these people talk about Minnesota. Maybe it's just.
Oh no, there's no chance.
Because it's Mimi. I'm not. I don't think we have a chance.
Hung Cow is actually doing pretty good in Virginia.
Well, I think it's in Minnesota. There were a ton of. It looks like the Republican counties came in first.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. What is the House at the moment?
The House actually looks pretty good. I think the House was supposed to be the one we'd struggle the most in.
Yeah, Minnesota was the thing is though with a lot of these, if Trump gets like closer, I'm sure it'll help in the House seats. I don't know how exactly it transfers, but it looks like Trump's gonna get 40 in New York, which I think is pretty good, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is.
Better than what he
normally.
got last time.
What did he get last time?
I want to say Biden got like 67.
New Hampshire has not been called yet. I still think it's not gonna go. I still think it's Harris.
I don't know. I'm
Biden-
bullish on New Hampshire just because of every Republican victory is incredibly close in that state.
Biden won New York 60% to 30. What is it?
Well, I mean, obviously New Mexico's gonna go to Harris, but it's like
No,
Trump is
Aaron's
doing
go
way better.
Switch New Mexico.
Real.
But New Mexico's doing a lot better than I think anyone thought it was gonna be.
I do think the Hispanics are going to. I think that Trump in this election is going to beat Bush's 42%.
I think I someone in the other stream I was in said that Trump won a majority of Hispanic males.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think there was a poll about that a while ago.
They need to call both North Carolina and Georgia at this point, I think.
Speaking of New Hampshire, apparently the Republican candidate for governor won.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that a reverse coattails is going to happen, or?
New Hampshire's weird because it's very Republican at the state level, but they don't, I think, get along very well with the federal party.
I will be right back.
Let's see here. Okay, let's go back to presidential.
I am on dark manga, by the way, because I'm wearing a Depeche Mode shirt right now while I'm wearing my Trump hat.
Based? I'm wearing my Canada t-shirt because why not?
Cringe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get why they're not calling Georgia. Well, no, I know why they're not calling Georgia. Trump's up by 3, and it's... Wait a minute.
Like, I think Georgia and North Carolina are done, and we won, but...
Well, Georgia has 91% counted.
Okay, Virginia's starting to do a red mirage now where Kamala's coming in.
I don't think it was ever in play. I think it'll be closer than people
I think
initially
that
thought.
it's in play enough to where you should look at it, but I think that that Harris was favored.
I don't know. I'm a bit worried about Pennsylvania.
I'm very worried about Pennsylvania just because the entire world is looking at Pennsylvania.
A lot of Philly hasn't come in, but then again, a lot of the rural counties haven't come in either. It's still pretty early there. Okay, what other states? Maine, I've heard some people say Maine's going to be closer than people think. I mean, it's a state that's very demographically favorable, but
I don't know. New England's so weird that way to me.
Wait, Decision Desk HQ just rescinded their VA call?
What's a VA call?
Virginia.
Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, were they calling it for Harris and they... It had to be that way, right?
Yeah, they had called it for Harris and now they've uncalled it apparently. Is Decision Desk CNN?
I don't know. Trump is at 86%.
Oh, Decision
New York
Desk, okay.
Times at 86%. and election betting odds. By the way, I can go on to 4chan now because I don't have streaming. Let's see what it says on poll.
Oh no, Decision Desk still called it for Kamala. I don't know what Norik is saying.
Nobody else has called Virginia other than Decision Desk, though.
Okay. No, Virginia. Once again, I don't know. We'll have to see. Vote
Did
counting.
you get to meet DSP? I never.
No, he was gonna be there in like 2 hours. I didn't want to stay up. I didn't want to stick around that long. They haven't called I don't know why they haven't called Kansas yet. I'm gonna call Kansas. Oh no, I already called Kansas.
Kansas is fucking weird.
Kansas is kind of moving left pretty quick, from my understanding.
I don't understand what the fuck's going on.
A lot of people are moving
Why
there.
is Kansas?
I think a lot of people are moving there for some reason.
But I don't know. I don't understand because, like, I understand why you're gonna move to Idaho and Montana. Like, it's beautiful here. But, like, Kansas is, like, so flat. Why are you moving to Kansas?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's the SSPX there. That's it.
I know there's the SSPX there, but, like, the people moving to go to St. Mary's aren't going to flip the state blue.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie, Serp. I think your state might have the most unaesthetic borders.
Really? On the west side or what?
Yeah.
I don't even know. I guess that was like confusion with
It just it looks like it just ate half of Idaho.
It did. Technically that's what happened, but from my understanding originally that was what they thought, that the how the waters flowed across Pacific to Atlantic, and they didn't accurately do that. They were trying to get the continental divide, and they did it wrong at the time, and so that's why it looks like that. Oh, they have called North Carolina and Georgia for Trump.
Oh, they have?
They also just called Kansas too.
Okay.
Okay.
What did they call for Trump? North Carolina and what?
Georgia.
Did they call North Carolina and Georgia?
Yes, they called North Carolina and Georgia for Trump.
Let's fucking go. Swan Marcus, getting the crystal. I don't know if you know who that guy is, but on Twitter, he's been like predicting a Kamala significant victory.
Crystal time, bitch.
Trump is up 2 points still in more than 2 points in Pennsylvania. He's up point in a bit in Wisconsin. Does he even need Arizona? I think he's going to take Arizona, but does he actually need it?
He gets Georgia, North Carolina.
He needs to get Wisconsin to replace Arizona, or Michigan to replace Arizona.
What if he wins Nevada? Would it in Pennsylvania be enough?
Yes.
Yeah, but we're not going to know Nevada until we know Arizona.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm just thinking. Okay, Trump's back up in Arizona.
We're gonna win so hard, you're gonna get tired of winning.
Amen.
You know what was an actual example of that? When IMDb took away the forums. That was winning too much. Just because so many people posted racist shit there.
I don't know. I switched to Letterboxd. You were starting a Letterboxd, but you quit.
Mm-hmm.
Starting a Letterboxd.
Letterboxd is weird. Oh, what were you saying?
No, I said starting a Letterboxd. Does that make you feel in charge?
Okay.
Oh, okay. MSLSD is doing a cope stream. Democracy and economy are top voter concerns. Democracy. I believed in the Republic, Trump, and democracy.
Hey, because you're running the thing, I'm gonna start my beloved bagel bites.
Okay.
Sir, if Trump wins Pennsylvania tomorrow, I'm going to blare Hail Victory all the way on my commute. Windows rolled down. I'm gonna bump it at every red light.
No, you have to blare Never Come Down. That's the Trump victory song. I don't care if I
No, I'm
ever
gonna play the
come
negative
down.
XP Make America Great.
Oh, okay. Or negative XP, We Love Our Cops.
No, there's one he wrote. He wrote a song called "Make America Great." That one feels a little bit more appropriate. I mean, We Love Our Cops. Our law enforcement is good too.
Yep, Arizona's currently balanced as all things should be. It looks like there's still quite a bit of a rural vote to come in, though. Where's Maricopa?
Hey guys, I'm back.
Hello.
So, New York Times just updated the needle to say 85% chance of Trump victory.
Yep, likely Trump victory. I think my prediction is the. Let me just see what because I think it's gonna be mine, maybe. Yeah, I had said yeah, it's looking like mine because I had 297. They have 297. I said Trump was going to win all the swing states except for Michigan. Although he's ahead in Michigan, but I don't think much of Detroit has come in yet. We getting a red Great Lakes. The Great Lakes will be dyed red with with liberal tears. Oh.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna call them. Our descendants will know them as the Great Libtard Crying. That's what like Indians, like they got different myths for how stuff. The lakes were filled by libtard tears. They were actually not called the Great Lakes before. He made the lakes great.
He made the lakes great again. Make the Great Lakes great again. Make anime real. I love that one Trump poster.
Well, he is. He is going to make anime real.
Make anime great again.
Right now, if you didn't doubt, you're gonna get a Trump anime girlfriend. It's real.
Make anime great again. And then there's the other one that was legalized memes. So far I think my map is going pretty accurately. Let me just see. Just trying to get this thing. It's probably good. Probably as good as it's going to get. Let's see here. Okay. By the way, chat, it's a little slow, so if you want to ask any questions, if you want us to talk about anything in particular, just feel free. It's kind of at that part of the night. I'm gonna probably go get another energy drink in a minute or two. But I think as soon as we can call Pennsylvania, we'll see. I don't know. It depends though. Like if Trump wins it by enough, then the mail-ins won't matter as much.
And also, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, demographic, like it's gonna herd in West.
Oh shit, guys! Michigan and Wisconsin are lean R on New York Times.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
And Arizona's lean R.
Trump is at 90 on election betting odds and a 92 on.
Yeah, it's. I'm
polling
not
market.
calling it, but yeah.
Wisconsin is leading 69% Republican on the New York Times.
Okay,
And,
because if he wins, he just needs to win one of those three.
And Arizona is 76. And I
Are they
believe
gonna
they just
call
called Georgia.
yet? Okay.
I believe they have. Hold on, let me check.
Nice meme, Friar. I brought out the kidney stone water. I got a monster here.
Based. I got Red Bull this time. It's just whatever was on sale at Shoppers.
So I don't know. I'm on beer 5, but everybody else is drinking energy drinks, and I'm drinking beers. So
I'm not drinking anything. I can't find anything. Should've bought something.
Are you over 21 yet?
I'm not, unfortunately.
Sad.
Look,
You
we're on the
took the
internet. You
vaccine,
shouldn't be
right?
saying you're under 21. That's.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm actually an Eldritch being, thousands of years old, beyond human space and time.
Okay. Someone's asking, Georgia at 89.9. Where are you at? Where the call? We called Georgia already. Georgia is true. Let's see here. I'm not over this likely red Great Lakes. I mean, yeah. Oh, okay. It's yeah. Michigan and Wisconsin are both lean R. Okay, Arizona's lean R. Georgia's very likely R. Yeah. How much seat cope is there going to be from the election prediction people?
Oh, a ton. Because now it's been 3 straight elections where they've undercounted Trump.
Well, all the people did like the last minute ones. Do we have a projection for popular vote yet?
I do still think Trump is going to win the popular vote.
I think it's possible. I just I don't know. It seems like though the election's going it looks like the election is going pretty much exactly how the polls suggested it was going to go.
If Trump does win the popular vote, when was the last time a Republican had won it before him, like Reagan?
2004.
2004 with Bush the second time.
Okay, so like 2 decades ago.
Yeah, 20 years ago. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna say this. Definitely like beer, but that monster definitely tasted better than PBR. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a liar.
It's rough, man. It's rough.
It's rough. That monster tasted damn good.
Yeah. How do you think I managed to damage my liver so much?
Ooh.
How many
damaged? You didn't damage it with beer. You damaged it with Monster.
How many cans of Monster powered my PhD? We'll never know.
Oh, I always thought that Monster was worse on your kidneys than your liver.
I mean, it wasn't because of that. I just had this genetic predilection for it that I received from my dad.
So do you think that
that.
we'll have to see what the results are. Do you think that Kamala's repulsion to men outweighed outweighed women's love of abortion?
No, I think that mostly the economy is just worse than it is since the 70s.
And immigration.
It's definitely worse than 2008. I don't know if immigration's that big a deal. I feel like that's like one of those things where it's like low or high ceiling, low. Like basically a bunch of people are gung-ho about immigration, but I think like a bunch of middle people are voting based on the economy, if that makes sense.
Okay, no, Trump is not winning by 6. Wisconsin, what's it called, hasn't come in yet. California hasn't come in yet, so we'll have to see how that goes. Okay. Let's see here. Counting days. Official Maricopa County says it can take up to 10 days to finish. How does it take so long?
Cheating.
I just like to say, if the government of Arizona is willing to fly this podcast to Arizona, we will count the ballots faster than the current people will. So
Election betting.
How much will the Fuentes seed be?
I don't know. Argent.
I'm
I'm just
he's not
gonna
gonna
say
cope
I
at
straight
all.
up denounced Fuentes on.
He's gonna switch. He's gonna switch immediately to I actually loved Trump. I actually cast.
Yeah,
my
he
vote
will.
for him.
He definitely will.
That's my prediction.
I think he's been riding the fence to get attention this whole election.
I agree.
I mean,
go ahead.
he's a completely shameless, dishonorable piece of shit. So
Well, I had
Damn,
said
you said that way hard, 1,000 times harder than I could ever say.
Well, I said back at the start of this that, like, look, we've been on a journey with Trump for the last decade, so I don't think this is the time
hilarious.
to jump off.
It's hilarious that someone pointed out that Trump will be a figure for like 12 years, which is exactly as long as Hitler from 2016 to 2028. Like it's been a long journey.
It's the whole Kamala we have to put the last 10 years of Trump behind us was really funny.
Yeah, it's actually like a very reactionary campaign when you get right down to it.
Well, no, but it's just pretending that like Trump was in power. But as they put in, as someone like Kino Casino said, Trump has the main character energy. Kamala seems like some like minor NPC.
So was Kino Casino pretty pro-Trump?
Oh yeah. Although it was, I think, mostly pretty much everybody. Although some of them are like independent, right wing guys.
I don't know. I mean, if the Republican Party becomes the Trump Party, I'm Republican.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I still identify as independent. If like someone like a friend asks me in real time, I'll probably say I'm independent. But I don't know. Like Trump was super anti-refugees, so I just based as fuck.
Well, I think. Okay, so like for all the Trump doom pillars, how can you really say that after he called out the Haitian cat thing?
Yeah. I started like when he was during that debate, I was like posting on Twitter like this is a masterpiece. Like I was so proud of
Okay,
that.
guys, Pennsylvania is lead R. All three are lead R. Oh. Are you guys hyped for the Cope compilations that are gonna come out?
This is gonna be worse. So I think that this is gonna be worse insofar as they have learned their lesson. I will say, so I kind of think it goes both ways. I think like there's more leftists who are deranged on Trump right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually think that it won't be as good as 2016 because they weren't predicting Kamala to win.
Destiny called it at 6 p.m. for Kamala.
They were predicting Kamala was winning in true left. So I think in center left circles, they were like, this is a toss-up, and hard left circles are saying Kamala.
Destiny called it at, I think, 6 p.m. for Kamala.
By the way, the New York Times estimate right now is plus 1 popular vote for Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Trump's going to win the popular vote. I've said that a lot of times, but
no, well, I never said it was impossible.
I literally said I think it's more likely Kamala gets an electoral college vote, but Trump still wins a popular vote. But
yeah, which is plausible now. But yeah, well,
by the way, everybody, if you migrated from my stream back into Argent's stream, I am playing Doom again. Fucking love this game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm getting tired of winning. I can feel my body.
Let's take a look at
the first time you voted in a presidential election?
Yeah. Well,
does it feel good?
It did.
It's the first time I voted in a presidential election.
Okay, guys, can I say something?
Yes.
Guys, can I say something?
Yes.
Regardless of whether Trump wins, can we agree that the Groypers lost?
Yes. Well, remember when they had the whole thing that they were gonna go to Michigan and make try to make him lose there?
Yeah. Their betrayal is not forgiven, not forgotten. If you're a moderate nicker, we are going to arm the moderate nicker faction.
Like I try not to rag too much on him, just because I know a lot of my audience like watched America First and stuff. But
yeah, but okay, a lot of your audience might like Nick, but I think if they're really fans of you, they should also acknowledge that different people can have different opinions on.
No,
Nick.
I know. My opinion, and I just want to hear what you guys have to say. My opinion is that I think it's just really tragic what happened with him, and I think he could have really been someone. Like he could have.
I still think, despite what people say, I actually do think there is like a non-zero possibility. Because here's the problem: who else you got? Like who are you going to think of as the leaders of the right in 2030? Vance, DeSantis. Is there really like a popular guy who's gonna?
Tim Pool.
Tim Pool.
Tim Pool will be the leader of the white race. Did either of you see Tim Pool's Cope stream?
I tried to watch your thing of it, but I just kept falling asleep.
No,
hard.
it's
I've
bad.
seen him with Scott Greer, where Scott Greer just annihilated because he didn't know, like, he's never even addressed what Scott Greer's arguments about the Civil War are. Like, he's never seen anybody be anti-Civil War from the right, and he just didn't know how to react.
How can you be that moderate? Like, how can you live in such a fucking echo chamber that you've never heard the South was the good guys in the Civil War? Like, am I just from, like, but I'm from, like, Montana, it borders Canada. You live in Montana, but we border Canada. Like, I've heard so many the South is right through my whole entire life. How can you not be exposed to it?
It was not at all about the historical Civil War. It was Scott Greer went to debate him on the possibility of the United States collapsing into civil war right now. Sorry.
Oh, did I screw up or?
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the historical Civil War. Tim Pool was like totally convinced America is going to or at least has a strong chance. And Scott Greer was just like, well, what are the sides going to be? It was kind of like what we've been doing on Twitter forever. But it was just very funny because it was very clear that Tim Pool was expecting to meet like some libtard, I guess, or like a Richard Spencer figure, and not somebody who was like a right winger. That's like, no, the system is just going to keep getting shittier. There's not.
Yeah, I mean, Venezuela is more likely than Civil War.
More G-slur version of Venezuela, for that matter.
My friend had the three models of diversity are Singapore, Hawaii, and Venezuela.
Well, Hawaii wouldn't be. I'm not sure if Hawaii is really a model of diversity more than it is a model of an island paradise. Like, I think Hawaii.
I think he just meant like a kind of a chill, slightly less wealthy, but not unpleasant.
I don't know. People have been telling me that there's Beat the White Day in Hawaii.
Okay, that's probably true.
Like, I've always heard about that.
I've heard it's very hard to do business if you're white. I've never heard any more than that.
Yeah, and I've heard that the locals don't like it when white people move there too.
Yeah, which, I get it. We have the same problem, but they're Mexicans, so it's annoying though, because like the natives, like there's like an anti-white alliance between it's like the Japanese, got there on canoes.
Okay, I'm gonna hold off on New Hampshire, until we get.
Is my whole thing with New Hampshire being this swing state just garbage?
It's only 15,000 votes. I will call it at like 80% maybe. I'll give it a little bit longer. I like how the New York Times refuses to count.
New York Times is like North Carolina and Georgia are extreme hard Republican victories, but will not call them.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, so Pennsylvania is 70% counted and Trump's up 3. Ooh. There's still a bunch of Philly votes, but there's still a bunch of rural votes too. So
yeah.
Oh, Greg Giaforte wins Montana. Big surprise. Amen. Praise Lord Jesus Christ.
Oh, Republican? Oh yeah, he beat
Tester? Our Republican senator that did the tackling the reporter theoretically.
Was that based or?
No, he supportedly tackled a left-wing reporter.
Okay, that sounds pretty cool.
It ever happened. Yeah.
That probably got him votes in Montana.
No, I think that's why he won. On election day, there was this reporter that said the guy that was running for the Republican governor tackled him, and so then he said then he won the election.
Based.
Wait, what's going on in Nebraska? With the Senate?
What do you mean, with the Senate?
Yeah, who's this Osborne dude?
That would be so fucking cursed if we lose the Senate, but Trump.
No, it says nonpartisan.
Oh, is he an independent that votes with the Republicans?
I don't know. Nebraska's weird because it's technically not I'm
gonna go put my bagel bites in.
Okay. No, he's like, yeah. I don't know. He's the head of Nebraska. I don't know what to say. It's fucking weird.
How much percent of the vote is in?
57%. He's only up by 0.8, but
okay. So it's not.
Okay, West Virginia was 40% win in the Senate. Let's see. I'm just gonna look. What was the final tally for Florida? Holy crap. Florida is 13% for Trump.
Yeah, I was looking at it earlier. It was huge.
It's the same as Ohio.
It's bigger than Texas.
Texas is not close. It's okay. Let me.
Or at least it was bigger than Texas. By the way, you might have to check my math on that.
No, Texas is 8 point. No, is I never know how to say the points because it's a 2-party system. So it's kind of confusing. I don't know if I should be saying what Trump has above 50% or what he has above Kamala. Yeah, it's I think he's winning Texas by 14 points.
Maybe this is a hot take, but I think it's going to be a lot longer before Texas actually turns blue.
Okay, someone explains that Osborne is a right-wing independent running on the corruption of his Republican opponent. And then I'm seeing that he's a pro-abortion union labor organizer. So I don't know. New York Times will. Let's see what Decision Desk have they called any of the other states. They haven't. Pennsylvania. Trump's up 3 in Pennsylvania, and they won't call it. I guess.
No,
I guess I
they're
can
not
see
gonna
why.
call. They're not going to call Pennsylvania until it's fatigue comply, because if Virginia's if he's winning in Virginia, and he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Like, it's not. Everyone's going to shut off the TV. They're going to.
I like how Virginia is very likely Democrat, despite yeah, it only being a 2-point difference.
High voting.
Let's take a look at Arizona. I don't know. Arizona, I feel like the counting's just stopped there. Like, I haven't seen it move in a while. 89% chance of Trump winning. Okay.
Hail. I would like to thank all the people that have led us to this point.
So apparently in Wisconsin, the absentee ballots are counted in a central facility, so we might not know when they're actually done.
Which gives them a lot of chance for shenanigans.
Pennsylvania, I think they've tightened it up a bit. Michigan, we should know by tomorrow at noon. Arizona is a dumpster fire.
So according to Decision Desk, Arizona has reported in like 54%.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is at 49.7%. Kamala at 49.5%.
Mm-hmm. Georgia. Well, oh wow. Okay, the margins I'm seeing are like ridiculous. Like South Carolina, 18%. This is a massacre. One might even say bloodbath. Let me bring up the
This is genocide. The complete and total eradication of all life on Arrakis.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna start going through and comparing some of these margins to last time, because I feel like Trump is doing way better in a lot of these places than he did. Okay, so Trump, Pence. Okay. Well, Trump went up 8% in Wyoming. Or no, Wyoming's nowhere near counted. Called. Let's see, West Virginia. He improved in West Virginia somehow. Let me see. What did Trump get in Virginia last time? Last time Trump got 44% in Virginia. Okay, so he went up 4%. That's quite a bit. North Carolina. He didn't even actually win outright in North Carolina. Looks like he won Georgia outright. What was the margin? I'm just looking at what the margin for Florida was last time. Okay, what's that noise in the background? Okay. Okay, let me just. I'm just trying to find a list of. Okay, let's see here. 2020 election margin by state. Let's just start to do some comparisons here. Okay, so last time... Oh, Kansas looks exactly the same. So Trump last election got 51% in Florida. This time he's at 56. Wow.
How's everybody doing? What's going on? Anything new happen?
Counting has stopped in
Called
Arizona.
for the Senate.
Sorry?
No, I said Ohio Senate got called. We gained a
Wait,
seat.
counting has stopped or polls have closed?
No, counting has stopped.
In what state?
Arizona.
Arizona.
I haven't seen the
Ooh.
bar move in like 20 minutes.
Sticks said that Arizona is going to try and cheat.
Yeah.
Heard that name in a long time.
Oh, Styx has been going on like a downfall arc. Like he beat up his girlfriend and he spent like a weekend in jail.
Yeah, I asked you. I don't know how to say this, but because I've liked Styx, just because I'm big in the spooky spears, so I feel bad. But I was wondering if you're going to do stuff on Styx being a lol cow.
I don't think so. I just don't want to think about Styx more than I have to.
Okay.
I just find him a very disgusting human.
That's fine.
I know that's mean. I just find him disturbing, weird to look at.
Okay, that's fine. I just thought that Styx had moved into being a lol cow right now.
Yeah, he talked about saying he got jailhouse rocked. Doesn't that mean you're gang raped?
I don't know. I just think that he's like really into normie, like classic rock. So we just referenced Elvis.
Oh, okay.
By the way, what do you think of Def Leppard, Argent?
I haven't really listened to much Def Leppard.
I highly suggest that you listen to Def Leppard. That was the music of the stream for me.
Oh, okay.
It's just extremely high energy hair metal. It's just very great and positive. Deeply, deeply from the bottom of my heart suggest Def Leppard.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is up to 89% on New York Times.
Yep,
Yeah.
I have New York Times open.
So this is weird where it's like, what if the liberal intelligentsia admits that Trump won, but like Arizona is going to cheat for Trump? What happens then?
You mean cheat for Kamala?
Cheat for Harris. Yeah, cheat for Trump. Because it's like, okay, what if the liberal intelligentsia admits that Trump's winning, but then like Arizona says that, like,
probably what'll happen, because remember Hillary conceded and then she unconceded like the next day, and they tried to do the electoral college thing.
I don't remember that. I thought that I thought that Clinton conceded and that was it.
No, they tried to do some shenanigans. They were trying to do a faithless elector thing to prevent Trump from gaining power. I think something like that. I could. People in the chat, am I wrong? I'm pretty sure that that's what happened. Okay. I'm not going to call New Mexico quite yet.
Is New Mexico, is Trump gained, but Harris is going to win, or what?
Okay, so last time the margin was Harris. It looks like Trump gained 2%, but
okay.
But he probably.
I'm just hoping Night Aaron's host will flip New Mexico.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's look at what New Hampshire is. Looks like some of the rurals are still. Some of these states, they count the ballots pretty evenly. I like how they won't call Georgia despite 95% of the vote being in.
It's pretty clear that like I think once they say Georgia and North Carolina are going to Trump, that I think that like left wing people are going to tune out. And
Yeah.
so they aren't doing that yet.
Mhm.
Or unalive themselves. So
Sunset themselves.
Sunsets themselves. That's very Canadian.
Oh, you've never heard that expression?
No, but it sounds very Canadian with your guys' euthanasia.
Let's see here.
They're gonna be moving to how long do you wait how many hours are we until the Canadian immigration website crashes again?
I don't know. Like as I've said, I have my I got my citizenship. I got my apartment ready. I'm gonna move to Canada if Trump wins. In fact, I've already moved to Canada. Hear that, chat? I've moved to Canada because Trump won.
Which province?
They don't want you to know about this.
I don't know. I live in Manitoba. I don't mind saying that. Live in probably the shittiest province in Canada.
I decided to come on for a little bit. I'll
In terms of like living with like immigrants or just like the environment, like how it looks like outside with all the swamps, or
it's just it's poor. There's not as many natural resources as a lot of provinces. You had a lot of Amerindian crime, but now the Amerindians are being replaced by the Dot Indians. So
I tend to think that Amerindians do way more crime than blacks living in Montana.
yeah, it's just this province is just fucked. It's technically a purple province.
North Carolina's been called on New York Times.
Yeah, North Carolina's been called. Wait, why is North Carolina called at 89%, but Georgia isn't called at 94%?
Because shenanigans, I don't know.
But there's not even enough room. Like Harris would literally have to
Not
win.
enough room for the shenanigans.
They would have to win literally all of the remaining vote. Okay, yeah.
Hey Fritz, what's up?
So yeah, someone confirms in chat there was a faithless elector campaign against Trump. They had celebrity videos begging the electoral college to vote otherwise.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Trump's at 92% on or not almost 93% on election betting odds, and the website keeps crashing.
Hello?
Yep.
Hey, what's up, King?
Hi, how's it going? I can be on for a little bit. I'll probably do a hard cutoff in about a half an hour.
Okay, no problem. I just figured I'd say like you probably have to work tomorrow, so.
I do, but I don't need that sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But how was your stint on the Kino casino?
Oh, it was okay.
Did Darkside Phil show up?
No, I didn't want to stay on that long.
Okay.
I didn't get to meet my hero.
I will say this: I am pro Darkside Phil against the trolls.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
So, what have you guys been thinking about the election so far?
Oh, I think I passed 11,000 subs tonight.
Yeah, you did. I was going to tell you that earlier.
Oh, that's great. Thanks a lot,
I think that
guys.
YouTube took the spricket off you, and you're gaining again.
I've also just been on a couple. Like I was on the Good Old Boys. I was on what's his name? Burden.
Breaking Open Beer number 6. PBR, baby.
I was just having the I went out to my local grocery store and just picked up the last of the Leinenkugel Summer Shandy lemon flavored beer.
Ooh, I'm sorry, I cannot drink that. That is.
I think it's delicious.
Okay, I'm gonna do something that'll ruin my credibility. I might go get a shot of something.
So, Serp, what are your thoughts on the election so far?
I don't know if people are gonna get pissed at me, but I'm still afraid of shenanigans. I'm just gonna say I'm still afraid of shenanigans.
I'm not calling anything until I'm not calling anything until one of the swing states. You know,
if you're not afraid of shenanigans, what do you like? What's there really to fear about?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still afraid of shenanigans still. So I'm like I said in my election predicting thing, I'm just not. I'm not all the way there yet.
Okay, there we go. I
say that Trump's
pretty
gonna
much don't drink, but I do have some rye mainly for really cold days here, so I gotta.
Oh, you're gonna take a swig?
Yeah.
Based. I'm on beer 6, so.
Well, my reaction to everything so far is that it's not over till it's over. So
Yeah,
Same
I'm
here.
still, what do you call it? Timid as far as like saying Trump's gonna win. Just
Oh, that's like fire
after
down the throat.
2020, just that was a bad experience.
Do you like whiskey at all, sir?
No, I try to just drink beer and wine. I don't know if that makes me sound bad, but sometimes I have stuff like Caesars and Bloody Marys. I don't try to drink hard liquor that much.
I drink very, very rarely. Just sometimes in the winter when it's like -30, I have a little bit, but I tend to water it down.
You know, you should try.
I drink rosé.
Because you're a 50-year-old white woman. Anyway, I drink mainly just lagers, sweet reds, and sake. But
I tend to drink garbage American beers because I'm American.
I don't really like beer. I kind of like rye whiskey. Out of
Arjun, you know what you should
feel
try?
when Arjun's more base than me.
You know what you should try, Arjun, is spiced apple cider and Jim Beam Red Stag.
I can't hear you, Fritz.
I'm speaking right in front of the microphone. Can you hear me?
Your mic is kind of shitty. I'm sorry.
Well, just turn him up in Discord.
All right, can you hear me now?
Turn him all the way up. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear someone.
All right, is this coming in clear? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, what I was saying. All right, I'm echoing. Who's echoing? Sorry. No, what you gotta try, Arjun, is spiced apple cider and whiskey.
I don't like. I don't really like sweet. I don't know. The couple alcohols I've tried, I kind of like bourbon and rye. Of the stuff I've tried.
I prefer the sweeter stuff.
I didn't really like. I tried beer for the first time in my life in Germany. I just didn't really care for it.
When I was in Lake Placid, New York, on vacation in the Adirondacks, they had something called the Adirondack Sake, which is sake Sauvignon Blanc, rice whiskey, and lemon juice, and it was really good. Got a nice depth of flavor to it.
Yeah, like I only started occasionally having some whiskey when I moved out here, but no, I kind of like Canadian. Like, I like it kind of spicy and dry. So,
do you ever drink Caesars?
no.
I think Caesar's a big drink up there, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't.
I'm just really into tomato. Like I was telling the chat that I was drinking a bunch of clamato stuff earlier.
I once again, I don't drink.
I don't know
that
if
much.
I'm late to this, but they just called Carolina.
Yeah,
New
North
York
Carolina's been called, but they're still tepid about Georgia.
I've heard them call it already, though. In other
Oh, they called Georgia already?
Yeah, for Trump.
Okay, good.
I actually tried like having more than just like I don't drink very much. Like I water my whiskey down quite a bit. I tried drinking a bit more and it just gave me a headache.
I'll say this about somebody that's from a state that's notorious for alcohol abuse,
Mhm.
and who has various people that have alcohol abuse throughout my family history and my wife's family history, and who's drank a lot as well. There's no shame in not drinking.
Yeah,
it's masculine to be sober.
Georgia, by the way, on ABC News, still not called.
Yeah, the counting has just stopped in Arizona. It's just shut it down.
Georgia, Still Virginia still not called. Why the fuck isn't Maine or New Hampshire called yet? What the hell's going on?
They're pretty close. Well, New Hampshire's pretty close. They're pretty close actually.
They're close, but they're East Coast. Like I guess I'm just like they're East Coast states.
Did counting just stop in Virginia again?
Also, weird thing, they haven't called Connecticut yet, which I know.
I'm gonna head out here and get my bagel bites. I'm gonna be gone for a minute.
You definitely are a red state white American.
Why? Because I'm eating bagel bites and drinking PBR.
Yeah, it's based.
And drinking Monster.
I had an oven pizza, so I mean, I'm not one. Well, then again, I live in the.
Here I am. I made my home.
I mean, I live in Manitoba, or so I said in reverse. I live in Montana, and you live in Manitoba.
I'm gonna make some good. I think I'm gonna make this weekend because I like to cook all my lunches for a couple weeks in advance. So I think I'm gonna make like a beef curry and
I'm gonna go on mute to get the food.
and like a chicken and sausage and noodle stew. I think is what I'm gonna make, and I'm gonna freeze that for the next couple weeks.
I've got a nice Italian flavored chicken, a lot of spices on it that I'm gonna have in the next couple days because I've made enough meatloaf for the next few days anyway. Which meatloaf is an underrated food, by the way.
Oh no, meatloaf is great. What kind of grain did you use?
What kind of what?
Grain did you use with it?
I didn't use any grains with it. What do you mean by grain?
Oh, I thought most meatloaf had grains mixed in with it.
I didn't. I just had a half ground beef, half ground pork, some barbecue sauce, and onions in it.
Oh, okay. So my mother makes it with oats.
Okay.
I think it's often they mix some sort of grain in, but so. They just won't call Georgia. What is Georgia at? Let me see what percent.
It's been called by other people. It's been called by other.
New York Times, more than 95% of votes. And they won't call it.
Did you see Destiny freaking out?
No, he called it at okay, as a Catholic, I know I shouldn't say this, but if he was to like sunset himself, I would not feel bad about it. Does that make me a bad person, sir?
Yeah, well, you said that about Boogie too.
Yes. Well, I wouldn't feel bad about Boogie. Well,
The only person
Boogie's
I kind of feel like that is Christian.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but it's because he got away with it. He did the most evil thing you could possibly do, and then just smugly got away with it, like the just vile little cretin he is. Like again, like I'm glad I would not meet him in real life because it would take all my strength not to just
The problem is all these guys are like narcissists, so they none of them would sunset themselves.
And it shows a massive problem with the justice system and mental health system where if you're like stupid enough or you're retarded enough, you can basically do whatever you want.
Did you guys see that the clip of Destiny's kid shooting him with a Nerf gun?
Yes, I did. I did see that.
That was like one of the most base things. Like that his son's like a Trump supporter. Because I think he basically abandoned his son and he was raised by like his grandparents in Nebraska or something. So like Destiny's son like A-logged him on one of his streams. He's like, Destiny is so cocked. Just shot him with the
I
Nerf
can't
gun.
wait. If he really is freaking out right now, I can't wait to see the Kino Casino segment on him.
Yeah, I'll check that out tomorrow. I wouldn't mind going on again sometime. maybe for a little.
I'm guessing it wasn't as.
Sorry?
I'm guessing it wasn't as bad as you expected.
Oh, it was about what I expected. No, it was fun. It was fun. I think I got some decent points in. I'm kind of this. I'm a bit of the straight man. It's not that I don't have a sense of humor. I just the whole just kind of yelling thing. I don't really do. So
Hey, Fritz, do you wanna come on the shack on the weekend?
What would we be talking about?
Do you have anything in mind?
Not right now. I mean, I'd love to come on, but I'd like a specific
Okay.
topic first.
I will make a topic outline and I'll send it to you if that's what you're comfy with. Do you mind talking about like Warhammer 40K?
I will talk for 3 hours about Warhammer 40K. Don't you worry. At lunch, a couple weeks ago, someone just brought up the idea of, well, this is something like what the orcs do in Warhammer, and that just started me on like an entire tangent for 20 minutes talking about Warhammer lore. So yes, I will talk about Warhammer with you guys.
That is so awesome. Okay, so we can let it be a free-ranging discussion with me and Terilien. And yeah, it's gonna be so awesome. Okay, so I'm kind of an Imperium of Man shield. What does that make me?
Right?
why would that make you? I don't know.
My favorite faction though is the Adeptus Mechanicus by far.
Man, you know what? Indians wouldn't be so fucking insufferable if they trained to be engine seers as opposed to engineers.
Can they engineer toilets? Ooh.
Okay, guys. Okay. Let's see here. People are asking me why I don't like Warhammer. I just think it's dumb. Like I just it's just too much. Like just the scale of things, it's just too retarded for me. Like I don't I find it interesting, but just whenever I read about it, it's just the scale of things is just like I don't know. I get that it's supposed to be like the most extreme, over the top, crazy thing possible, but it's just too much for me. I don't know. That's probably not a good explanation. But
Party B is saying we need a Hail Mary, and David Hogg is saying this is a bad place.
JC Denton in the chat says, please kick out Nice Meme Friar.
No.
but no, I don't know. It's just not. I think it's also, and to be fair, this is on me being unfair. I just find a lot of the 40K fan base really cringe. But
like me.
I wasn't really talking about you. I just meant a lot of like the people who take it super seriously. I find.
I mean, some stuff is kind of actually you can take really seriously, but a lot of it, yeah, it is very just so extreme. But that's kind of the point.
Uh-huh.
I mean, what I like is that you can have stuff that's actually on a really small scale, and like whilst all these massive events are happening. Like a lot of stuff that are just about like the individual guardsmen or just like stuff that's happening in like one gang in one hive city.
It's just I think with the scale, it's just it makes the stakes kind of incomprehensible. I don't know. I just think the Grimdark kind of goes a bit too far. Also, I get that that's the point, and I'm criticizing the core nature of it. It's just, yeah.
Somebody posted that you think you're having a stressful night. Someone bet 700,000 on Kamala.
Okay, someone's asking for PA. So PA is 81% counted. Trump is up by 3. Michigan is 40% counted. Trump is up by 5. But Wayne County hasn't been counted at all yet, so I would hold off on saying anything about Wisconsin. Minnesota is I do kind of wonder about Minnesota because Minneapolis is entirely in, and all the rural areas are not. So, so who knows?
Also, they just called New Mexico for Harris.
Yeah, I always thought that was a pipe dream. It's closer though. It's much closer than it was. Or no, it might only be a it's like a 4-point shift, so that's something. Do you guys know who Gabe Hoffman is?
I always hear the casino talk about him, but I don't know exactly who he
Okay,
is.
because they had him on. And I honestly, everyone was saying he was a big deal. I had no idea really who he was. Let's see here.
I just know he's kind of like a running joke amongst the casino that they claim that he funds them and all that to screw with Fuentes. That's pretty much all I know about him.
Probably. He put on a yarmulke and whatever the what's the Jewish scarf thing?
Uh
I forget.
I think it's called the Talit or something. TALIT.
The Talit?
Yeah, I
The
think so.
Talit?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. One of my Jewish friends at university got me a talit when she went home to Israel. Yeah, she got me a talit and a what's it called? Yes, and a yarmulke that said Israeli Defense Forces. It's one of my proudest possessions.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. Okay, so yeah, Arizona has not had any results for over an hour. So I don't know. Any time that they just stop counting votes, that just to me, I don't give a benefit of the doubt. Like Virginia, they stopped counting votes a while back. It's not that they're coming in slow; it's that they're not coming in at all. Do either of you want to go to? I kind of want to go to Israel at some point.
I mean, I'd want to, of course, see the holy sites.
Yeah, I kind of just want to see all the religious and historical stuff there. But it's a bit I wouldn't mind going to Turkey either.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, Turkey.
Where I'd really want to visit in that area, I'd really want to visit either Morocco or Egypt. I would love to see the pyramids.
Spain was amazing. Spain was really nice.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's at this point, guys. I just don't give the benefit of the doubt. I like how Pennsylvania is not called, despite it being 82% and Trump up 3.
When on the OGC, they already had other different sources called Georgia for Trump already.
Yeah, New York Times refuses to call it.
Who cares what the New York Times says?
Decision Desk has called it. Trump is Trump is ahead quite a bit in Wisconsin. PA. So Trump is up 3 in Pennsylvania with 4 with 80% voting in. Okay, Decision Desk is at 86%. Yeah, this is a massacre. So I had said I thought Trump would win a clear but not overwhelming victory. I don't know how you want to describe it, but I mean, he's winning. It looks like he's going to win the swing states by convincing, but not like a huge margin. By convincing, I mean like it's more than a percentage, but it's less than like a bunch.
I shall be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Istanbul is amazing. Best food in the world. Yeah, Turkish food is amazing. Turkish food is really good. I should see if there's a Turkish place. I don't think there are. I should see if there's a Georgian. Have you ever had Georgian food?
No, I haven't.
Georgian food's really nice.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people shit on it, but like I think curry is good. I think there's a lot of good.
Oh, I eat a lot. I eat curry a lot. You know, curry was actually invented in the UK.
How's everything going?
Sorry?
Same.
How's it? I've been gone a while because I.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying. I think curry was invented by Indian immigrants in the UK.
Oh, okay, based.
I don't think it was actually invented in India proper. So
Virginia was just called for Harris.
Yeah, we know.
What got called for Harris?
Virginia.
Oh well.
Okay, so
I mean, we gained, didn't we?
So it's Pennsylvania looks like the Senate could flip as well.
That's good.
Wisconsin, it looks like it could flip. Okay, so they haven't.
Wisconsin's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Okay.
Pennsylvania is looking really good. Pennsylvania is at Trump is +3 at 82%.
Okay.
Is
Twitter melting down? I haven't been on Twitter.
I haven't been looking at it either.
Some of the meltdowns have started. I'm not gonna celebrate until we actually get something. Until another state gets called.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was invented. Let's see here.
All right. For the chat, I have just ordered a new microphone, so it will be here in a couple days.
Okay, good. By the way, I was really happy to be on your stream about World War II.
Oh yeah,
that was a great stream.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask Arjun, were you invited on Last Things Film Festival this year?
Yeah, I did Attack on Titan.
Again?
Oh no, this year? No, he hasn't reached out to me.
Oh, he said he wants you on.
Oh, he hasn't messaged me yet.
I don't know if it's. I was finally able to do mine on Waterloo, and it was a really good conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, he hasn't messaged me yet, but I'd be happy to go on.
He said he thought he already did, so you can either message him or I can let him know that you still want to do it.
Okay. I'm just messaging him now.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Scott Adams thinks we're gonna win New Hampshire.
Scott Adams. I love how he just doesn't give a shit.
I mean, I'm proud of him as an American. Like he's a true blue American.
And Dilbert was really good.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe curry wasn't in the UK. I'm getting confused.
I mean, rice and some other like chicken or meat, I don't think is, a very distinct dish.
No, I think the particular. Okay, I could be wrong. Okay, I thought the particular combination recipe. Okay, I think I'm wrong. Oh well. Let's see.
So, Arjun, because you have a political science degree, are you more smarter than me? Because I don't really understand. Like, if Elon gets an actual cabinet position, doesn't he have to resign his companies?
I don't know.
I thought if you have an actual cabinet position, you're legally required to no longer work at an independent private company.
I don't know
how
it works exactly. Okay, so as much as I can determine, um, curry originates from the Indian subcontinent. Modern curry is a result of Anglo-Indian cooking, whatever that means. I think I just got.
One of the most base things that Dave Distributor said is that Kamala Harris basically got neither of the good traits from either of her backgrounds. She didn't get any of the charisma of the African side. She didn't get any of like the intelligence of the Indian side.
But weren't both of her parents pretty smart?
Yeah, which makes it even weirder.
New York Times will not call Georgia.
How much is called in already?
How much is counted? Over 95%, and Trump's up 3.
Yeah, it's one of those times where it's like
it's mathematically impossible, even if all remaining votes.
I just want it to be over.
Yeah, I'm taking tomorrow off. I thought this would go later. I mean, I'll still probably do a couple more hours.
I mean, Trump might come up at 2 or 3, so.
But
I mean, 2 or 3 my time, but.
Yeah, but also I just didn't want to be at work the day after the election because I have to just tolerate all the liberal tears sound fun, but having to deal with it like in your workplace is not fun.
Having to deal with the jackals screaming.
Yeah.
I work in a blue collar industry, so I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue.
Well, you'll work in
Although I do know some guy that watches Hassan, so.
Conspicuous, not gonna
I'm gonna
lie.
go grab a ginger ale. I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where I think things happen is, why did counting stop, or why is nothing getting called?
Well, once again, I mean, government of Arizona, Fritz, if you want to give us some money, Fritz, Serp, and I will come down and count the votes ourselves. We could probably do it faster.
I don't live in Arizona, though.
Well, if they pay for you to go there.
Why would they pay for me to? I don't want to go down there. I
fine.
like winter.
Mm-hmm. Wisconsin is not being called at 71. No, it's because if they call, they just can't. I don't know. I don't know about, because Wayne County has not come in very much in Detroit.
Okay. So can Trump win with Wisconsin, but lose Pennsylvania and
if he wins Arizona, okay, if he wins Arizona and Georgia, he only needs one of the firewall states.
Wisconsin he can't lose Arizona and only win Wisconsin. So
Okay.
it has to keep going.
Let me look at this. Okay, so let's say he lost Arizona.
Because let's say he loses Nevada, loses Arizona, loses everything but Wisconsin for the big 3. He still loses, so they can't call the election.
PA and Nevada would be enough to carry him over if Arizona doesn't go. If he wins Arizona, he just has to win one more. Nevada doesn't matter. He just has to win Wisconsin or Michigan or Pennsylvania. I find it unlikely that he's not going to win at least one of those.
I think he's already on track to winning Wisconsin at least, and it looks good in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Is it going to be start the steal this time instead of stop?
What did you say?
Is it going to be start the steal?
Lol.
Yeah, 82% is in Pennsylvania, and he's up by almost 4%.
It's so interesting that like New York Times is like the pedals all the way over to you one for Georgia, but they're not calling it.
Yeah, I mean, once again, even if every single vote came in,
they will call it.
Or no, what I found they did in 2020 is they would lower the percentage of votes counted. I don't know if anyone remembers that. Like it would go down the way through the night. Do you remember that, Serp? Or
no,
I just because I was working a different kind of job at that time and everything, and I was a different position in my life. I just remember being on your stream, thinking about work, and leaving when like Trump was like, "I'm gonna win," and Biden said, "I'm gonna win," and then I woke up the next morning and like, Biden stealing the election, and it was just a really bad experience.
Mm-hmm.
When will it end?
Trump is at plus. Okay, Trump is at +4 in Pennsylvania at 83%. But it's not. It's not. It's only lean. It's lean. It's not likely. Wisconsin is +4 Trump at 75%, but it's
Trump is at 95 on election betting odds.
I guess just throw some money in to get a free $5.
Yeah.
Let's see what Decision Desk is saying. Yeah, Arizona, they counted a couple votes and then they stopped again. Be interesting if it gets to 287, but it's a different 287. But yeah, no, Virginia. Yeah, I don't think he won Virginia, but it was
sad. But
it was close.
I mean, it became competitive.
He was within 4 points.
I know that a lot of Virginians were trying their heart out.
He won. Well, they'll probably pick up some House seats.
I mean, aren't we on track to win the House now?
I haven't looked yet. Let me see.
Oh, okay.
I have to go to bed now.
Okay, good night, Fritz. Thanks for coming on, man.
Let's do like a
See you, King.
election stream at some point.
Yep, sounds good.
Good night. God bless.
Night.
God bless you.
Just seeing if
did Rhodey leave already?
Yeah, he left a while ago.
I don't remember him announcing leaving.
No, he just did what I used to do.
Oh.
Just abruptly. I think the I'm just looking at the House seats. If the Republicans have picked up any. Oh, Paul Gosar won re-election. Based.
Can you explain the meme or?
No, it's not a meme. It's just Paul Gosar's based.
Oh, okay.
Matt Gaetz won re-election. Byron Donalds won re-election.
Thomas Macy did too.
Isn't he AIPAC's arch nemesis?
Yes, he is. The Tucker Carlson interview he gave was amazing.
Let's see.
What's her name also won?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The one. Yeah, she also won.
Oh, Mike Collins won. Yes, I love Mike Collins. He just shitposts all day on his Twitter account. No, Hung Cow did not win.
If we get the House and we get the Senate by a large margin, I hope that the Raise Act goes through.
What was that again?
That was where immigration is limited to 500,000 a year, only very educated. So I mean, it's going to swip it towards Indians really hard, but 500,000 Indians a year is a lot better than 1 million Mexicans and Central Americans plus 500,000 Indians a year.
Yeah. Yeah, so Paul Gosar was at AFPAC one year. But then he and Nick had a falling out. Gosar said because Nick kept dropping M bombs and comparing himself to Hitler. But
We won World War II. Like, just stop comparing yourself to Hitler.
Well, I just don't think, I don't know. As I've said, I just think without German ultranationalism, it's just not like relevant. The
I don't know. I mean, like okay, I don't like Churchill, but like we won World War II through our own strength. Like, I don't understand that. Like, the Allies weren't unlimited immigration. I'm sorry, I don't understand like why you have to jump on George Lincoln Rockwell and be like the Allies were like for limitless immigration and we have to support Hitler.
But also the Allies were the real racists.
The Allies were the real race. Yeah. Like, why can't we just accept that we won the war?
Okay, what are the odds that the military
like,
intervenes?
Oh, that there's going to be some kind of color revolution where the military intervenes for the Democrats?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Like 10%?
I don't know. It's getting weird.
I feel like Trump's winning by too much for that. Like,
yeah.
I feel like fraud
There's
or
some capitalists,
shenanigans.
like there's rich people who are joining on Trump too, where it's like, is there enough people to oppose Trump?
What was with the majority of the biggest donors going to Trump? Was that something?
I haven't looked into it.
Okay, because I heard that happened. I don't know if that's just like a
Some of it has to do with Israel. Like that was the reason Bill Ackman defected and all that.
Oh, okay. So AFPAC is right, supporting Israel's good policy and good politics.
Oh, was that a question to me?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I guess to them, yes.
I was just kind of joking.
Oh, okay.
No, that's
Are
just
they
the thing.
Never called Georgia on New York Times?
Nope, they still haven't. Let me see. Let me take a look at CNN has called Georgia. Oh no, that's Decision Desk. Let's take a look at CNN and see what their cope is. Maricopa County. CNN has not called Georgia yet.
They called Hawaii just now, but that was a no-brainer. Like, went to Harris.
They won't call. Starting to come in Nevada a bit. Yeah, Georgia. CNN has Georgia at 93% reporting, and New York Times has over 95% reporting. Mea Culpa County. That's another good one. President win chance? Why doesn't it add up to 100%? Oh no, it does. Okay, I'm just high. 85% Trump. Oh, there's gonna be some. Let us take a look at Twitter and see what's going on Twitter.
Twitter is Trump victory.
No, I just want to see the salt. Oh, it always turns off Twitter dark mode when whenever I... How do I turn on Twitter dark mode? I'm a boomer. I don't know how these things work. Open Twitter. Display. There we go. There we go. Listen meltdown. Okay, we got some Ukraine war stuff. Destiny is breaking down. Just seeing if there's anything interesting. Polyev looks like a fucking space alien in this. Can I get a physiognomy check? Like, what the fuck is with his face? I don't know, dude. That is some, like, some found footage shit. I don't know. People in chat, am I wrong? Does he not look like a space alien? I'll retweet that, though. Joy Reid calls Florida an extreme right-wing fascist state. Let's see here. Harris pretended to talk on Harris pretended to talk to a voter on the phone, but mistakenly showed that her phone was open. Let's see. Okay, I don't. Yeah. Electro map. U.S. Embassy in Tokyo cancels their election watch party. It's never been all over. Fuck Rahm Emanuel. Oh, here we go. APAC. Hey, Serp, take a look at this.
What does this say?
This is what APAC just posted. It's good policy. Good policy.
Their election so far.
Being as pro-Israel is good policy, good politics. Let's say what they'll least support. Someone puts Thomas Macy wins again. Fuck you, APAC.
So, I have like a deep philosophical question.
Sure.
So, as far as the whole we stop counting and wait until more votes come in, do you think that depends on the networks and like the liberal media calling the states, or do you think that's independent of that?
Maybe.
Like, so if they call Georgia, do you think the whole we're gonna wait until next week to see how this goes will be off?
Maybe. Might they just uncall it?
Oh, you think they could uncall it in the next few days, or
I don't know.
Because it's like Georgia seems like it's a done deal, and it looks like we won. We're on track to win Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
Okay, so
And it's like
apparently,
if like the major websites declare that we won, is that it, or are they gonna be like, no, there's a bunch of ballots that just rolled in, hold on, and they're gonna uncall it? What were you saying?
Fuentes just posted total Groiper victory.
I know Font. He's saying that he supported Trump the whole time.
Uh-huh. We won. Okay, I can't wait to see the cope about this. Okay, let's see here. What is this? Breaking Kamala wins Virginia. This is absolutely huge.
Wasn't Virginia like our hope stretch goal?
Yeah.
Virginia's kind of like a stretch goal.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, wait. What? Let's get back. Wisconsin is something I think is happening in Wisconsin. I mean,
Madison pretty much in now, and Milwaukee's over.
Like I know some of our like mutual friends are like Fuente, but I'm not gonna let him. If he goes back and claims he supported Trump, then like no, that's not.
All I can say is,
what do you think? Trump might do something good, and then Fuentes will say he's the reason that Trump won re-election.
Likely,
probably.
Yeah. Sorry if he lives in my head rent free. It's just people bring him up so much. Ugh. Just outside. So Pennsylvania is, let's see what percentage. 85% with Trump up 3. I don't know.
time for shenanigans.
Probably Arizona is just stopped. I'm seeing if
What
anyone else.
They do shenanigans. Trump wins the popular vote. The Republicans win the House and the Senate.
Okay, so people are saying other stuff. Arizona claims that they've stopped counting for the night.
Cool.
They just stopped counting. It may not matter though.
So Nevada's been closed for 2 hours and there's no votes in.
No.
Cool.
That's always a good sign.
Well, if you were trying to like restore people's faith in the electoral system, wouldn't you think that just stop counting like halfway through is like not the way to
When
do
the
that?
whole world is watching.
Yeah. Once again, it may not even matter though. If he wins Michigan and Minnesota and Pennsylvania, although Michigan's still in
Or
play.
you mean Michigan and Pennsylvania?
No, sorry, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are both looking pretty likely.
Are they just not gonna call Georgia? Ted Cruz survives another re-election.
So people in the chat, if any of you can tell, can you confirm if Arizona just completely stopped? Like for the entire night? Okay, what will happen, Serp, if they stop counting for like 2 days and then Kamala wins by like 0.1%?
Violence.
Do you think like there will be violence? Yeah.
Violence.
Yeah. Someone's saying, isn't this going how it was going in 2020?
Yeah, but it looks like the media is saying that Trump's winning. So
Well,
that's
they
where it
did- they
gets
did
scary.
then,
Like, what
too,
if the
though.
media says Trump is winning, and then because I don't think the media said last time Trump was winning.
Yeah, they were.
Oh, they were?
Or they were in cope mode, but I don't know. Wait, Razor Fist stopped streaming? Oh, okay, well.
Okay, guys, what's it like in Wisconsin?
Trump is up 3 with 77% of the votes counted.
78. He's up
Including
4.
all the Madison votes are counted. Oh, is Green Bay a Trump area? Interesting.
I don't know.
Milwaukee is still going.
No Nevada votes after 2 hours.
No.
Cool.
I don't know. I think shenanigans are going to happen in Michigan. Because there's been almost no votes. There's only like 15% of the votes from Detroit are in.
Okay.
So
Are you getting blackpilled or?
No, I'm just concerned. I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't see how they're gonna do it. They're gonna do stuff in Georgia this time. I'm really worried about Arizona.
Arizona is like bad for that.
If he wins Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, though, it doesn't matter. I don't know. So Trump is up 3. With 87% of votes counted. I don't know. It looks like most of the rural counties are exhausted. So they're gonna have to find another like like Couple 100,000 votes. Let me see. How much is Trump up in Pennsylvania? 3-0.
According
Trump,
to AP, he's up 2%.
Trump is up 120,000 votes in Pennsylvania, which is a lot, but it's not insurmountable. I don't know how Wisconsin is gonna like not go to him at this point because he's up like 100,000 votes.
Wisconsin also doesn't have the population of Pennsylvania.
No, yeah, I know that's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Wisconsin. Okay, so 78%. Yeah, I don't know. Madison is exhausted. Milwaukee, there's still some Milwaukee, but they're not going to get another 100,000 votes in Milwaukee. That's just not going to happen. I'm pretty sure Trump could also win Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Or I think just Nevada and Pennsylvania would be enough. But
Nevada has not pulled in any votes in 2 hours after being closed, hasn't it?
No.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay, let's take a look at some other states.
How's my boy Nebraska, or not Nebraska, New Hampshire doing?
I don't know, man. Harris is up 30,000, but there's still some votes left.
That's probably done then.
Arizona started counting again. Trump is at 50%, and Kamala Harris is at 49.2%.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. I can't see Nevada, Trump losing Georgia, Arizona, or Nevada. Because I think they were ahead in early voting in all three. So
the problem is like, can you tell where the steal ends and the I need to keep Democrats on TV ends? You don't know where one ends and the other begins.
Oh, you mean if they're just trying to run out the clock for ratings?
Yeah, I don't, because it seems like with Georgia is clearly running out the clock for ratings.
Okay, I'm gonna say something incredibly naive. I feel like it might be not close enough to steal.
Yeah, that's where it's like I can't tell if they're running out the clock for ratings or if
no, like, because I think like part of why it worked last time was because of how close it was.
Yeah, I just think last time had very unique circumstances.
And COVID. Yeah, well, COVID and I
there's
think
so many mail-in ballots due to COVID.
Yeah, well,
there's just so many mail-in ballots just floating around.
They completely changed the electoral system in like the span of a couple months. Also, to do shenanigans, I think it has to be close. Relatively close.
Well, they have to have like ballots sent out to do shenanigans, if that makes sense. You have to have the registered voters.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
is there any chance at all that we're gonna win?
What are you talking about? Yeah, it's
New York Times says we won pretty much.
I mean,
And
I am
so does election betting odds.
I'm super black-pilled right now because of reasons.
The problem is that we can't tell if the networks are trying to keep people on the TV and watch like boomers, and we already won, or we can't tell if they're trying to throw the election. And the other thing is, if they are trying to throw the election for Harris, that doesn't mean that they won either.
I can't remember where they were. I feel like Trump was not this far ahead at this time in 2020.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if we can get like Georgia and Pennsylvania soon, I think while it's not like a guarantee that we would win, but I think we could guarantee that there's going to be no shenanigans.
I kind of think if they call, okay, I'm going to say this: if they call Georgia and Pennsylvania, I'm about 80 to 90% sure Trump won. I do think we should actually be able to tell tonight, like the number of votes that are not going to be counted, are not really, don't look like it's going to be enough to make up the difference.
They really need to count to just accept Georgia's loss, or Georgia is Trump's victory.
Yeah, CNN still has. Let's see here. What's MSLSD saying? No, MSLSD still has Trump, Georgia too close to call. Michigan, Pennsylvania. Oh, Trump's up by more than 2. He's up by almost 3 in Pennsylvania. 2% of Nevada's in. I think a lot of states also sped up their counting, or they like count mail-in ballots on uh election day. Okay, so just looking at the chat. In 2020 was razor close until the last few hours. Biden started to roll him. This election is close to the one in 2016. Yeah, that's probably.
This feels very 2016,
Mhm.
where it's like people are getting sick stomachs and don't know what to say, and then say Trump won.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Maine is still somewhat competitive. It's not. Maybe. Yeah, it's going to be close in Maine. Okay, Real American Politics apparently called it. I generally trust him. I don't really trust Red Eagle Politics, but let's see what Real American Politics is saying. Okay. No, I can't tell if they're counting or not in Arizona. If they just have like the sloth from Zootopia counting, or if they stop counting, or what. I don't understand like mail-in ballots, to be honest. Like that, why do they give out mail-in ballots if there's not going to be time to mail them in? Like, don't they give them out like closer to the election, then the post office will probably deliver them?
I don't. It's something else.
I don't know. I don't even think mail-in ballots should really be a thing. I just, at least in Canada, like early voting is so available. I don't really understand why, unless you're in like another country or something. But I don't know. Is monster vote in effect?
I don't know. Depression.
Okay, so Arizona is sort of counting, maybe. I think we all agree that the biggest vote rig of our lifetime was when Michael Jones lost Anti-Semite of the Year to Kanye West.
Damn, that's sad.
Okay, New York Times has 93% Trump chance of victory. Oh.
I got my iPhone just went off. It says Republicans have the Senate.
Yep. I just saw that too. Yeah, Montana's looking good. Wisconsin's looking good. Pennsylvania's a possibility. Sorry, Carrie. I don't think Trump's going to be able to carry you across the finish line this time. How does New York Times make it out that like imagine this changes? How do they like what is the cope going to be for saying we had a 92% chance that Trump was going to win? Did they say Hillary had a 90% chance of winning?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't get why you would even make that claim. Like it's not it's not like a Reagan versus Dukakis. Was it Reagan versus Dukakis?
No, Dukakis is Bush, the first Bush in 1988. It was it begins with an M.
Oh, Mondale. It's not a Mondale versus
yeah.
Reagan election. It's not like it's some massive thing that everyone could see coming. Nixon got 61% of the vote, which is amazing. Against McGovern.
Okay, I'm gonna sign back in about 2 hours, I think, because I'm gonna play some Stronghold Crusader because all this excitement is getting to me.
Okay.
Why don't
I
you
need to
just
calm
play
down.
Stronghold Crusader and stay on? I'm playing Doom and staying on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could do that. You know what? I am gonna do that.
Based. I just hope my energy of staying on just causes Trump to win. It was just really traumatic in 2020 going to bed and then he wasn't winning the next day.
Well, so people are saying that stuff is
the shenanigans is happening
in Pennsylvania. Then again, I don't know like how much of it is true, how much of it is doomer posting, how much is like what. But okay. I love Canadian. Do you follow Canadian Patriot on Twitter?
No, I don't know.
Canadian Patriot's the best. He's just this super edgy Canadian guy. Oh, what a cope.
Well, what happened?
Oh, is this Fuentes? I hope everyone feels good about how they voted today. Let's see.
I don't know. I don't really think that. So I think all this isn't that he's been compromised in the way that Spencer. People say Spencer's been compromised, and now Spencer's left wing. I think he's deliberately riding the fence for
for attention. Yeah. Biden did not attend Harris election watch night party. How awesome would it be if Biden's
holding out? He's holding out for as long as he possibly can, and I'm talking about Nick Futanari now. Like for as long as he possibly can, he's going to hold out, and then he is gonna wear the MAGA hat or whatnot.
I just kind of part of the reason that makes me like white pilled is I just have this feeling that Shapiro and Biden are like seething about everything that's happened, and they're just like, we're not going to let.
I think Shapiro wants to run for president next time.
Yeah, so I just for those two, I just felt like the steal's not going to happen because Shapiro wants to run for president and Biden's vindictive.
Mm-hmm. Also, Shapiro might not want his reputation tarnished.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if Harris wins, then she'll run again, and he won't be able to run.
He's gonna have to wait till 2032. Something.
Okay, the Detroit vote's starting to come in Michigan. Trump's up by 200,000 votes, though, so. I mean, that's a lot.
What's Trump's Twitter saying?
I don't know. Let's see. What is Trump's Twitter saying? Nothing interesting. Elon has called it.
Is it just give me energy, give me hope, we're winning on Trump?
Mm-hmm.
CNN called Georgia.
Oh, they did?
That's what the chat's saying.
Yep. CNN has called Georgia. So that's just.
Let's fucking go.
I don't know. Once again, for Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, it's going to have to be something crazy if they want to do that. Where do Muslims live in Michigan again? Where is Dearborn? Where is Dearborn?
I think it's outside of Detroit.
I just don't know what county it is.
I'm looking it up. Wayne County.
Oh, it's Wayne?
Yeah.
Oh, Wayne County hasn't come in yet. Oh no, that's Senate. Whoops. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna look at the wrong one. Let's see. No, Wayne County hasn't come in as much. Wait, Trump's getting 40% of the vote in Detroit?
Based.
Well, we'll see. CNN called Georgia. Wisconsin hasn't. Let's see. What is let's see how they're describing it. Leanar. I like how it's just Leanar. It's not likely or what. I don't know if they have tilt though, so I don't know if lean is the lowest or what. Yeah, he might just sweep the swing states, honestly. Yeah, Trump is at +6 in Michigan with 60% of the votes counted. Okay,
True power.
I'm gonna call Pennsylvania when it gets over 90.
True power.
Come on, we're almost there.
Happening, Chuds. I kneel.
Nevada is 2.5 hours along and no results in yet.
No one lives in Nevada.
It's only 6 electoral votes, right?
Mm-hmm. Is it Maine
Montana
second
is
that Trump
4
wins?
Yeah, I think it's the northern part of Maine he wins.
Okay. I'm leaning towards this election being called tonight. Maybe that's naive. I just feel like Georgia's called. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I think, are quite likely to be called tonight. I mean, they're both over like it's going to quickly get to the point where it's going to be mathematically impossible for Kamala to make it up. I guess there's still some votes in Philadelphia to come in, but there's still some rural votes to come in too. Not a ton, but still a number.
I mean, Trump's over 95% in election betting odds.
Mm-hmm. Wait, Maine is lean Trump? What? No, that's Decision Desk. It's always weird to me, like when they have different ones. Like it's different at the different locations. Different sites have different vote totals. What I mean. Let's see, Arizona. Arizona, I feel like keeps going back and forth between 53 and 55% counted.
They're trying their level best to get shenanigans going.
Trump's still up 51 to 48 in Pennsylvania.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I don't really have any quick response to that.
No,
the problem with like knowing if shenanigans is happening is that if shenanigans isn't happening, they still like stop. They still count. They still like the media stops like talking because they want people to still be tuned into TV regardless if Trump won or not. So you can't really tell. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And that's what they did in 2016 too.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the other thing with the whole 2016 thing is that like all the swing states were stopped being counted by this time, and we're like, what's gonna happen? And now like Georgia's like called and North Carolina's called.
I don't know. PA is like Trump's up 4 in Wisconsin. He's up 6 in Michigan.
He was never up this high before.
No, like that's a pretty big margin. Unless basically, like, let me see, what percentage of the remaining vote would it have to be in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania? My brain's not working. It would have to be like a substantial majority.
Wouldn't it have to be like 70 plus?
Yeah,
or
it would
80
have to
plus?
be something like that. A lot of people are wondering why they stopped counting. Oh, one of the guys at my work was saying how he was talking to America. He was talking to some black people he knew in America, and they said there's going to be a race war, and Trump's going to send death squads to wipe out black people.
Oh, okay. I'm sure that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Has Trump actually said anything that's anti-black through his entire campaign ever?
No.
Like,
Well,
I understand
other
you
than
could
him
say he
saying
said things that are anti-Hispanic, I guess, because he's against illegal immigration. And I'm sure
Hispanics
some
seem
are
to
good
like
people
that
and stuff.
though. Don't
People like being called bad hombres. What?
no, I mean no, but like don't Hispanics don't like actually like Hispanic voters not like illegal immigration?
I mean, if you live on the border, why would you want illegal immigration? There's a bunch of random people walking through your land and causing crime.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not surprised that Hispanics on the border don't want illegal immigration.
The closest thing he said was that blacks would love his mug shots. Okay, well that's funny. That's, well, I mean, you could argue he is truly the first black president. He's got multiple baby mamas. He's a felon. He has a mug shot. He was the victim of he was shot.
He did WWE.
Yeah.
He worked at McDonald's.
He worked at McDonald's. So you think Kamala never worked at McDonald's and she just made it up?
Oh, I thought it was definitive that she made.
Oh, okay. Because I've seen a lot of attempts to cope about it. Oh, Kamala won't even give a concession. Won't even give a speech.
Like, this is bad, but like, I feel like if there is a steal, Trump will somehow still win the popular vote.
Yeah. What is the cope going to be? If Trump wins the popular vote, there's going to be a huge cope over that.
What if Trump wins the popular vote and then loses the electoral college? What is
Then we love the electoral
violence?
college.
Yeah.
Then the electoral college was an ingenious thing the founders put in place to stop fascists from getting power because they were concerned about fascism in 1776.
No, not a single ballot put in place in Nevada. It's almost like 3 hours now.
I feel like you're implying implications.
Yeah, why is Nevada the most corrupt state in the union?
No, I think. Well, Arizona's worse by virtue of it mattering more.
Oh, I know that Maricopa County is insanely corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
My Carrie Lake, rip.
Oh, were you hoping for her?
Hey guys.
Oh, Carrie Lake.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
Hey guys.
Yes.
I have been scammed. I have been scammed by an online seller. They're not giving me my refund.
I mean, are you gonna feel racial solidarity?
What are you talking about?
So I ordered something from a seller. They didn't have that thing in stock, so well, yeah, and they're delaying issuing the refund, and I threatened to take them um to the small claims court.
What a story, Mark.
Sorry, my life isn't very exciting. Sorry.
It's okay. Maricopa County. I don't know. They're gonna have to do something about Maricopa County at some point. I don't know if it's like
Put the tanks on the streets. That's what I say.
yeah, I just we need to send Batman there.
Oomst. Oh, Oak Tree's back.
Yeah, I'm back, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to be. I'm getting really tired.
It's okay.
Buy a monster. Buy a can of Monster.
Listen to Def Leppard and drink Monster.
Remember when Peter Griffin had that deaf colleague, and he asked her if she was a relative of Def Leppard.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like Family Guy. Do you like Def Leppard though? Nice meme, Friar.
Yes.
Oh, it's so based. Just I've listened to so much. I've listened to like 2 or more hours of Def Leppard today. Just such a hype band.
It's just classic Aryan music. Yeah.
Bring on the heartbreak. Don't you love my voice?
I actually didn't know who that was.
Wonderful.
Yep. I have a poem. Can I read it out?
Sure.
Yes.
Just a sec. I'm gonna read out this poem here. Gunter Gleaton Glotton Gluben. All right, I've got something to say. Yeah, it's better to burn out. Yeah, than fade away. All right, gonna start a fire. Come on, rise up, gather round, rock this place to the ground, burn it up. Let's go for broke. Watch the night go up in smoke. Rock on, rock on. Drive me crazier. No serenade, no fire brigade, just a pyromania. Come on. What do you want? I want rock and roll. Yes, I do. Long live rock and roll. Oh, let's strike a light. We're gonna blow like dynamite. I don't care. It takes all night. Gonna set this town alight. Come on. What do you want? I want rock and roll. All right. Long live rock and roll. Oh yeah, yeah. Rock of ages. Rock of ages. Still rolling. Keep a rolling. Rock of ages, rock of ages, still rolling, rock a rolling. We got the power, we got the glory. Just say you need it, and if you need it, say yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Now listen to me. I'm burning, burning. I got the fever. I know for sure there ain't no cure. So feel it. Don't fight it. Go with the flow and give me one more for the road. Yeah. What do you want? I want rock and roll. You betcha. Long live rock and roll. Now hit it. Rock of ages. Rock of ages. Still rolling. Keep a rolling. Rock of ages. Rock of ages. Still rolling. Rock a rolling. We got the power. We got the glory. Just say you need it. And if you need it, say, yeah. Yeah. Say, yeah. We're gonna burn this damn place down. Woohoo. Down to the ground.
And yet, when I sing, it drives Terilien into genocidal rage.
What
Oh,
doesn't
sad.
what doesn't drive him into a genocidal rage? Oh, okay. Pennsylvania is now likely are on New York Times.
Like all the way to the where the thing goes all the way to the right.
It's not very likely. It's gone from lean to likely.
Okay. They're at 95% chance of Trump victory.
Trust the plan. The Earth is flat. Patriots are in control.
Based.
Abstract was talking about like how he's because he hangs out in more Wignat circles, and he was complaining about how many flat earthers he has to deal with.
Sad.
I don't know. New Hampshire is closing.
I'm telling you, New Hampshire. I'm bullish. Trump's at 97% on Polymarket.
Okay, I'm gonna turn up the autism. Nice meme prior. What was the power source of the T-1000? Or what was the Liquid Terminators model?
It was the T-1000. So according to the novel, it's just hand waved. It says it used a miniature molecular power source. That's all it says. Now there are some fan fiction writers who believe that it relies on ambient electromagnetic radiation for power, which just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Have you played Terminator Resistance?
No.
Okay, I
Should
heard
I?
it's pretty good. I heard it's really good, actually.
I have heard great things about it, but
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
Yeah.
order it off of Amazon tonight.
Terminator.
It's
So
on PS4.
So I maintain that Terminators are extremely expensive to build, and that they cost more than multiple like
Like
tanks or
Hunter
hovercraft.
Killers.
Yeah, I just that's my headcanon is the materials that are used to make them, because they're much more resilient than like tanks are, right? Like a tank.
I don't know. I mean, what are their? I don't understand what kind of ally they could be made that where they're so much more resilient than a tank at taking like very close range, like heavy, like RPG explosion or RPG hits and stuff. At I don't know. I mean, you could. I mean, it's just a meme. Like it's just a movie. Like I feel like the Terminators would take a significant amount of more damage just on how their builds are than they do. But
Yeah, that's why my theory is just that I think they're just extremely expensive to produce.
I mean, yes, they are expensive to produce, but like they're not like they're infiltrators. So by definition, there are fewer of them than there are tanks, like automated tanks and those flying units.
So, but don't you see them used as battlefield infantry?
So in the future war scene,
are those T-600s in the future war scene?
in the second movie, no, they are T-800s, but what you're seeing is the final assault outside of Los Angeles, which houses their which housed Skynet's TDE, time displacement equipment.
Okay, so it is canonical that the main computer is in NORAD base in Colorado.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And that the time displacement material is in LA.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay,
okay. So Skynet had its most powerful forces guarding it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why they had T.
Nevada's starting to come in.
Yeah, I just can't see them being able to like really mass produce Terminators. in large numbers. So I think you said that they only built one Liquid Terminator prototype, and that was at like an
Yes.
act of desperation at the end of the war.
Yep. Yep.
Is it just because it was
Nano
too
machine,
difficult
son.
to build, or
Uh, it was less the difficulty of production and more the fact that it could not be that there was no way that Skynet could ensure its loyalty. I mean, its default setting was a read write. I mean, it had no solid chip to program.
Oh,
So
okay.
That
yeah.
makes sense.
So Skynet could never ensure that it would be 100% loyal. So it was it was either that or just lose the game.
Terminator Resistance on PS4 is only $24 on Amazon.
So, is there any other way other than acid or molten steel to destroy one?
So in one of the Terminator 3 comic books, what's his face? The TX destroys a T-1002, which is like an advanced version of the T-1000 with one shot from her plasma cannon. Like the heat disrupts its molecular structure.
Do you think maybe they can't really regenerate the actual machines? So if they get blown up enough, they start to lose mass.
Yes, exactly. Yes. No. That is precisely how it works. Yeah.
Okay, so the nanomachines that make them up can't regenerate; they can just reform.
Yes.
Okay, so probably if they will take damage over time. It's just not obvious. Because didn't he lose his ability to
retain its
change?
camouflage? Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Did he? Was that he got
That
hit
is
by a
right.
truck, or what happened again?
No, when he got hit by
liquid nitrogen.
Liquid nitrogen, it prevented him from being able to fully camouflage.
Okay, so that
His
did
whole
do like
what if he was touching any object, then it would start camouflaging with that object.
Okay, so that did actually damage him.
That's in the special edition. I don't know. The problem is that there's so
we
many.
get to see like a tiny part of it in the theatrical cut, but most of it is.
There's some of it in theatrical cut.
There is some of it. Yes, we can see the tile floor invading his legs as he walks up.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
I definitively ordered Terminator Resistance off Amazon now, for PS4.
Okay, so they
might stream that, by the way.
So that did permanently damage him. The Okay. Okay, so he's not quite as invincible as I thought. The TX is interesting. I feel like part of it might have just been easier to build because it could have just a normal power supply.
Yep.
I don't know. So the thing is, I always got from so New York Times is calling the election for Trump, I would say now.
Oh, they are?
They say very likely for Trump, 95% chance of victory.
Yeah, I'm just
That's where I would say New York Times called it for Trump, basically. And it says the U.S. shifts to the right in every state. I'll click the whole thing and just read it off here for everybody.
Okay.
It disappeared when I did that, but so it says the U.S. shifts to the right. Every state that has counted most of its votes, Trump has improved his performance from 2020.
He is favored in each of the major swing, the trifecta of the major swing states. Harris almost certainly must win each of them, and Trump is looks like he's going to win every single one of them.
Okay, Nevada counted.
Also, right now,
Looks
go
like
on,
Trump
Arden,
is
sorry.
going to win the popular vote according to the New York Times
by a substantial margin.
By over a point, 1.2 points. Trump is going to win the popular
No,
vote.
because there's
according to the New
third
York
party,
Times.
so it's.
No, I don't mean 50% plus. I mean over the top of Harris.
No, he's gonna win. He's 4% up at the moment.
Yeah.
Harris is at 47%.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. You're right.
Oh, okay.
And 75% of the vote has been counted. That was quick.
In Nevada, they counted 67% of it in like an hour. No, like all at once.
I think that's starting to look very pro-Trump because, I think that kind of counts that they're not going to try and steal in Nevada then. If they just switched over 66% in a matter of seconds.
Okay, I'm calling Pennsylvania. With 93% in, Trump is up by 3 points. He's up by over 200,000 votes. So let me just put that on. I don't think I called it yet. Has CNN called Pennsylvania?
I don't think so.
Who runs Decision Desk?
I don't know who that is.
I don't know. Someone just told me to look at Decision Desk. The other thing I find funny is how much they malign Trump for being a felon. I thought like the Justice Department was unfair and like black men were unfairly like thrown in jail all the time. 99% for Trump to win.
Where's that at?
I don't know. Let's see, is that New York Times?
90, we're almost at 97% on election betting odds.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go and get my 7th beer.
Okay, sounds good. I only needed to use 2 energy drinks. That's a surprise. Yeah, New York Times says Pennsylvania likely are. I'm gonna call Wisconsin at 90%. I don't know. Minnesota still looks very close. I don't. Trump is only down by like. Oh no, it depends on which one you're looking at.
We are looking at total soy jack victory.
Patriots are in control.
Trust the plan.
Yeah, but like looking at, I get what people say about Minneapolis, but I think Minneapolis is largely counted, isn't it? Or no, I guess there's still some suburbs of it that haven't been. I don't know. It's hard because it differs so much based on what map you're looking at.
Yeah, what map are you looking at right now? I'm looking at the AP map.
I'm looking at New York Times.
Yeah, like Trump still has the popular vote.
Yeah, by like a lot.
Yeah.
How much of California has been counted? Okay, yeah, okay. Only not that much of California has been counted.
They finally started to count Alaska. Finally, Trump's in the lead, but it's only at like 15% reporting.
Alaska is such a dumpster fire. I could see it at some point. Becoming a competitive state.
Okay, I'm calling it now. Total Chud victory.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Did I fill in? I think I filled in Alaska. No, I didn't fill in Alaska and Hawaii. You know, if Trump gets Georgia and Pennsylvania, that's enough, I think. Isn't it? I don't think he needs Arizona, Nevada, or
I don't think he does. Yeah, that's right.
I think that's 270.
He's at 247 right now, at least according to the AP map. And if he gets Pennsylvania, that'll be
Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, I think, is 270. Exactly.
no. It's at a. You sure? Or yeah, with Wisconsin, yes, it would be. Yeah, I was just adding Pennsylvania because if it was just Pennsylvania, he's like shy by 4.
No, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin would be exactly, I think, 270. Unless I'm looking at this wrong, which I don't think I am. Oh no, wait, no, it's not Wisconsin. Sorry. No, okay. No, I think Pennsylvania and Georgia are enough. Okay, let me just I might just be getting tired. Let me see here. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, because Georgia's already like he already won it. Like even the AP Associated Press says.
Everybody says he won Georgia by now.
Okay, no, I'm just looking at this. I'm just seeing if PA. Nope, just PA and Georgia is enough. He doesn't need any other swing states. I'm pretty sure of my math. Could you guys someone confirm if I'm right? So I think as soon as Pennsylvania is called, it's over. Yeah, so I okay, I don't know. Just sorry if I'm sounding incoherent. I think Pennsylvania will okay, so he's at 247 now. Pennsylvania is 19. That's 266. What states haven't they called yet? They haven't called Alaska, and they haven't called Maine second. So
yeah,
Alaska and Maine second puts him at 270, with just Pennsylvania and Georgia. So once Pennsylvania is called, it's over.
Yeah.
Unless Maine's second flips for some reason, I don't
But
see.
I
a
mean,
Leicester.
he's doing well enough in Wisconsin, isn't he?
No, I know. I'm just,
Isn't he technically doing better in Wisconsin than?
Yeah, but I know, but
Pennsylvania?
more of the vote is counted in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Like Pennsylvania is 93% of the vote in. Oh, New York Times says it is very likely are. Okay.
I think that they're just waiting to. I think they're all going to concede Trump at the same time, and we're just waiting for that. This feels very 2016 right now.
Mm-hmm. What does Fox have? Have they called?
Let me check.
Election results. Let's see what Fox is called. I'm just trying to see. Do they not have an election map?
I can't find one right now.
They have this shitty bar at the bottom.
Image and the character.
Too early to call. Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Okay, Fox is saying. Although, isn't Fox sometimes slower to call than CNN is? I feel like Fox called later in some cases.
Nevada's catching. I mean, Nevada's at 70%.
Yeah, and Trump's up by 4. It's amazing how like votes keep coming in Arizona despite the percentage not moving. It's amazing, isn't it?
Red-pilled.
I don't know. You might be onto something with New Hampshire. I don't know if he'll win. I think it might be within 1% though.
I think that it'll be under 3%. New Hampshire is just a very bizarre state, and that like it gets very close out of nowhere for no apparent reason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, is your gut feeling that they're just waiting to announce that Trump won?
I'm leaning in that direction. I'm just not taking it for granted. Until I see Pennsylvania called, I'm not declaring Trump victory. I think that's fair, isn't it? Like it should only be another
or Wisconsin, or if he wins Wisconsin, he still needs to win another one.
Yeah. So if he wins Alaska, Pennsylvania, and Maine second, that's 270 exactly. Oh, they just called New Hampshire.
Oh, they did?
I don't. So they called New Hampshire with Kamala up 3 with 88% in, but they're not calling Pennsylvania with Trump up 3 and 93.
At 95.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Oh, is it 95 now?
Oh, I thought it. I don't know. I just said that. I think it's 93 still.
Yeah.
Although it seems like New York Times says that Trump won, but.
Yeah, I know. I just am not.
I mean, do you think Trump's going to walk out and declare victory tonight?
Probably.
Okay. And we're just waiting along for that?
Yeah, if I were him, I would just wait another couple hours. Till till you get like the liberal media to admit that you won, and then take the victory W. I think that would be the strongest position.
I do have a question for y'all. What do y'all hope to get out of a Trump administration? If you had to get one thing out of it, what would it be?
Immigration reduction.
I'm assuming it's the same with you, sir.
Foreign policy
Yeah.
sanity.
That
I don't
is
know.
far and away the
I'm not
most
going to agree
important
with
thing for
Arjun
me.
on that one because I don't know how he's going to react towards Israel.
That's true. Hopefully there'll be some de-escalation with Russia, though.
Yes, and maybe even North Korea.
And maybe even China. Apparently him and Xi actually got along okay.
Yeah, I remember on the Joe Rogan podcast he said that, and I was a little surprised by that.
He just kind of sees Xi as a businessman. Like he sees him as his competitor. I guess you could say in like business. He views him as like a really tough wheeling dealer, but he doesn't have contempt for him in the same way that like Biden does, if that makes sense. I think what Trump wants is a sort of a gradual divorce from China economically, and to try to rebuild American industry. It's just going to take some time. I think the tariff policy is probably going to cause short-term pain, but hopefully it'll help start rebuilding America's industrial base in the long term.
Yes, that's like my big hope with it too. Like that, if that's one of the things he completes during his last term in office, I hope it's that.
They called PA. Who called PA?
Someone called PA.
Okay. I'm sorry. I really have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go and then we'll call PA when I get back.
Apparently, Fox News called PA.
Okay. Based, red pilled. We're not going to know the house tonight, are we?
Maybe I don't know. I thought they already said that it was
I
already.
think they have to get all the way to like Orange County to call the house because it's that close.
They did call the Senate, right?
Yeah, because they called Ohio Senate race, so that means that Republicans gained the Senate. They haven't called Montana yet.
I don't think we're gonna know the house tonight.
Yeah. They called the Senate. We'll see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see my own election tonight if Trump gets declared Pennsylvania tonight.
Guys, check AP. Okay, let's see here. CNN. Let's see. Where's Associated Press? Let's see. Decision Desk. Yep, decision desk is called PA.
Does that mean Trump victory?
Yes, they have Trump at currently 270 seats, electoral college, and that is, I think we can safely declare, Donald J. Trump is the next president of the United States of America.
Are we gonna stay on? Are you going to stay on until Trump makes a speech?
I don't know if I'll wait till that. I'll stay on probably a while until
Yeah, same.
another.
I'm gonna stay on until a bit longer.
I just feel
Oh,
like
wow.
we'll probably get another couple states called.
Okay.
At this point, it's kind of about over determining, if you know what I mean,
Okay.
like running up to make sure, like, if shenanigans happen in one location. Oh, I'm sick. I'm gonna be honest. This is not as close as I thought it was gonna be.
This is about how I thought it would be if the polls are right.
Yeah, it looks like the polls were pretty much. You know what? Let's fire it up and let's take a look just at the polls and see how close they were. So the polls had Trump at 1.3 in Georgia. He won Georgia by. You know what? That's not that far off. That's like within a fraction of a percent. Let's see who had the most accurate poll. Trafalgar had +2. Atlas Intel had +5. I don't know, but those are both within the margin of error. So let's see. Oh no, Trafalgar. No, Atlas is basically dead on. Atlas said 52.47 and Georgia is 51.48. So pretty much exactly. Let's see. Wisconsin, they had Harris plus 0.04. Atlas had Trump +1. There's still some votes coming in. It looks like, though. Yeah. I have heard though that Wisconsin is the hardest state in the union to poll. I'm not sure if any of you have heard that, but
No,
it's apparently notoriously difficult to poll. Michigan, I'm not gonna call for a while, but it had Harris +2. North Carolina, okay, so North Carolina had Trump +1.2. Okay, so Atlas Intel so far is basically dead on. What other Georgia? What was Georgia? Atlas said 50-48. Oops, shit. Close that by accident.
Poly markets at 99%.
Yep.
Election betting odds.
Atlas
98%.
Atlas was dead on. Yeah, so like is Atlas, I think they're considered the best pollster, aren't they?
That's what Red Eagle Politics says. So.
Yeah, so it's looking
With
like
that,
they
what you
were
will.
exactly on. Although keep in mind with margin of error, you're correct if you're within the margin of error. It's obviously
Mhm.
better to be like closer than the margin of error, but it doesn't mean your poll was inaccurate. Okay, so North Carolina. So Atlas has Arizona at 52-47. So yeah, we're still waiting on that. Let's see what their Nevada was. Nevada, they have 50-47. Oh, wow. Okay. So far, it looks pretty much dead on. I'm seeing if they even bothered to do. Let's see if they're even bothered to do polls in Michigan. I mean, Wisconsin, not Michigan, Wisconsin. No, not Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna head to bed. Thanks for inviting me on.
Okay.
Okay. Good night, man.
I really appreciate you coming on. You're a wonderful blogger. Have a good night.
Minnesota. So they said 50-44. I don't know. It's pretty. It's still probably likely D, but it's close. It's close. Wisconsin is okay. So we're in Copesville. Wisconsin is only lean R with 88% of vote counted.
Wisconsin's at 90% on CNN. And Trump's winning by over 4%.
Oh, is it 4? Okay. Well, I'm gonna call Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's 4% Wisconsin on CNN, 90% in.
Okay, I'm calling Wisconsin. So we have, let's see, can I call New Hampshire? How much is left in New Hampshire? I don't know. I'm gonna hold off a little longer in New Hampshire.
Is my bullishness rubbing off?
No, it's just it's close, and if it's like uh 20,000 votes, which is a lot, admittedly, but I'm willing to take a peek.
We gotta send them all back to Africa. We gotta send them all back to Africa.
I think everywhere in Nevada outside of Las Vegas is Republican.
That does not surprise me in the slightest.
I think everywhere is. So most of Clark County has been counted. Let's look at the look at some of the other races. How awesome! It would be so awesome if Mark Robinson won, and then he did
99% on Polymarket for Drumpf. For Orange Mad Mid.
Okay, so I'm just looking at governor elections. There weren't really any. I think North Carolina was the only interesting one. We have that the Rhino governor of New York, Vermont, won another term.
I don't know. When it comes to governor, does it matter if you're a Rhino? You're just the governor. You're not like voting in the Senate.
Yeah. Well, they determine electoral laws, or they have a lot to do with electoral laws and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, yeah, but I don't know if they're going to cheat in Vermont. Like, I don't. Vermont is the bluest state in the
No,
union,
Vermont
isn't it?
has like a super liberal Republican governor. For some
Yeah,
reason.
but I mean, it's the bluest state in the union, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Nevada's Senate is really close. Now here's
Okay.
the question.
I hope that we get a Rhino-proof majority, as they say.
McCormick is up. Oh, Rogers is up in Michigan by like 4 points. More than 4. Hovd, or however the fuck you pronounce his name, is up in Wisconsin. Ted Cruz. Wow, Ted Cruz did actually pretty good as far as Ted Cruz goes. I kind of hope that.
Is Michigan a swing state?
Yes. It traditionally wasn't really, I don't think, before Trump. Did Bush win it? I don't think Bush won it.
I don't know.
No, Bush didn't win it. Keep in mind, Iowa used to be a blue state. Let's see. What happened in Michigan? Or Michigan's always been close. Like, I don't think it's. Yeah, no, it looks like it's always been a pretty close state. Outside, of course, of the Obama-McCain election. Well, Romney only did 2% better than McCain. What a fuck up. No, Reagan won. Reagan won every state except for Minnesota.
And that was in 1989.
Yeah, someone is asking me now. George Bush Sr. won California. In 1988 against Dukakis. The electoral map is really weird for the that election.
Alex Jones is saying we won.
Mm-hmm. Patriots are in control.
Yep.
Yeah, Reagan won everything except for DC and Minnesota.
Razorfist says we won.
Hey guys.
Yep.
Is what kind of possibility is there for them to pull off severe shenanigans right now?
I'd see pretty low.
pretty low if it's widely viewed that Trump won definitively.
I think if the liberal media admits he
And
wins
if he
in
wins the
Pennsylvania,
electoral, if he wins the popular vote, it's like, ooh. And it's looking like he won the popular vote.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna wait until at least Wisconsin gets called. Do you think he'll win Michigan? Or are they gonna find a bunch of
That's what
votes
all
in
the
Detroit?
voting stuff. That's what all the betting stuff says.
Okay, I just don't know if they're gonna find a whole bunch of votes.
Wisconsin is they are let me see, they are +6 Trump. No, +4 Trump, and they're 90% in. And they have about 334,000 votes remaining to be counted. Let's see.
They've called New Hampshire, but they won't call Pennsylvania.
I'll be back.
I'll say this: if CNN and New York Times definitively admit that Trump won, then I think we're good. Let's see, president. Oh, okay, here we go. Let's see what Fox has. Fox has not called Alaska yet.
Once they officially call Pennsylvania, it's Jover for them, right?
Mm-hmm. Um, I'm being overly cautious. Most people have. I'm just waiting to see if the liberal media will call Pennsylvania. Fox News has called it for him. I'm just seeing who else there is. Decision Desk calls it for Trump. Oh, okay. I'm just let's see here. Okay, NYT. Yeah, they have it at very likely. Very likely cope. Greater than 95% chance of total Trump victory. Watch them just not. They'll do something like not call Alaska or something like that. Pretty Lamb, keep in mind they haven't called Alaska yet. And they haven't called Maine second. So that is it. I don't see how Alaska is not gonna go Trump. Let's see, what are people saying on Discord? 270 to win, called it. Bukele congratulated Trump.
Who did?
Bukele.
Who's that?
President of El Salvador.
Oh, okay. Are we bringing on the heartbreak?
What do you mean?
Another Def Leppard reference.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, Fox has called it. No, Fox has not called it because they haven't called Alaska yet for some reason. I don't know why.
Because Alaska's electoral system is like insane.
Is fucked, yeah.
Yes, they're trying to do that to Montana.
Mm-hmm.
Once once the results are in, guys, should I watch, like, once they're officially in, should I watch a Family Guy marathon, like the Family Guy to Star Wars marathon, um, to celebrate?
No, you need to watch 80s fantasy movies to celebrate and then play some OST Dungeons and
You're
Dragons.
such a fucking spurg, and I love it.
Which one of us?
I said what I meant.
Both.
No, you're not a spurg, and that's what makes you like so weird, Serp. You're like the fact that you're like normal but weird makes you even weirder.
Oh, thanks.
Like if you were schizophrenic or like severely autistic or something, it would make more sense. But
I love all of you guys so much.
yeah, it's So, do you think the New York Times will call it tonight?
I think that they're all waiting to call it at the same time, and that there's going to be, I think that Associated Press is going to call it or something, and then they'll all call it.
Mm-hmm.
This feels very 2016-y.
Oh, okay. Associated Press has said, "Here's how Harris can still win." It literally says Harris can still win the northern battleground states, but the map is getting less forgiving. So Trump is up by almost exactly 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 94% counted.
Very likely are.
Yeah, no shit.
Okay, can Harris still win? I like how it's literally here's how Kamala can still win. Let's see. Nevada, like once again, it's have they called Alaska? They probably haven't called. They probably won't call Alaska. Didn't it take them like over a week to call Alaska last time?
Yes, because its election process is insane.
Mm-hmm. Hillary call.
Apparently, they just won Wisconsin. Official, apparently. I don't know.
What? Who's saying? Where is they saying?
Oh,
that?
Fox News. Okay, Fox News called Wisconsin for Trump.
Did Fox News say we won then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see. Decision desk. Okay, so it's like it's now just how much they're gonna run it up. Let's see. Decision desk. Decision desk has not called it yet. Decision desk has called it for Trump because they called Maine second and Alaska. Wait, Trump is speaking? Okay, let's.
Can you do streaming Trump speaking?
Yeah, let me just go.
Trust the plan.
Let's see here. I'm just trying to where would I watch this?
Is there a Trump YouTube channel?
I don't
or
think
Trump's
so.
Twitter.
It's on Fox News. It's
Oh,
on
okay.
Fox News.
Okay, just
I'm watching it now. Or I don't know if that's true.
The nation attempts an unlikely come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge
I don't think
moment,
it's not on his YouTube
particularly
channel.
because
It's like
I was trying to find President breaking.
and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump
I
in
just posted
2016
the link.
about his remarks.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay.
And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous
No problem,
Trumpian
buddy.
speech. Victory and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said,
He's not
saw
out
the
yet.
faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it
Are
is
you
time
guys
for
high energy,
America
or?
to bind the
I'm-
wounds
I'm
of division.
moderately
And he
high.
said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago.
Okay.
And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up
It's
that
more
whole
G
boisterous
slurred
speech
tonight
and
than it
preparing
was
to
8
unite.
years ago.
MSNBC's Joy Reid says,
I hope Kaylee's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna
Hey,
choose
guys.
to see here.
Yep.
Trey Guy
Go
said
ahead.
something on your show the other
MSNBC's Joy Reid says Kamala ran a perfect campaign.
Her campaign was shit. No one liked her. Like,
Praise be to our Lord Jesus Christ.
indeed.
Trump is Trump. They declared Trump won on real clear politics.
Glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as it was, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Are you gonna play
Thank you,
Screwdriver
Mike
Hail
Aaron.
Victory?
No, I just I can't play copyrighted music.
I think that my first stream got taken off for
Thank
playing
you,
so
Night
much Def
Aaron.
Leppard.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Night Aaron, for your intercession.
Yeah.
I don't know if if Screwdriver would end up being copyright claimed. That would be hilarious if it did.
I'm just paranoid about playing music because it just Yeah. YouTube's just super strict about it. I dare you to play public domain music. I've tried doing that, and I've gotten strikes for public domain music.
It's interesting because I think it's more likely to be stricken for public domain sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll sing "We Love Our Cops" to end the stream. Okay. All right. You guys might want to like mute yourself. I just mute your mic. I'm gonna in
Your
celebration of Trump winning, I'm gonna sing "We Love Our Cops." We love our cops, our law enforcement. We love our military, they're important. We love our cops, our law enforcement. We love our military, they're important. And when I'm in a jam, I know that I can call on the man with the plan. When I'm on the run, all I gotta do is dial 911. We love our cops, our law enforcement. We love our veterans, they're important. We love our cops, our law enforcement. We love our military, they're important. And when they're out at war, you know I appreciate the more. Thank you, Lord. When they keep us safe, you know you make America a better place. We love our cops, our law enforcement. We love our military, they're important. We love our cops, our law enforcement. We love our military, they're important. I forget how the song ends, but there we go. Okay. We got the okay, you can unmute now.
Hey guys, say what you want. I'm still riding with Biden.
Did you get a black GF? Are you gonna make more Kamala Harris's?
What?
Did you get
Oh
your
dear
black
God,
GF? Are you
no,
gonna
no,
make
no,
some
no, no,
Kamala
no, no, no.
Harris's?
Never, never. Absolutely not. No. Yeah, no, senile Biden son or insufferable Kamala daughter.
Oh, right. Let's see. Is Trump speaking yet? No.
Trump just won main second.
Cap.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Election Wizard, Fox. Who was the doomer guy who said Trump was going to massively lose?
I don't know. The Nimitz?
What? Was it Crystal something? I don't know, but yeah. So I don't know how late. I'll. I am. I don't know. It's the point where I'm not sure. I kind of don't want to go to bed for a bit just in case they uncall something.
I don't know. I'm traumatized after lifetime.
Yeah, I am too. Because we called it, right? Like, and then we're like, we went to bed and then. So you think they're just coward? They're just like hiding in a hole at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. I don't. Okay, they called. They called main second. I don't know. Trump's still up by. Oh wait, looks like there was another vote dump in Michigan.
Because Trump won on Real Clear, so.
Mm-hmm. I like how they have Alaska as likely are, not very likely are.
No, that's you don't. It's so insane.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like
I
France,
know, I know.
but
Yeah.
okay, they're trying to do that to my state.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Carrie. It looks like she's not going to win her Senate seat.
Carrie Lake.
Yeah, I don't know what she's going to do now. Hopefully Trump just appoints her. I mean, she's like incompetent but loyal, so Trump should probably just appoint her to something. Okay. Okay, guys, we're being called more pathetic than Destiny.
Any idea of what Wall Street Journal saying?
No, I haven't looked at theirs yet.
I have energy drink. I have beer. I'm just here, man.
Wall Street Journal hasn't called it yet. Wall Street Journal has 95% reporting in Pennsylvania with Trump up 3. Oh, he's up 4 in Wisconsin? Really?
Yeah.
With 90%.
He's doing a little good there.
Arizona.
He's up for in Wisconsin with 92% of votes in.
In Wisconsin, he's in Arizona, the number of counted votes looked like it went down again. I don't know. They have to figure it the fuck out. Like, I don't even know if it's I don't even think it's fraud at this point. I just think a lot of these people are just fucking incompetent. Like it's. I'll say this: regardless of what you think, it's not a good look to just have counting stop periodically. It's just really scummy. Oh, well, it's just inept. It's like something a third world country does. We had something like that. We had something like that happen in Canada recently in British Columbia, where they had to do a whole bunch of recounts, and then the NDP wound up winning. I don't really think that was. We don't really have election shenanigans in that way in Canada. It's more just the political system shuts down non-mainstream parties. Oh, based Caulfield, I'm calling you my tsundere now, along with Metaphysic. You two are my channel tsunderes. Cuck Street Journal. Joy Reid. Kamala won a perfect game. Or in a perfect campaign. I mean, like, regardless, if I don't know, you could make the case that like what the media did was election interference. You could make the face that there's other stuff like that. So okay, AP is still not calling it. Oh, CNN has called it? Let's see here. Oh, CNN is still in Copesville. There.
Oh, my CNN called it.
The whole election, or
My
just
CNN
Pennsylvania?
No, my CNN called Pennsylvania.
No, I mean they're still in Copesville because they won't call Maine second in Alaska.
Oh,
like I kind of think it's safe to call the election for Trump at this point.
My CNN called Trump 265.
Yeah, he needs 270 to win though. Once
so
again,
he just needs a single state, including Alaska. Then the win?
No, he needs Alaska and Maine second. Or wait, no, what am I?
No, if he has 265, he won. He would have to lose so many. He would have to lose Alaska and Maine second,
and all the remaining states. No,
I
know. I'm just
even
saying.
though he's winning in Wisconsin.
No, I'm just saying that they haven't. CNN won't call. Hasn't called those yet. I don't think they've called the election for him.
Surprisingly, the Hill has called the election.
Isn't the Hill like a mainstream conservative? or like
I thought it's just neutral.
Oh, I thought it was slightly right leaning.
I mean, what's the difference?
Exactly.
Do you hear the people racing in the common nothing fun? It is the music of the people who will not pick up to walks when the building of the wall there goes the beating of the drums. Liberal tears will freely fall when November comes.
The Hill is
Will
just
you
reporting.
join in our crusade? Sorry,
They're
go on.
still talking about a potential path to victory on CNN. Really? Okay. Why is Google
Our
not?
listeners are objecting to my singing.
Mm-hmm.
And for good reason, if I may say so myself.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think let's see what NBC's at. Yeah, okay, so the cope that they're all on at the moment is that like Trump hasn't won because they can't call Alaska in Maine second.
Even though Wisconsin is yeah.
Okay, Mitchell Alexander, we get it. We get it. Seward's purchase saved the West. Now that's a schizo post I can get behind. Now the question is, when will they call Wisconsin? So are they just putting off as long as possible calling like, so even though it's obvious that Trump's won, they're trying to just keep it under 270 electoral seat votes for as long as possible, I guess.
Yes.
So I still don't know if Trump will wind up winning the popular vote, because there's still a lot to come in from California. Although will there be 5 million more votes from California? Maybe, but there'll be more Trump votes too. Yeah, he probably won the popular vote. I don't think there's really another city to place to run up in. Poly Market has popular vote at 99%.
Do you think that Trump beat Bush in 2004 with Latino voters? He broke 42%.
Definitely with men. I think he beat Bush. I don't know about women.
I think he just outright won Latino men, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, did Bush?
No, Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Oh damn!
What?
Never mind. Nothing came out. My cam fell off.
Oh, okay.
There was nothing. There was very little in it still.
Mm-hmm.
Now that Trump is president again, Palestinians will no longer exist. Ukraine will be taken over by Russia, and Russia will attempt to move further into Europe. We will be paying $3,000 more per year because of Trump's tariffs. Our taxes will stay the same, but don't worry because Elon Musk will see his taxes go down. Women will no longer have access to health care. Mass deportation of both illegal and fully legal immigrants, which is terrible for the economy. 6 trillion will be added to the debt compared to Harris, who would have only added 2 trillion. And the leader of our country is a sexual abuser, a proven pedophile, a rapist, a racist, and who has tried to overthrow the government. Really great job, you guys.
Who posted that?
Laker fan 1234000.
Oh, okay. Wonder what the AP's waiting for.
Hail, hail, hail victory.
Decision Desk now shows 280 seats for Trump.
Did they call Wisconsin?
Yes, they have called Wisconsin. So 93% in. Trump is at 51.2%. Kamala at 47.4%.
Hail, hail, hail victory. Yeah, Decision Desk declared Trump won in Wisconsin. Looks like Eric Hovde is going to win Wisconsin for the Senate too.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, how's the House looking? House is looking pretty good.
Wasn't the House like nobody knew what the fuck was going to happen?
Yeah.
What the actual fuck is wrong with okay, guys. So when the map shows flip, does that like are they counting it in the are they counting it or are they leaving it to count later?
Sorry, is what? Which?
So when the interactive map on NBC News shows that PA and Georgia are gonna flip, are they counting it in the total count or are they not?
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah, I'm looking at NBC. NBC, yeah, they all have Trump at 266.
Right.
So they're waiting for it. Getting him closer to the presidency, Trump wins in Pennsylvania. He just has 4 electoral votes to go. It's such shit analysis. I mean, like, it's just, I don't know. There's Vivek. On a scale of 1 to 10, how slimy is Vivek?
Like I said, loyalty is the most important. I would make him a cabinet minister.
No, I would too. I think he's a really slimy dude.
I literally wrote a copy pasta for everyone's reference.
New York Times is coping. They still have Wisconsin as Lenar. Because Kamala's somehow going to make up 120,000 votes. Where would she even get them? Madison.
Decision Desk and Real Clear called it for Trump, so.
Mm-hmm. Are they going to make us wait here all night?
You mean for Trump or for the declaration of victory on liberal websites?
Either or. Yeah, I can always watch Trump's victory speech. I'm not super interested in that. I just as soon as one liberal website declares
Trump's victory speech is a light bulb memory for me in 2016.
What does that mean?
That means it's something, or it's like I can orient it like I can orient how my life went through, or like different parts of my life happening. It's like it pushes into my personal life as a major event in my personal life.
Oh, okay.
Like things with getting married or having a kid or something.
Mm-hmm. Trump should use the CNC Hell March for his victory song. I agree. So I wonder what's going to happen to the election mafia, like, given how much they lied this time. I mean, most of the polls were like at least somewhat accurate. I think they were all within the margin, or mostly within the margin of error. They tended to underestimate Trump, but not by like a massive amount. Okay, guys, I'm sorry I keep bringing him, but people keep sending me this. Here we go. What does posted? I can't believe we did it again. Total Groiper victory. Ugh. Oh, okay. Oh, well, here's a bonus. Rahm Emanuel's getting kicked out of Japan, and he's like the leading force for gay marriage.
My iPhone said that Trump is going to have his speech sound.
Okay. Okay. Well, hopefully Trump's victory speech will be soon, so that I can go to bed. Well, it's not as late as I thought. I mean, I think this was pretty good. Like, it wasn't immediately obvious what was going to happen, but it was pretty steady going along. I think Oregon is a bit closer than it was. 12 points. Strapper, yes. We've won. We're just waiting for them to admit it. That's pretty much everything. That's pretty much the story. Oh, here we go.
Is a speech happening?
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Oh, no. Okay. I have to mute it.
Oh, all his kids are coming.
They're playing copyrighted music. Well, I mean, you could say what you want about Trump. You can't say he didn't reproduce.
Based red pill.
I love how awesomely cheesy this song is.
After 9/11 happened, when I was in elementary school, they
Yeah.
blasted this song every day for months. Every single day. That is how we started school.
Look at Baron.
I'm proud to be a motherfucking American, I tell you what.
I just love how awesomely cheesy it is.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
Oh, okay, in this country, maybe.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Trump just seems completely exhausted.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future, every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
Oh.
And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. A lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild.
What are they chanting?
Well, Mr. President,
JD.
I appreciate
okay.
you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
That might be true, actually. I don't disagree. Maybe Nixon's comeback.
Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Because this is the best country in the world, baby.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit, in particular, hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh.
Who?
He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him.
Who?
He had a great, got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him arenas because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, "You will start a war." I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine?
Wow. You could say a lot. Trump's not lazy.
901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, what did you think?
I'm happy that he said that God intervened to save his life.
Yeah.
Maybe that's 7 beers in, Serp, but he's playing that disco song. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, YMCA.
Playing YMCA.
I have to say, the dude looks exhausted, but I hope I have a fraction. How old is Trump again? He's in his 70s, right?
78. Unbelievable. He's 78.
I hope I have like a tenth of his energy at that age. What did he say? They did 900 rallies? Like, he would do 2, 3, 4 events in a day. You can say a lot of things about Trump. You can't say he's lazy. That is, Kamala is extremely lazy. Trump is not. And you know what? I found that very genuine. I don't know about you, but
I just I know I'm just gonna like speak off the cuff for a minute. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm I'm kind of getting teary-eyed. I know that your country has gotten the worst of it, with mass immigration right now for the last 4 years, but I just hope everything the best for the Anglosphere, the sons of Britain and Ireland, and I know that we come from Britain, our culture comes from Britain, and but I think the United States is the leader now for the Anglosphere, and I hope everything turns out. We've been the leaders of the world for the last 200 years. A lot of bad things have happened. It could be better, but this is just so positive for our people and for the future of both our countries. My country. It's just so good that this happened, and I hope that we can still be leaders of the world and that we can do good. Hopefully I'm still there. Hopefully it didn't cut out.
No. I was just listening. I was just taking it.
Yeah.
No, I agree, man. I agree.
I'm very proud of my country.
Mm-hmm.
I know that some things have happened in my country I don't agree with, but
it's
I
your
think
home.
America's been a force for good overall.
It's your home. I mean, I love Canada as much as I shit on it. It's home.
I just think this shows that there's energy in America and that we're still willing to fight for what's true and for what's right.
I'll just kind of a note. I will give Trump credit. You can say what you want. He is actually pretty he was very positive in that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something that I have missed a lot. And I think that's why Obama was so successful. He didn't deliver any of it, but I think the American people are inherently a very optimistic people, and they embody the infinity will. They embody the Faustian spirit, and they want to have a better tomorrow. They want the promise of a better future. They want all these things. And what was it that Kamala had to offer? She didn't offer a future.
Nope.
She offered nothing.
I know that there's been so much made of the rocket landing and all that, and I know I've said so much about oil running out and natural gas running out, but I just hope it just gives me hope that there's a future for us and our people.
Well, especially that it was it was a very decisive victory. I don't know if I'd say it's crushing.
Yeah, we're gonna win the popular vote,
but I'd say it was a clear, decisive Trump victory. But yeah, okay. So Base Caulfield says Trump gives people hope. Kamala literally just berates you. The Democrats, for some reason, don't understand this. I'm going to repeat what I've said since the beginning. The reason why I think Trump succeeded as a politician, because he is one of the very few political leaders in my lifetime who doesn't openly hate the people who he rules over and actually cares about them, even if it's in a very narcissistic way. I do think Trump actually does love America and love the American people. He is an egomaniac, but I Obama had open contempt for the American people. Kamala does. I don't know. Joe's somewhere in the middle.
The American people, we just want a square deal. We just want future. We just want our kids to have a better life than we do.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the basic dream. So, looks like New York Times has
New York Times throwing the towel yet?
They called Pennsylvania.
They still haven't called Wisconsin or Maine South or
They
Nevada,
called Maine second.
Alaska.
They
Okay.
haven't called Alaska, but I think even by the standards of this, I'm gonna say Trump won. I think I think it's I gotta definitively say. I've just been kind of holding off, but I think if you go by statements, he's more contemptuous to the American people than Kamala. I don't agree with that. Oh no, sorry. Okay, no. Okay, he wasn't talking about Trump. He was talking about Biden. Okay. Oh, yeah. Brendan Johnson says we won and the Democrats will never recover. I mean they will. They'll be back. I just hope that the change that Trump has made will endure. I think I just don't. I hope the Republicans don't just go back to being a company whose entire party whose entire purpose is just selling out to big business, stuff like that. You know, sir, one of the things that, like a couple weeks before, really made me start to think Trump was going to win was when all the people were posting, "How can we reach men, young men?" And all the responses were just, "Young men are shit. They're evil. They need to accept their place in the world. They're scum." And I'm just like, you guys just don't even like. Not even that you don't get it, you just don't care. Like, but anyways, well, I think I'm gonna head off to bed in a couple minutes.
You're gonna call in the towel.
Yeah, I think we did it. We did it, Reddit.
Is Reddit just burning down?
I
in
don't
pain
know.
and death.
I don't know. Tomorrow I'll do another stream or two tomorrow and just see what happens when the dust settles, how the remaining states are called. I'm curious to see if we're gonna have some stuff like attempts
We'll
to
see how the
overturn.
remaining house goes.
And if there's going to start to be shenanigans, not necessarily I mean by like voter stuff, but like electoral college or states refusing to certify or stuff like that. I feel like it's going to be hard because, like I said, I don't think it's a landslide, but Trump won a very decisive victory. Like, it's not a skin of his teeth. It's not a close. Like, the margins he ran up were pretty definitive. And he's going to go way over the necessary electoral vote. We'll see if something happens in Michigan. That's still a possibility, but I don't know. He's pretty far ahead in Michigan. Nevada is looking good. Arizona stopped counting. And yeah. So I don't think New Hampshire flipped, but it was very close. It was like 20,000 votes. So
Bad for me being bullish there.
I mean,
it's always just insanely close. I don't know. It's weird because it's like so close, but it's not. I think the term is like elastic.
Okay. Well, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
I'm just gonna say this. This is what I said on my Twitter. Praise be to Lord Jesus Christ, and don't stop praying for our country. And that's it.
Okay. Thanks, man. God bless. Try to get some sleep.
Thank you. Have a good night, man.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed the election coverage. I know maybe the Kino Casino stuff wasn't everyone's cup of tea, but I think it was a good opportunity. I had a good time. I got to meet some new people. I got to interact. So we'll see how it goes. But once again, very thankful to Ashton and Andy for letting me come on. I appreciated that. Thank you very much to all of my my guests. Serp, great guy. Love him. Love his family. Wish all the best for his wife and kid. As I've said, I think he's going to be a really great father. I do really think that, and nice meme Friar and Tree Guy and Terilien and just everybody else. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, just want to say good night, everybody. God bless, and I'll probably be streaming or doing some videos tomorrow, but I think that's